Yes, guys, how you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back to the Spurs Talk Show, right? How's everyone doing? I hope you're all happy and healthy, doing the things you love and those you love to do them with. We were just playing around with some AI stuff in the background. We got Drew, accent master Drew, in the gaff. We're gonna have some fun. We talk a little bit about Tottenham. We're gonna try and keep it light-hearted, but we're gonna naturally veer off course, as we always do when Drew and I are together. Good to see you, Drew. How are you, my man? Good to see you, buddy.
I'm doing well, mate. Doing well. We are going to be talking about Spurs for approximately 1.886 seconds or 882 seconds or whatever it is. I don't. This is a club, but it's good to see you, mate. It's very good to see you. Good to see everybody in the chat. Looking forward to it, mate. Looking forward to it.
I like look,
Roy's giving it the happy Easter. Maybe it is Easter.
Roy, it's next week, bro.
It's next week, Roy.
It's next week.
You got your eggs. You got your eggs out too soon, mate.
Yeah, maybe I'll change the title to Big Sam Tottenham Saviour according to ex-Spurs player. I mean, I put that up there because I've been working on his accent a little bit. You guys say I don't sound like him, but you know what? I've been listening to his interviews, and he don't sound too different. He don't sound too different. When he was at Bolton, anyway, when he was at Bolton Wanderers, he had JJ Okocha. You know. Anyway, how's everyone doing? We are starting the stream right now. Please don't forget to smash the like button for me on the video. If you enjoy it, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't already, notification button should be squeezed. Comments should be dropped. Saba raid, big up to Saba for the raid. Saba, you don't always need to raid as soon as I go live, bro. I appreciate it. If you're having a good time on your own show, just carry on, my man. It's all good, but I do appreciate the raid as always.
Yours out, mate. Yours out. It's thank fuck. Sean's on. I'm fucking have a break. Jesus.
Now listen, I was going to go live at 1 o'clock, and as I came back from the dog walk, I was like, right, let me set the show up. And then I went, oh, Sabbath started. When did Sabbath start? Please tell me you started at like 10:30 or something, so I'm not going to walk all over his stream. Right. Either way, I've got an afternoon. I've got plans this afternoon, so content's got a content. But big up to him for the raid. Big up to all of you for joining. We are available on all of your podcast platforms. So don't forget when the stream element links come down, please do smash all of them up and get the links open, and then follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Football Inc. with Johnny. Johnny's on his holly pops again. Where's Johnny? Shock horror. He's driving around Tokyo dressed as a mushroom doing Mario Kart, I believe, is what he's doing today. That guy is 65 years old, going on about 7. He is such a child. He went out of his way. He had to go to London with his wife, bless her, to go and get a specific Japanese driving permit. I said, why? Are you going to be driving through Tokyo? He's like, no, we're not renting any cars. I was like, then why do you need your driving permit? He went, Mario Kart. I was like, Mario Kart? What are you doing? This is Johnny, the guy who elbows 12-year-old kids out of the way when there's
to get autographs.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
I rate it so much.
Lucas, get out of the way. Get out. Oh,
Lucas. Richie, I backed you, Richie. Sign my paper. Sign my shirt. He's an absolute legend. I hope that when I'm his age, if I make it to his age, I don't think I will, to be honest. I think I'm here for a good time, not a long time. But if I do, I hope I remain young at heart like he has done. It's a sight to behold, seeing him. I can imagine. I might, for his 66th birthday, Drew, I might see if I can hook him up to be one of the mascots at Tottenham next year in the Championship.
Can you imagine? Full kit and shin pads.
Holding Romero's hand on the way out. He'd fucking love it, by the way. He would absolutely
he'd have his phone out, he'd be recording, he'd be going, they better not fucking, honestly, they better not fuck this one up. Fucking amazing.
Absolutely sensationale. I think he's 60, Bob. I don't know. I may be doing him a disservice there. He might be 62 or 63. I don't know. He's in his 60s. He's in his 60s.
Good for his age, mate. He's doing good for his age, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing great, mate. He's having a good time with himself, and his missus are out in Japan and Korea. He got himself the sunny shirt from OK Jersey, the LA shirt, so that he could fit in. Try and get a few followers from the Korean army for his Instagram. He's always planning.
I changed too. I changed my allegiances too. Go on, Sonny. Go on, Sonny.
I've been saying it, Heung. I've been saying it.
Brilliant.
Listen, guys, don't forget, as I say, smash like, subscribe, notification, hype, share, and all that jazz. We are, of course, sponsored by OK Jersey, and I have finally got round to updating the graphic. As you can see, there's a big push on the 2026 national team stuff. They've got great discounts on that. So for the World Cup, if you do have a second team or a first team that you want to support, best place to go and find out all about that is over at OK Jersey. And I've just updated them. I think we're going to look at it in a minute, Drew. We are going to talk a little bit about Tottenham today. It looks like the away kit has been. In fact, let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. I've let the guys know. At OK Jersey about that. Have you seen it? Have you seen the? Where is it? Where's my shirt? Is this the one? Yeah, here we go. What do you make of this, guys? What do you make of this? This is the apparently the leaked away kit for next season, regardless of whether we're in the Championship or otherwise. Looks like a kind of neon bit of looks like a tiger sort of thing going on there. Something going on with some sort of like, I don't know. What do you reckon?
It's still loading up on my end. It's coming through. That looks like chewed spit. What are we doing here?
It looks like someone's half chewed some Chubba Bubba chewing gum, Hubba Bubba chewing gum, and they just put it on the floor, and then someone stepped in it.
It looks like it looks like a fluorescent beef Wellington, and somebody's stuck one of the lattices over the top of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's got that kind of latticey. I've got to say, I'm not sure if I'm a fan, to be honest with you. I don't know how I feel about all these.
What are you supposed to wear that with, right? If you're someone who's a little
absolutely stark bollock naked, just the top.
Just the top.
Just the top.
Listen, for someone that's plump like I am, the home shirt is always a write-off every year. I can't get the white shirt because it's just going to hug through all the wrong places, and it's just not going to do you any favors. So you look to the third kit. That's not doing either of us any favors. Not doing us any favors either, is it? Like, I enjoyed last season. I got two. I didn't actually end up wearing them, but I got two of the away kits on my wall. And in fact, I've got a couple of kits. I might do a giveaway. If anyone still wants to commemorate this season's absolute shit show by having an unused, brand spanking new Pedro Porro 23 home kit in Chinese 4XL or 5XL, then let me know. I might put in one. I've also got one for I think it's another one for Kulusevski or someone. I might put it in there. But yeah, these sorts of kits, mate, don't do you any favors, because you can wear black with, like, I don't know, a pair of jeans or whatever, go in the pub if you want to be that guy. It's not going to go with anything.
You know that lattice shit's getting wider on the way down. Like, those purple bits are going to look like fucking the size of my forearm by the time I put it on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Do you remember the old Thompson kit of like 1997, I think it was, or 1999, whenever it was, when we had the blue strips and the Thompson smile? When I put it on, the Thompson smile went upside down. It was an unhappy smile. It stretched around my gut, Unbelievable.
Fucking brilliant.
So what we say in chat, ones and zeros. 1 if you like it, 0 if you don't. And should we hope that Tottenham get some early feedback and then decide to walk away and start another one? 1s if you like it, 0s if you don't. What else did I say? Did I tell you about OK Jersey? I did.
A new low.
It's a new low.
Brilliant.
Let me quickly say hello to some of the members. Just give the members a quick shout out that are in the house. Big up to you all. Big up to Roy. It's not Easter, mate. It's not Easter. Big up to Fiona. Big up to you. Do we have to talk about Spurs at all? I don't think we're going to talk about Spurs that much, to be honest. We can have a little chin wag. Big up to Elvis G. Good afternoon, gents. Good after you. Good afternoon to you, my man.
Good after you.
Good after you. Big up to, who else we got here? Big up to F. Sank. What's going on with the Zerbi rumours and the LGBTQ lobbyists? Yeah, look. I don't understand why LGBTQ are getting involved in. I mean, are they like all encompassing? Because I thought that their mission was to be about the lesbian, the gay, the trans thing, right?
Right.
I don't think that De Zerbi's offended them or certainly Ryan Mason wasn't doing what he's alleged or kind of seemed to have been doing that affects their particular market. You know, they just like anything at all that breaches into the world of like sex, LGBT, the letter brigade are all over it, aren't they? I know it's a touchy subject, but we're not woke, mate. I don't give a fuck.
You know where LGBTQ should be? Alphabet fucking soup, mate. Alphabet soup. All right? This is football. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do. I don't care where you stick it. This is just about football. Like, for two completely separate reasons. I'm not into De Zerbi anyway. I think it'll be a car crash waiting to happen.
Sure.
But yeah,
but not because he happened to play and manage a player that was employed by the club that he was employed by.
Right.
Like, what are we doing here? It's not like I mean, there's definitely an argument about whether we should sign Ryan Mason. What's his fucking name?
Mason
Greenwood. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's
Ryan Mason under the bus here. Sorry, Ryan. Nothing to do with you.
Sorry, Ryan. You shit.
There's definitely like a worthwhile debate, I guess, about Mason Greenwood. I'm sure a lot of the Tottenham fans wouldn't want him, and so maybe some would, because they put that stuff to one side and say, look, he's a fucking top player, and he is a top player. He is a top player. But what the fuck has De Zerbi done? De Zerbi just manages Marseille. The guy comes in. What did it? I mean, people were saying he defended him. I don't know. I haven't seen the quote, but like, he's just a person who's playing his best player, right?
Right.
Is he guilty by association? If so, I mean, God forbid. I mean, the people I associate with on a Friday night. I mean,
right. I'm looking at you, Connor. I'm looking at you.
Don't be guilty for association, or we're all in a little bit of trouble, aren't we?
We are all screwed.
We're all fucked, Truski, you know?
Yeah, but, I don't know, mate. I mean, I don't know. I seriously don't know actually enough about the whole situation to really have a proper comment about it. I mean, like I say,
Well, he's married to the girl. They got kids. They're a family.
Right.
He was 18 years old, I think, or 18 or 19. And obviously there was a voice memo and some pictures that were leaked that looked as though he had allegedly hit her, and that he was trying to force himself on her when she was saying no. Right.
Okay. No. I mean, let's be fair. You know, allegedly,
it didn't look good. It didn't sound good.
I mean, he does look like the sort of guy that chooses violence. So I don't know what to tell you, mate. He gets a couple of monsters in him at the training ground. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I don't know. I
don't know, mate.
I can understand the conversation about whether we should sign Mason Greenwood, but whether we should have De Zerbi as a manager and his crime is playing a guy. I mean, what the fuck are we doing here? People just want to get people, and the fact that we've been talking about it is just like the priority at the moment is just absolutely off the clock, you know, off the fucking clock.
No, it's very true,
exactly, Daniel. True. Exactly, that is Lego. So you wouldn't take it, you know. I know we wouldn't take Arteta because he's Arsenal, but most other football clubs with their LGBTQ. And by the way, where was the LGBTQ crew at Tottenham when we signed Vinay? Because Vinay allowed Party to stay at Tottenham, at Arsenal during that whole process, right? When everyone knew.
People picking and choosing when to be angry at something, dude. You get it all the fucking time. You know, all of a sudden somebody says something and somebody feels the need to, I don't know, they got nothing better to do. So it's like, oh yeah, let's have a go at this lot for a minute. Oh, I've got nothing better. Yeah, let's have a go at this lot for a minute. Fucking, I've had enough of it. I've had enough of it. But then, like you say, the club is in such disarray at the moment that we're choosing anything else to talk about rather than the rubbish on the pitch, because the rubbish on the pitch is just doing all of our heads in, isn't it?
I had a massive debate earlier that ended up with me being called a numpty.
Did you?
On WhatsApp by my good friend Shaz.
Oh, right.
Who was telling me it's basically settled science. And of course, you had the Phil Pease, who I know is out running right now, listening to the show. Big up to you, Phil. Run a little bit faster, mate. When I call you a donut for being the sort of donut that you are, Phil. I love you to pieces, donut. You bought your beer. You know, no, but the people in the chat, people in the WhatsApp group that have been anti-Daniel Levy, anti-ENIC forever, they're saying it's settled science that the club would still be, maybe even in a worse situation if Daniel Levy was here. And you know, it's there's absolutely nothing to talk about here. I was like, well, there is things to talk about. Like Daniel Levy left the football club as the Europa League winner. By the way, we finished 17th last season, and we're obviously on the precipice now. But you know, Daniel Levy, let's be honest, three years ago we finished 5th, and under or 2.5 years ago we finished 5th under Ange. The season before, when Conte was here, had Conte not thrown his toys out of the pram after that Southampton game, where in the 94th minute we give away a penalty. I think it was a shit penalty I don't think it was a penalty personally. Mm-hmm. And but had we won that game 3-2, we would have been 3rd in the league. The season before we finished 4th. The season before that, I think we finished 5th. Couple of seasons before that, we were finishing 2nd and 3rd. And so again, like these people were all saying that Levy out, ENIC out stuff back then, and I was like, yeah, but like, and now they're saying, see, we were right all along. We were always right. You weren't always right. If you have an opinion that leans negative, right, in football, you will eventually be right. Like there's people out there that can't stand. I'm sure there's people within the Arsenal fan base that hate Arteta, that hate the Cronkies. Okay, if they're saying right now, Arteta out, Kroenke out, they're a disgrace, they don't back the football club, they're clearly wrong. But if the Cronkies and Arteta stay for an extra 5 or 10 years, at some point, Arteta and Arsenal, or at some point, the Arsenal story will fall away. At some point, Arsenal will finish 10th again. At some point, they'll finish 15th again. However long it takes, at some point they will. And at that point, if those people that have said Arteta out and Kroenke out and all that stuff, from now until then, if they say, see, I was right all the time, you were wrong, I was ahead of my time. No, you can't say it's night time at noon, and then people go, no, it isn't. And then at 3 o'clock, you go, see, it's night time. You go, it's not night time. At 6 o'clock, it's not fucking night time. At 9 o'clock, see, I told you, I've been right for years. No, you haven't. You've been wrong, and you just waited long enough until things turn to night. You know, am I like, yeah. Is that idiotic, or is that logic for you, Drew?
Don't put me on the spot, mate. You have this argument with Shaz, whoever you can have the argument with, mate.
That's a fucking question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
Yes. No. To be in all fairness, I actually think you do have a point. It's one of those things, right? You what is it you say about it's easy to pick the losing lottery tickets, right? Or it's easy to pick the losing lottery numbers. So it's kind of that vibe. I do get it.
You wait long enough in football, something's going to go bad.
Right. Very true.
So when we were finishing 2nd, 3rd, when we got to the Champions League final, if you're saying that this club is terrible, this ownership is awful, and some of these donuts were saying it for 25 years, when we were doing this for 23 of them, they say, ENIC out, and now we're in the predicament we're in. And they go, see, I fucking told you. Yeah, you did. You were wrong then, and you're temporarily right now. If we stay up, and if next season we get a decent DOF, and we get a better CEO and a great manager, and we buy some better players, and we get the energy of the football club back in the right direction, and we finish 10th next year, and the year after that we're back in the Champions League spots, this will be a little blip on the radar. The same that other teams have had. Manchester United had a blip on the radar. They're now back in the game. You know? So, you can be right temporarily, but if you wait long enough for your opinion to be right, you'll eventually be right, especially if you lean negative, because in football, that's the way it always goes.
For sure. Well, let me, I don't know if this is going to derail anything that you had plans for, or whether you wanted to go somewhere particularly, but do you have any idea? Can you put your finger on what you think it would take for us to steady that ship, or to turn this around? Like, where would you start?
Oh, new owners, obviously.
I pitch it and you knock it out the park. There we go.
No, I mean, listen. Obviously, I think the ownership at Tottenham Hotspur. I think it's not. I think it's sort of, their priorities or their ability to make good decision making I think has been exposed, especially so amplified by the departure of Daniel Levy. Right? I'm people saying it would have been worse if Daniel Levy was still here. Based on what? You know, it's gone dramatically downhill in decision making since Daniel Levy has left. Daniel Levy might have been the glue that held a paper plate together, but it still had some sort of rigidity and turgidness to it when he was here, and he took a lot of he was the finger pointing blame merchant all the time. But when he was here, he did keep it together. Since he's gone, it's been an absolute sack of shit. It's been absolutely disastrous. I don't like Vinay. I don't like Johan Lang. For me, the preferential order of fixing things, I think you have to get rid of Johan Lang first. He has to go. And I don't think he would still be here if Daniel Levy had Daniel Levy still been here. I think he would have trusted Paratici. I'm not saying Paratici would have been much better, but I think the decision making of him and Paratici would have been a lot better than Johan and Vinay. I think that, to me, I can't say it's settled science because we don't know. It's a different timeline of events, but that's my thoughts on it. And I think that you need to get the decision making around the football club generally handled by better people that have got more gumption, more bloody gumption.
Hey, gumption watch, first of the day. Let's go.
So get rid of Lang. Then you need a better manager, and then you need better players, and at the same time you need investment, and you need people at the top, the board, to be willing to hand over the reins of control to people they clearly don't trust at the moment, yet they're not willing to make the decision around sacking them. So, you know, for me, since Joe Lewis has sort of handed over the control to Vivian, I think is one big sort of sledgehammer in the timeline continuum that people aren't really talking about enough. But
I was watching something the other day. I can't remember if it was on Last Word on Spurs or if it was on fucking Talk Sport or something like that. But somebody said that Joe is still pulling the strings. The only reason they did what they did to get him out was because he got the charge. So therefore, technically, he's not allowed to be a chairman because of the rules in the Premier League. So they've just put it into a trust, but he's still pulling all the strings. So, and I don't know how effective he can be behind the scenes. Gumption, absolute gumption, Hugo, gumption.
Bloody gumption. I'm going to put Hugo, I'm going to put the link in about sort of just going to have a little early chinwag with Drewski, and then I'll put the link in, mate, if you want to join. And I know there's a few people in the chat that want to come on as well, so we just want to have a little chinwag with Drewski first, catch up time with my man, and I'll put the link in. You're more than welcome to join, buddy. Apparently I heard the same. I heard from someone who might be watching, but I don't want to drop him in it. But
look at this fucking guy. Look.
Oh, is that Phil? Is it?
Phil P making donuts. Look. Wow.
That guy is so physically fit for it. I think he's just turned 50 or just about to turn 50.
Have a word.
And he drinks like a fish when it's time to drink. He's got a good discipline, a good work-life balance, that man. You know,
right.
He's physically fit. He's healthy. He does his runs. And then he also goes out and smashes it after the game with the boys with ciders. I respect Phil's work-life balance. He's got it correct. You know, earn the beers, or earn the ciders. All those things as well. Yeah. But yeah, for me, Drew, I want to ask you this, right? Like the order of priority for me, like I think it's a bit of a problem because I see the names of the managers we're linked with, right? You've got Big Sam. You've got Sean Dyche. You've got Adi Hutter, who I'll be honest, I don't know enough about to have like an opinion on his football. I do think it would be a comical meme story though to hire someone whose name is Adolf Hutter. I mean, I think it's just got like comedy value. Tim Sherwood, Ryan Mason. Those are the people like Harry Redknapp, whatever. None of them. I don't want any of them, really. Like, none of them give me any confidence. Pochettino's not coming back until the summer anyway. De Zerbi, to your point, I think is he's a manager that's like he's just a powder keg of, what do you say?
Fascist.
Oh, fascist, yeah. hey, it's me, De Zerbi. I'm going to bring out the AI in a minute. He, of the managers that I rate, I don't rate any of them for being able to work with this group of players.
No.
And so you're sitting there kind of going, I don't know what we're supposed to do between now and the end of the season to stay up. I genuinely think, if I'm honest, mate, it's on the players, right?
I was literally I was literally just about to say that, Sean. Like, we could go in there at this point. Like, they've really got to take a little bit of ownership of themselves, even just from a professional standpoint. Like, yes, I know half of you think that you're going to be out the door come the end of the season anyway because you've had enough. And frankly, I've had enough of you lot and all. There's not one player to a man. I cannot turn around and say that I particularly like any of these players, especially when you compare it to, not to harp on about old shit, but comparing it to the Pochettino team. Like, I can go through that. I would rather have even bench warm. I would rather have Clinton and G than some of these fucking players, because at least that kid came on, even though he couldn't kick a ball straight. At least he came on and gave, he gave some. Like,
would you like Timo Werner back?
Dude, I would literally. I hate this lot so much. Really? And the fact that we need actually some warm bodies up front, I would actually, in a pinch, take him for the last 7 or 8 games if he was available. Like, it's gotten that bad. It's just.
Do you think though, right? Do you think I'm hanging my hat a little bit on the hope that Mathys Tel isn't injured or isn't out for a long one? Right? I know
apparently he's not.
I hope not. I hope because he's going to be a calf strain or a thigh strain, whatever. But if he's available to play off the left-hand side, I know everyone's like settled science on this kind of like people just have made their mind up on Mathys Tel. They're either back in like I do.
You and I, sorry to cut across you. Sorry, Sean. I was just going to say,
absolutely
to interrupt. I was just going to say, me and you have been right about Tel, and I'm going to say that. I don't care what anybody fucking says. He's going to be legit. Me and you have said it from day one. We are right. They are wrong.
This is where I'm
carry on.
This is a giant hypocrite, right? If you wait long enough for your opinion to be proven right on the negative, then you're being the broken clock, right? On the positive, if you make an early call and it takes 3 years for it to manifest, I was always right. I was always right about that one.
He's going to be a great player. He's going to be so great.
No. I don't think you really understand. He's tough. He's really good people. Really good people. The Mathys Tel, for me, I think that in the last 3 or 4 games, the players, when we played well, have looked for him as the outlet.
Yeah.
And I think they trust him to be an outlet. And I think if you can get him fit on the left, and then I think if you can get Mohamed Kudus on the right, then at least you have 2 different options. And dare I say it, Archie Gray has proven to be able to switch the play better than I gave him credit for. I still don't think Archie Gray is anywhere near as good as some people say he's becoming, but I definitely see massive improvements. I think he's got lots of areas of improvement to come in his game. But if you were to partner him with someone that's just a bit more rock solid defensively, like a Polinia or a Conor Gallagher or whatever, rather than paying Pape Sarr, then I think you can hit the ball into the corners, which is something I've been asking for forever and ever and ever. Like, Tottenham needs to have a dual threat. Teams like Brighton are difficult to play against because on the left-hand side, they've got the Japanese fella. And on the right-hand side, they've got that Minte, and you don't know which side they're going to go down. And when they do, because of the fact that you have to throw equal caution in your mind, like the DM or the fullbacks, the centre-backs, they don't know which way you're going to go. And so that gives you an extra second or 2 of time to kind of create a catalyst.
Yeah,
and also, like, we haven't had that at Tottenham. When Kudus was here, we had no one on the left-hand side. We weren't playing with a left winger. We were playing with Xavi Simons, who was cutting in. So everything was down Kudus. Since Kudus has gone out and Mathys Tel's come in, everything's been down my left-hand side. If you can get both of them fit for the run-in, and then everything else becomes a little bit more simple, then I think that gives you some sort of ambition. But back to the point, Drew, I genuinely do think that I don't know what we're supposed to do with the manager situation. I don't really think that it's right to be sticking with Igor Tudor because he's grieving so much. Like, is he? Right. I mean, maybe he's just built differently in Croatia, where they go, "He's dead now. Let's get back to business." I don't know. But
I have finished burying him. We do not need to worry.
Now we're back to work. Football life.
Past, present, future. Football life. Nails. Hammer. Hammer. Foot. Football. Ball. Back of net. This is the way.
Like, maybe he's that sort of geezer, but maybe he isn't. Either way, I don't think anybody's particularly confident with him being the geezer, right? So then you go, well, where else do you go? You're not going to bring in Zerbi now. And even if you do, my point being, I don't think he can work with these players, Drew.
I guess the possible flip side to that is that by the time we play the next game, is it likely that I heard a rumor that we might have something like 16, 18 players fit and I use the word fit very loosely because I'm at the point now where I don't know if I don't think we've been fit for a couple of years. I think the problem that the squad has is that we've bought subpar players that aren't used to having this many games of football in their legs. They constantly keep breaking down. We're light as a squad. They come back too early because we're light as a squad, because we push it and push it and push it. Nobody has been out of that red zone for about 18 months, 2 years. So my only hope would be, if they do stick with him, is that there is going to be a little bit of, I don't know, maybe a them and us mentality. Maybe he gets the chance to put some players in positions that they're supposed to be in. And I know I feel like, even as I'm saying it, I feel like I'm clutching at straws, because he's had the opportunity to put a couple of square pegs in square holes and he hasn't. But then maybe he's seeing things that we're not, and he's had to do that for a reason. I can't believe that we're 7 games away from the end of the season and we're even having these conversations. And again, I just think it goes back at this point. I'm not sure it matters really who's there. I think these guys have got to look themselves in the eyes. They've got to look each other in the eyes. They've got to screw their bollocks on, and they've got to play 7 games of football for the next, over a couple of months. Like, it's just, I don't know. Everyone keeps saying too good to go down, and I don't know whether that's a juxtaposition or an oxymoron, but we haven't been too good because we're in the position we're in. So they just got to, even if it was 2 banks of 4 and a couple up front just doing their best, like they've got to do something. There's got to be a way out of this.
For me personally, like, I completely agree with you. I think like none of the managerial names really inspire me that are going to come in now. The ones that you might want to come in now, if you don't want to give like an interim, because the problem with interims are like they're not really like the players aren't motivated to listen if they're not motivated, motivated at all. You're not going to go and get yourself a permanent manager now who wants to come in with the situation as dire. Robbie Keane turned us down. He didn't fancy it.
Well, he wanted the gig full time, right? He wanted at least 18 months, which you can't blame him, right? He's doing really well where he's at.
No, but I'd give him that. I don't mind. I'd give him that if he wanted to come in now and then go down with the ship if that's what happens. I'd be okay with that. I would be okay with that, because I don't know if Pochettino would come down to the Championship. Would he for a year or maybe longer? I don't know. But like De Zerbi certainly wouldn't. And like I say, De Zerbi for me can't work with this squad. He wants to play like some version of tiki-taka football, like offensive, aggressive football. I just don't think we have the midfield. And that therefore, for me, lies within the problem, is that the managers that you want to have aren't really capable with this particular squad dynamic. And so, but the managers that maybe can, you don't really want. Like, do you really want Sam Allardyce coming in for the next 7 games to play, long ball football? I mean, maybe he could do it, but like I don't really think that's the way out of this. I think that every team would know exactly what Tottenham are going to do in that regard. Whereas if you play a 4-2-3-1, if you play Pedro Porro or Destiny Udogie, if he can get back to full fitness, or Jed Spence at right back, Destiny Udogie at left back, Romero and Vicky van der Ven, or Danso and one of those two, whatever, and then you put a Paulinho and a Gallagher in the midfield, or an Archie Gray and one of them in the midfield, Xavi Simons in the 10, right wing of Kudus, left wing of Mathys Tel, and a striker of Solanke or Richalison, with the others on the bench. I think that's a team that is more than capable to get 6 points on paper, 7 points out of the last 7 games. More than capable. But it's whether they want it. It's whether they give a fuck enough. And that's why I come back to this point. To me, it's not so much about the manager. It's about whether the players really want it or not. And I don't think the technicality levels are the problem. I think it's their desire.
No, absolutely. That's why you see their heads drop so quickly all the time. And just to clarify in the chat, Jordan, I'm in a motel because this is where I shoot my OnlyFans. It's not dogging, Kate. Thank you very much.
I like it, mate. I like it. Love hearts on the wall.
That's this was my mum's. I bought it back from England. So
nice,
a little piece of my mum. Do you know what I mean?
I was about to go in on you for that, and now I feel like I can't.
Yeah, now you feel like a right fucking
arsehole.
Now you feel like a right
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
No, you're fine, mate. You're absolutely fine. Absolutely.
Time for me to change face. Let me go and put Harry on. You know, Harry wouldn't say anything like that. Harry would find the right words in the right order. Lovely set of hearts there, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely true.
You can have a red nap off. Absolutely fantastic, Shorty. Absolutely fantastic. Terrific. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Oh, listen. I mean, in terms of the other things, though, mate, I want to ask you about this one today. Before we bring the boy, I'll put the link out there. The boys come in in just a second. See what they're doing. I know some of them wanted to come in. Where are they? Here he is.
Where is he? I'm a numbers guy. I hope my throat's better today.
Oh, hang on. No, he can't. He's sorry. He's not on. Hugo can't come on. He says it's Palm Sunday, and Jaffa doesn't have a footy match, so he and I are about to head off to do a quick spot of God bothering.
Palm Sunday.
What's Palm Sunday then?
No fucking clue, mate. I'm about to have a look.
What exactly is that?
Sunday before it is a Christian movable feast that falls on Sunday before Easter. The feast commemorates Christ's triumphal entry into Jerusalem. Wow. There you go. Look at that. Brilliant.
Now, come on, Shaz is in the WhatsApp group. Come on, Shaz, get yourself on, you absolute donut. Absolutely fantastic, Shaz. Been waiting to hear from you, mate. You called me a muppet or whatever it was you said. You know, absolutely no strings attached in the banter. No strings attached. Anyway, put the link out to the boys so they want to come on. Well done, Sean. You donut, says Marshall. 100%, mate. Top donuttery. Top donuttery.
Yep.
Mate, what do you think about Marco Silva? Is he the guy? I don't think he's the guy.
I don't know anymore, Sean. I really don't know anymore because I'm struggling to work out exactly where we are as a team right now. I genuinely don't know if it's a case of if you get the right person in and you get everybody pulling in the same direction, whether they are actually, you know, a top 6, top 8 team that just needs a little bit of tinkering. I don't know whether you need to sell 7 or 8 of them and completely rebuild. And at that point you think to yourself, well, maybe really you're only a 12 to 14th place team, because legitimately, who do you see? Can you name one team that's finished, you know, touch wood, let's hope, 17th twice, and then bounce back to do anything remarkable? Fucking, you want chili sauce with that, boss? Do you want some chili sauce with that, boss?
Hi, Rain. How are you, Rain? Good to see you, buddy. Hi.
It's not better for some reason. It's still suffering.
We got double rain today. It's been cloudy outside.
What, I think it's actually a triple rain, right? Rain's gonna start, you can follow, and I'll go third, and we'll just do a crazy fucking weird echo thing.
Hi. How are you, Rain? Good to see you, mate.
How are you, buddy?
I'm all right. I'm doing okay. This is just annoying. It's not actually affecting me.
No, sure.
Yeah,
no, listen, it's fine.
I was just listening to all the rubbish about it's you know, you can have an opinion. Oh, it looks like Sonny. It looks like Sonny's been beaten up. That's what it looks like.
We can bring Sonny on if you want.
Sonny.
Hello, everybody.
Sonny got beaten up. I have 2 black eyes.
I've been listening to this rubbish that your opinion can be delayed if it's positive, but not delayed if it's negative.
I was joking about that. I was joking about that. No, Ray. Listen, it's data, right? I think that the Daniel Levy thing, the ENIC thing, people that were ENIC out 4 or 5 years ago, they were wrong. They're saying that we're saying we were always right. No, you were wrong then. You're temporarily right. If we go down, it will be cemented in time that you were right at the moment, but you were wrong at the time. We were finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th, you know, consistently in the Champions League or in European spots. And in the last 18 months, it's gone a certain direction.
Yeah, because we had Gareth Bale and Harry Kane. That's why we were finishing in those spots.
My head feels small. There we go. It's better, isn't it?
Do I need to move further away?
I don't know. I can't tell whether you're too close or I'm too far away. I don't know.
It actually, from one side to the other side, it's going like small bit, like it's just where the brains are. That's the problem, you see. So small head over in Seanshine, medium in Drew, and then what can I say?
Alex, welcome to the show, mate. You coming on wearing a do-rag? What's going on there?
Hi.
Welcome to your blood. Welcome.
Mir geht es gut. Thank you so much. I'm doing well. Enjoying a break from Tottenham. Went to the Austria game 2 days ago, beating Ghana 5-1. That's a proper game from Ralf Rangnick. And Kevin Dancer doing a good game for us.
Kevin Dancer kept Semenyo at bay, right?
Yes, he was only playing for 45 minutes, but yeah, I think in the second half, Semenyo had one shot, but that was it. So,
Alex, tell us about Adolf Hutter.
Adi Hütter. There's a reason. Like even if there's an interview of him, they only say Adi Hütter. He has never been called Adolf, and I have to admit, it was only now that I learned that his real name is Adolf, because nobody calls him Adolf in Austria. It's Adi. And, well, obviously no wonder why. But his childhood, it must have been horrible, to be honest. Especially if the last name is Hütter, which, if you say it really fast enough, it sounds like very bad. Yeah. But he's a good coach. He plays the kind of football that we would like, that's for sure. He has been successful in Austria and also in Switzerland, where I think he made, I forgot the club now, I'm sorry, winning a Swiss championship in the first time in more than 20 years. And in Monaco, he left because he had a disagreement with the board. So he's not the easiest kind of guy, which totally fits our profile, doesn't it?
Well, it totally fits the name, doesn't it? Not an easy guy to get on with. Just saying.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. But I heard that they talked to him, but he wants a long-term contract, and that seems to be the issue now.
I think this is the issue we're going to run into, Sean Shine. I don't like who you're going to have to. I mean, it's the club's fault, but whoever they do bring in, they're going to have to pay him a fair whack as well. Like I'd expect some danger money. I'd expect some
reputational compensation.
Reputational compensation. I'd expect a big old bonus if I do what I'm supposed to do. At least the opportunity to then get the gig full time afterwards or something like that. Like I don't know.
But can you honestly give a manager in equal measure when they come in with 7 games to play a keep me up bonus and a relegation release clause, a relegation get out of jail clause? Because you're doing a job, you're coming in to do a job, right? And if you do your job, then you get a bonus, like a big bonus. But at the same time, if you don't do your job and you get us relegated, then you also get to walk away, Reputation
piles of cash. Piles of cash. We're just going to give you piles of cash. Just to be associated with us, we're going to give you piles of cash. It's just. They have not had any problem spending money on the wrong shit for about the last 10 years. So why do we think this will be any different? Do you know what I mean? Now they've gotten to the point where they've got to. They don't have a choice.
How much money did we spend in the last couple of years for manager compensations? I think with that money, you could buy a new club.
Right.
Yeah, Conte got... This is the thing that pisses me off, right? Everyone talks about Conte being spot on. Conte's spot on about this club. Okay.
Well, he was.
He might... Well, he said some things. Had we won that game, we would have been 3rd in the league. right?
These players don't want to play under pressure. They don't want to play under stress.
We would have been
It's easy
third.
like that. That's
We
what
would have been
said, and
third,
it's still true today, even though we have totally different players. That's the culture of the club. And
we would have been, but we would have been third. He throws his toys out of the pram and then gets himself a £14 million payoff as a consequence. It was so well engineered by him. And no Tottenham fans are willing to sit there and see it through that particular lens, right? He couldn't be bothered to play under pressure. He couldn't be bothered, right? He's saying the players aren't up to it. He wasn't willing to live up to the pressure either, right? So he throws his toys out of the pram. He starts this merry-go-round of calling out the board, and it lands with the situation that it lands with. Big up to you, Kate, for jumping on. Also, before I continue, Alex, can you turn your camera to the horizontal? Is that possible to make it a more aesthetic thing? Is that possible? There you go. Perfecto.
I thought we were going to get sideways Alex for the rest.
So he engineers his exit, gets £14 million. Then eventually, big up to you, Kate. Then eventually, Ange Postecoglou comes in. He gets a £7 million payoff, and then throws the club under the bus after the fact. Like, it's one thing to throw the club under the bus. But I think that there should be sort of clauses inserted into the contract that say you either, if you want your payoff, you don't get it if you engineer it by making it uncomfortable between the owner and the player. In no other walk of life do you get a payoff on a contract if you slag off the people that are paying you the money. You might be right what you're saying. You may be right. You may be wrong. We don't know. We don't know the ins and outs of what was promised to him in the situation, right? When he first came. But for me, I just think people cherry pick the arguments, and they don't have balanced opinions on both sides of the coin. People that have got a conclusion in mind, they will reverse engineer, or like this part of the argument I was having earlier on with Shaz. And if you're listening, Shaz, come on, mate, come on, defend yourself. But like Shaz was sitting there saying, we were punching well above our weight. We got so lucky in those years when we finished second, third, fourth, fifth, fourth, whatever. Yeah. We got so lucky. And I said, well, like if you're going to apply luck and fortune to all that's good, but then when it comes to the things that you could also apply misfortune to, no, that's by design, then you're reverse engineering from the conclusion that you've already made. And I said, I could sit there and I'm not going to make the argument, but you could make the argument that this season and last season, we've been riddled by injuries that have absolutely impacted Tottenham's ability to perform well in the league, more so, disproportionately so than other clubs. There's a strong argument if you want to place fortune into the equation. There's a strong argument to say we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are if it wasn't for those injury crises. And Shaz said, oh, come on, Sean, you're a donut. I'm paraphrasing, but you're an absolute donut if you think that wasn't by design and ineptitude.
Is he wrong, though?
Yes, he's fucking wrong. 100% he's fucking wrong on that. If you're going to sit there and tell me that everything, when we finished second, third, or fourth, it was all by luck, and yet you're not going to allow luck to enter the equation when it comes to injuries, 100% you're wrong. It's a terribly weak argument. It's a shockingly bad argument. And that's when he said, you're a numpty. I'll see you later. Like, attack the argument, not the person. Kate, let me bring you in. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm good, thank you. How are you both? Or everyone? It's good to be here. I was chilling watching you, and then I thought I'd jump on.
There's something wrong here. I'm doing the housework and you're gallivanting.
Yeah, Jim's doing housework.
Tell him to get back in the kitchen.
Yeah, get back to work, Gimbo.
I'm having a look at what looks like a very interesting item on top of Alex's red shelving unit.
Samurai sword.
It's a katana sword, isn't it?
It's katana, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, here we go. My Japanese very good.
We'll come back to that in a second. Kate, what are we doing here?
Well, I kind of agree with you, Sean, about Daniel Levy. I'll just say that. I read through the argument in the chat, and I just think it's very easy to cherry pick all the bad stuff without looking at the good. And everyone says we didn't do anything good for us, but he clearly did. And I'd take him back in a heartbeat over the twat that we've got there at the minute. It's as easy as that.
Hallelujah.
Even though I ain't got a ditch, that's where I'm at. So But yeah, I'm not saying he was perfect, but he was better than what we got now.
I was sitting thinking about this the other day. I don't know if this analogy is any good, but anyone know H.H. Holmes and his murder hotel? You ever heard about this guy? He was basically the first sort of serial killer, I guess. And there's rumors that, or there are kind of thoughts that he might have been Jack the Ripper. But he was a dude that basically made this hotel. There was basically this murder house, and he would murder people quite nastily. But what he would do is that when he was having it built, he would have parts of it built, and then he would fire the construction crew, and then have another construction crew come in and do a bit more, and then he'd fire that lot and have another lot come in and do a bit more. And basically, it was because nobody knew at that point the layout of the hotel, only him, because they were his plans. So people would come in and do bits and pieces, but nobody actually ever knew the finished article. And I kind of get echoes of Levy, right? Because he's there at the top and he seemed to know absolutely everything, but nobody else knows fucking anything. And now you've taken him out and everybody seems to be wandering around this place and nobody seems to know where they're going or where the rooms are or anything like that. So I mean, I know it's a little bit creepy.
On that basis, are we calling him a bad guy or a good guy?
Thank you. I don't know. I think he's just a guy, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's good or bad. Like, is it?
It's not a problem to make yourself indispensable in an organisation, is it?
No.
I used to do that.
It's a problem. It's a problem when the dude above you doesn't recognise that you're indispensable and then gets rid of you and then can't fucking put the pieces back together when you're gone. So it's incumbent on the person above you.
That's a problem for the organisation, but it's not a problem that you haven't done a bad job to make yourself indispensable, right?
Right. Don't think so.
Let me do a couple of super chiddly chit chats, and I'm gonna put a poll out as well. Rain's got this scowl on his face. I'm not sure if it's because he's in the post-flu mode where he's like, or where he wants.
Because I'm quite clear. I think he wants to
rip my face off at the moment. I think he's angry.
No. I'm quite
go
clear.
At me.
We are and have been for a very long time an 8th to 12th side. That's basically who we are.
We haven't been though, have we? We haven't been an 8th to 12th side.
Well, I haven't finished. It's where we were in the 90s. It's where we were in the noughties. We then got Bale and Kane. They elevated us to higher levels. We've once Bale and Kane time has gone, we've come back to 8th, 12th, right? So we had that good luck that took us up, and we've absolutely had the bad luck now with the whole. Nobody's talking about the injuries. The whole injury thing is just it's insane. Somebody needs to do a PhD on it, on Tottenham's last 2 seasons with the injury situation, and that's what's taken us down. So effectively, we're 8th to 12th. We went up.
We're not 8th. We haven't 8th to 12th though, mate. Because 8th doesn't get you in Europe, and we've been in Europe in 14 of the last 17 seasons.
But because we had Bale and Kane.
Not because we had Bale and Kane.
That's such a terrible analogy.
It's absolutely spot on.
No, it isn't.
It's spot on.
It's absolutely spot on. It's absolutely spot on. You know, I have decided it's an absolutely fantastic analogy, and that's the end of the side.
It's not an analogy, it's analysis. It's analysis. You go and have a look at us before Bale, and we were 8th, 10th, 9th. You know,
you're talking about a 20-year period.
Sometimes we got up to 7th, 6th. We then got Bale in, and having a world class striker helped us climb the ladder.
It helped us.
And then we got Kane, and we had a little dip when Bale went, and then we had Kane, and we climbed back up. Having somebody who can score 20 to 30 goals on their own goes a long freaking way.
Sure.
But that's not the only reason.
We don't have that now.
No, you blame it. First of all, you blame it on luck, which is absolutely ridiculous. And it kind of takes away the achievements that Pochettino did with us. Although he didn't win anything, what he did for that team, the way he built that team. And it wasn't just Kane and Bale. You had the likes of Walker, Rose, Vertonghen, Alderweireld. People that are negative will always cherry pick little things. Not going to say the agenda word. It's not allowed.
Say the fucking agenda word. Say it.
to try and cherry pick. But I mean, to say that was lucky is,
I'm saying we lucked into Bale and Kane, and you can have all of those players.
Luck into Bale and Kane.
You can have it. Yeah, we can talk about that later. You can talk about all of those other players you want, but if you don't have players up top who bang the goals in,
but we did have them. We did have them. So allocating the entire Kane thing as luck and the entire Bale thing as luck.
It was luck.
Oh, fucking hell. This is the agenda. I have a settled sign. My opinion is Tottenham are shit, and therefore anything that was good. This is Lubo does this, Shaz does this, you're doing this. People with settled science on their opinions, they reverse engineer it. I need to land on my conclusion. So anything that negates my absolute end goal, I'm going to allocate fortune to. And Rain, what you're doing now is something that no one has done before. It's only because I've made an irrefutable argument that those that want to allocate fortune only allocate it when it suits the argument, but they don't talk about the misfortune. You've come on and said, yeah, we've had a bit of bad luck with injuries. But you can make the same argument. If we lucked into Kane, then did we not luck into Solanke? Did we not luck into Xavi Simons? Did we was it just bad luck with regards to Ndombele? Maybe if we're going to play the luck game, then we can allocate luck to everything, not just the things that suit an argument.
Not only that, it's all very well having 20, 30 goals, but it's no good if you've got a shit defence that then lets in 40 goals and a crap keeper. I mean, it's just a ridiculous argument. My brain is just frazzled that you've come out with that, Rain.
We did get lucky. We got lucky.
It's just decided. No, not hearing it.
With regards, I've got more to it. There's more to it, right? There's more to it. We have evidence, right? That
evidence of luck.
We have evidence that
says no logical data guy ever in the history of ever. There's evidence of fortune. What are we doing here?
There's evidence that Sherwood went against the club and played Kane ahead of Soldado.
That's not luck.
We have evidence.
That's obviously.
We have evidence.
That's not.
We have evidence that Potts went against the club and refused to let Harry Kane leave.
So that's not luck.
Said he's going to be my number 3.
That's competence.
And without those two decisions by those two men, Harry Kane would have been kicked out of the club, and we would never have had
possibly.
We would never have had
possibly
because the last striker that we actually signed who was any good was Berbatov.
Rain. Possibly those decisions would have gone in a different direction, but possibly we would have signed someone else that could have emerged to be someone else. You don't know. It's an entirely new timeline of event. You can't. You're a data guy and you're allocating fortune into your equation.
I'm not talking about different timelines. I'm talking about the timeline that we're on. We got lucky that Sherwood and we got.
How is it luck? You can't just decide it's luck. Maybe it was competence of Tim Sherwood to pick that. Maybe it was competence.
And then he got booted out. Whatever you want to call it, Sherwood went against the decisions of the club, right? And then
you don't know that.
And then Potts. Well, we've got.
How do you know that? Because Tim Sherwood said so. Challenge the motivations of the messenger, my man. You don't know that. Harry Redknapp.
But then Potts also said it.
Harry Redknapp will sit there and take.
So now we've got two people saying it.
Hang on.
But because Sean doesn't want it to be true, because Sean doesn't want his Daniel Levy being the bad guy. We can't believe those two people.
You're putting it down to fortune. I am not allowing fortune to be the deciding factor in competence or incompetence. Not on anyone's watch, because you don't know what would have happened in a different world. You don't. You weren't in the room.
Let's not call it luck then.
Hang on, I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Hang on, I'm still talking. You are calling it luck, and that's the problem. That's the problem. You are applying fortune where it suits the narrative, and you don't apply it in other scenarios, right? If it's competence, then that isn't fortune. That's the entire opposite. That's by design. And Tim Sherwood should get credit for it. If it's true, the way that he said it happened, and we don't know if it happened that way. Harry Redknapp will have the world believe the only reason Luka Modric played as a 10 for the rest of his career is because he went against the opinions of his own coaching staff. and that had that not happened, Luka Modric would have never been the player he was. How can we possibly know that to be the case? How can we possibly know
So
that
you
to be
can
the
call
case?
it luck, or you can call it
You know,
luck
listen,
or not.
answer my question. Answer
You
my
don't-
question.
you don't
Harry
care.
Redknapp.
You don't
Answer my
care.
question.
I don't care. But
No, I
what-
care.
two-
I care.
two
I care. I care.
decisions-
I care. I
two
care about your
decisions were
consistency.
made.
I care about your consistency, Rain. Did Harry
Yeah, go on.
Redknapp take credit for Luka Modric becoming the 10 that he is?
Yeah, because he was playing left side.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
so is it fair then to say that had Harry Redknapp listened to his own coaching staff, Luka Modric would have never played for Real Madrid and never been a 10?
Absolutely.
By your logic, that's exactly what would have happened.
No, because
you
I'm
don't know
not
that.
saying no, because I'm looking at what actually happened, and you're looking back and going, well, if this hadn't happened, then this wouldn't have happened. I'm looking back at what actually happened. What actually happened is we nearly got rid of Harry Kane twice. And if you were seriously sitting there and telling me that Harry Kane was not a massive reason for why we got elevated into the Champions League spots and achieved all those things throughout those years, then I
of course Harry Kane played a part. Like how are you sitting there assuming that that's not what I'm saying?
It has nothing to do with luck, by the way.
Yeah.
It was lucky that
You can call it luck, you can call it not luck. What I'm saying is two men made a decision that went against what Daniel Levy said and what Daniel Levy was trying to get them to do.
According to
we are
Allegedly.
fortunate.
Allegedly, you don't know that. You don't know that's the case. Your whole foundational point is based on hearsay.
Fortunate. Oh, whatever. Yeah, that's. I mean, we have to take somebody's. Daniel Levy hasn't counted it, so it must be true. So we have to take. You know what we? You know, two people have said it. So I'm not saying Daniel Levy's a bad guy, but look, we do also have lots of other managers who've come out and said that they wanted X, they wanted Y, and they were told, no, you can't, or no, you didn't.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? People used to tell me Glenn Hoddle's book, right? Glenn Hoddle's book is Settled Science, right? Glenn Hoddle came out and criticised Daniel Levy, okay? Well, Glenn Hoddle said it, so it must be true. Cool. If Daniel Levy writes a book about Tottenham, and says all of the things that have been written about me are untrue, this is what really happened, are the people that are Levy outers and ENIC outers going to sit there and say, well, he said it, so therefore it must be true, it rewrites history? Or are they going to sit there and say, of course he's going to say that, he's got a vested interest to defend himself?
Just the way that you think Postecoglou comes out and doesn't say all the bad things that he did.
Exactly. Don't take anyone's word when they say it. Always challenge the motivations of the messenger. Incentives play a part.
You know me. I don't think anything is black. Right?
Sounds like you do.
Everything's it. Everything's in the middle. You're trying to make it black and white. Good guy, bad guy. The reality, yeah, you are. You are. You're trying to make Daniel Levy did nothing wrong. Ever. He did nothing wrong. Anyone who says that Daniel Levy does something wrong, did something wrong, they're wrong. And I'm gonna hound them down until they just give in. And it's just not true. Daniel Levy made just as many mistakes as anyone else.
Sure.
And we were fortunate. It was a good thing. Whatever you want to call it, that Tim Sherwood and Mauricio Pochettino both went, no, Daniel, I'm going to play this guy.
No, I'm not having it. I'm not having your absolute bollocks. I'm not the one who's making it black or white. You are. You're getting absolutely unraveled and putting you in a fucking pretzel. But you know what? I'm being selfish. Just for other people on the chat. Let me bring them in. But before I do, guys, if you don't mind, just give me a quick second. I've got these super chats that are building up, and there's some very important super chats I want to come to, and now I want to get the guys' takes on this one. Drew, you're having a coughing fit. I hope you're okay, my man. You all right, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I just can't believe the absolute waffle that I'm listening to.
All right, Georgie, big up to you, mate. He says, afternoon, Sean, Sava Raid. Yeah, thank you very much for the Sava Raid, Sava. As I say, Sav, mate, listen, I had to go live because I've got a thing planned this afternoon, mate. But listen, you never have to finish just because I'm starting, man. That's not the way it needs to work, bro. I appreciate the raid. I do appreciate the raid. Big up to you, George. Thank you very much indeed. Graham Rue 3042. How are you, Graham Rue? Hurrah. Big up to you. Choo choo to you. Choo choo to you. Love it. Thank you very much for the super figure train has. And big up to you, Graham. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate you. Super Spurs TV, my man Blaine. How you doing, Blaine? Hope you're killing your goals. I hope you're absolutely smashing it, Blaine. I know you disappeared for a while and then you come back. You've been busy, absolutely slamming your work, mate. I hope you're doing well. He's given 5 Spurs Talk Show memberships out. Big up to them. Big up to you. If you did receive one from Blaino, please give him. You got one as well, did you, Kate?
I did. Thanks, Blaine.
There you go, Blaino. We're going to be doing a members phone-in show. I know Alex downstairs has got a bone to pick with me about my lack of membership shows. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He's naughty, Butler, naughty. We're going to bring them back. I might do one.
I bet you can tell you the date of when the last one was as well. He's going to remind you of it. 72 days.
9.
Where are your members phone-in shows? Where are they? Big up to you, Blaine. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate you, bro. Dino, Chudini's in the house as well with a super sticker. Big up to you, Dino. Choo to you, mate. Choo to you. Love you, my man. Hope you're okay. I'll see you before the season is finished for sure. Blaine's come back in with another one. He says, do it in Dad's Army. Who do you think you are coaching, Mr. Hutta? Do you think the league is done? Oh, who do you think you are fooling, Mr. Hutta? Do you think that Tottenham won? Imagine if that became a fucking chant.
Big up, Mr. Mannering. Big
Mr.
up,
Mannering.
Mr. Mannering.
That'll be hilarious. Big up to you, Blaine. Thank you very much, mate. Very generous, buddy. Very generous indeed. And Tony's coming, member for 22 months. Big up to you, Tony. He says, we're not getting relegated. I hope this helps.
Yeah.
I'm still leaning into the positive, mate. Although I do think it's I feel a little bit dirty actually because I put my entire Betfair balance, my entire Bet365 balance on us getting relegated when we were 10-1, and it has paid for my season ticket if it comes true. But I'd rather lose the money all day long than twice on Sunday. Big up to you, Tony. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you, bud. And Blaine's come back in with another one. Big up to you, Blaine. He says, Rain, this is for you, Rain. Thousands of conspiracy nuts have said the globe is flat without providing proof.
Wow.
Hey, don't have a crack at rabbit hole ramblings there, Blaino. You know, we got some friends of the show that very much believe that the world is flat.
Catching strays, mate. Catching strays.
Does that make it true because a tiny segment of the people believe it? What are we doing? Rain, you're getting a hard time, Rain. I'll let you answer that one, mate. What are we doing here?
But there's like empirical proof that the world is not flat. I mean, you've literally called it a globe. Right. All I'm saying, I'm not going to go over it again. I'm not going to go over it again. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that what I'm saying is a good assessment of where we are.
Let me ask you, Alex. Let me ask you, mate. Thank you, Blaine. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate you. Look, Rain wasn't taking the bait, mate. He wasn't taking the bait on that one. Rain, Rain, Alex. Yeah, look, well, you've been listening there quietly to me absolutely dismantle Rain with a pretzel making machine. What's your take? I'm joking, Rain.
I mean, the only thing I would say is it was lucky that Arsenal kicked Kane out. That was kind of lucky for us. And what is luck or not, seriously, I mean, I want to talk about football, I want to talk about that Luka Vuskovic scored for Croatia.
Is that the song? Is that the song that they sing for him? Is it?
It should be the song for us, and I hope that we're gonna have him.
It's not the song, but it should be. There we go. Alex is making a.
I made up a song, already.
I think you can do better than that one, mate.
Yeah,
it doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Okay, yeah, I have to admit, I copied it from the Germans when they were singing about Lukas Podolski. You remember Lukas Podolski?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, the whole stadium was Lukas Podolski.
Yeah, but there's an extra syllable in.
Yeah,
Vuskovic.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Let's go,
Is there?
bitch. Let's go, bitch.
No, there's
I
not.
mean, the
Right.
Germans don't have the greatest track record anyway because they have to fly in fucking David Hasselhoff to sing songs for them. So let's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a
Just
big
saying.
star in Germany. That's funny. Yeah.
Right. Says a lot.
Look, I want us to stay up, and I hope that today we can share views how we're going to do that, because Stel is not here. There's no delegation talk today, thank God, and I'm really
Big up, Stel.
I'm really worried because I'm really a positive guy. Sean, you know me. I always try to see the positive, but after that Nottingham game, I was really. It was a disaster. I really felt bad, like physically bad. And then I thought to myself, maybe I should switch clubs. You know, I have so many friends here. They are Bayern Munich fans. They are trying to comfort me, which makes it even worse.
Yeah.
But if I just could switch the club and choose another club, my life would be so much better. But I cannot. I'm still talking about the world is flat. Oh, I'm sorry.
We started a whole parallel conversation. The pity is worse. The pity is worse, Alex. The pity is worse than the
it
banter.
is, yeah. I thought so.
You know the best that we've only got to be better than West Ham, right? That's all we've got to do. We've just got to be better than West Ham. Now let's just have a little look. Let's just dissect a little bit what they've got going on, because they just got done 2-0 by Aston Villa. They've got Leeds in the FA Cup quarterfinals, which is a game that for all intents and purposes, I'm not sure they really need. Then they got to do the Wolves thing. Wolves actually have been surprising some people, so I wouldn't put it. You know, it's probably unlikely, but I wouldn't put it past them to maybe at least, hopefully, give West Ham a little go.
Yeah.
Then they've got to go to Palace. They got to play Everton. Everton are on a bit of a tear at the moment. They got to play Brentford, who have been everybody's surprise this year. They got to go. Or they got to play Arsenal. They got to play Newcastle and then Leeds on the last game of the season. So I don't necessarily know.
They've got to play Arsenal in the last game of the season.
No, they've got to play. Arsenal is the third to last game. They've got to play Leeds on the last day. And
Can you imagine a scenario where all that they would need to do is to draw
game.
that game? If both teams needed a point to stay up and then Tottenham were down regardless.
The Arsenal fans are already saying they're going to throw that game.
They will throw that game. Leeds and West Ham will absolutely throw that game to get rid of Tottenham. Yeah. That's why we can't leave it that late. We can't leave it that late, right?
We need Postecoglou to go on to Sky Sports and tell Arsenal that they can't throw that game. They're not allowed. They're not allowed. They have to go and try and win that game. It goes against all of football. So they've got Somerville coming back. I think after the
we got Kudus coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing for us, you know, and Drew, what the heck? And Drew, we all know what that means.
What's from Friends?
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what that means. I can't remember what the other one was. I can't remember. No, that one. That's it. The biggest thing for us, and it is that we got players coming back, and that's everyone's talking about how much energy we've got in the team. Well, is it any surprise when, you know, I think Drew said it, when all of a sudden you're not just picking from 11, you're not just saying where are we going to play these 11 players on a pitch. We've actually got a bench without 2 goalkeepers and without kids. I can't remember such a thing. You know, what is this?
Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because it's one of those things again. I mean, I can only you hope it's come at the right time where they've got, you know, these 2-3 weeks of international break where they can actually really get some minutes in their leg on the training pitch. But we are still in a situation, typical Tottenham, where we've got players coming back from pretty big injuries, and we're all expecting them to just hit the ground running again, and it just doesn't happen that way. I mean, how often do you get a player that comes back from a long-term injury? I mean, even Solanke, I mean, he is the slowest guy to come back from a knock that I think I've ever seen. He's supposed to have been fit for about the last 2 or 3 weeks, and he's still turning like a fucking tanker. Okay, so I don't as much as, you know, and I mentioned it earlier, and I guess I'm sort of contradicting myself a little bit, but it's a double-edged sword. It's great to have them back, but the last thing you want is to throw a couple of them in and you're expecting too much, and then all of a sudden they go down again. Plus, add on top of the fact, we don't even know if we're going into these games with fucking Kinsky or Austin, because as much as I would like to hope that it was a really minor hernia surgery and there's a chance Vic could come back, I still think we're playing the next couple of games with a keeper that we've got no real idea of how that's gonna pan out. Yeah, because Kinsky is going to be a back. I honestly think Austin should play. I think Austin did fine when he came in under Postecoglou. I think he didn't show himself up. I think he'd be a better shout than Kinsky at the moment. I think Kinsky's just got jelly in his wrists.
Can I just ask this, guys, right? We've got Hayden's coming on. Big up to you, Hayden. How are you, my man? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you.
Yeah, right. How are you?
You right? Yeah, good, mate. Good. We're having a spicy one today. Spicy Sunday. Spicy Sunday.
Oh.
I just want to show you. So, like, this is like a potential starting 11. Actually, it won't for the Sunderland game. It won't be. It will be. Hang on. Let me get rid of this geezer. It won't be him. It will be, let's say, him, for example. Right. And I think you're right, actually, Drew. That this is a fucking problem. And I do want to ask you guys whether or not you believe that. Is there a chance here that if he's been playing injured all season, genuinely, I think this might be the case. Oh, he's been playing injured, Vicario.
Vic, yeah,
he's been playing injured for months, and that he wants to make sure that he's fit to sit on the bench at the World Cup, and he cares more about sitting on the bench at the World Cup than he does about being available for the running because he's that pissed off with Tottenham fans or that, you know, the way that he's been treated or whatever he feels like. But apart from him, I want to come back to that in a minute. This to me. Something like that is a team that I think is stronger than West Ham. And I think it's a team that we can get something out of, especially because I said at the start with Drew, Tel and Kudos offer us dual threat, right? And if one of them is only, if one of them's on the pitch and the other one isn't, the only outlet then gets double man marked. But by having those two and by having Xavi Simons and Archie Gray, could be Archie Gray, could be Berghvall. But by the way, so that team there, mm-hmm. And then you still, this is going into the Sunderland game, you still have Pedro Porro on the bench. You still have Berghvall on the bench. You still have Conor Gallagher on the bench. You still have Richalison on the bench. Right? You still have Micky van der Ven on the bench. Like, that's 5 players that are first teamers in other scenarios on the bench. I hear you about the Kinsky Vicario thing. That's a problem. But to me, I think that team with 5 options off the bench that are all potentially just as utilizable, whether or not you think any of them are good enough is kind of irrelevant. Like, you could make an argument that Berghvall is just as competent as Gray. You could make an argument that Conor Gallagher is just as competent as either of those two or Polinia. You could make an argument that if Destiny Udogie can get back fit, that's a balanced team. You could make an argument that Spence or Porro can both play. But there's no more 2 games a week. So like, there's minutes that can be shared around. And you can make an argument that Solanke, if he doesn't play in the 9, Richarlison is just as dangerous. You do have a starting 11 that can cause trouble. And if there's any problems with it, if it's not working out, you do have options off the bench. Like, I know when you look at the fact we haven't won a game forever, but if you're just looking at the players that are becoming available again, is there not, like, if you agree with what Drew was saying before you guys came on, that it's kind of irrelevant who the manager is to some degree. It's like whether the players want it or not. Whoever the manager is, that they can work with a squad to get more than 6-7 points. And 7 points for me would be enough, right? Would get us to 38 points. It should be enough, right?
I think it's a good argument that at the moment the manager can only be a negative. If you look at what Tudor did between the Atletico Madrid game and the Forest game. And you could arguably say the impact he had on the Forest game was negative, right? Whereas if he'd just done nothing, if he just left it as it was, just don't touch it, right? We're all taught boys. Sometimes just don't touch it, right? Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. It'll be fine. And at this moment in time, yeah, we need a coach who's gonna just let things
touch
happen.
it. Oh. I was going to say, don't say we need a coach that touches it, because I will fucking
Just let things happen. Just put the players out there and let them do what they need to do. That's we don't need somebody who's going to change the world and make everything right.
Just go back to 4-2-3-1 and play simple, balanced football.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And let Van de Ven play left back because Udogie is totally out of form and he's doing well playing left back for Holland. Nee?
You think Micky van de Ven should play? See, I was on board this kind of Micky van de Ven at left back thing, but I haven't seen anything from him recently at all in any of the last 10 games that makes me think. I don't think he's put in a good shift at all since the turn of the year, personally.
Yeah, that's why I prefer to have him on the left side because you cannot get past Kevin Danso.
Oh yeah, you want Kevin Danso in the team? Yeah, I don't mind
Definitely
that.
I want.
Kate, what are you saying?
Well, I was thinking of what we were talking about the other day when Sava sort of said about having Polino and Gallagher to make us hard to score against, because obviously we was all moaning it's quite defensive, but that's what we need to be at the minute. We need to be hard to score against and then try and nick a goal. So as much as I really I don't really like any of our team, you want to know the truth, but it's not a bad team. I'm wondering whether you should have Polino and Gallagher in front of the back four, and just have Simmons as the creative one with Kudus, and obviously Tel. We don't even know if he's fit, and I wouldn't have Solanke either because as much as Richie drives me insane, he's the one who I think's been really fighting, and he does bring the shithousery in the fight, whereas Solanke's been awful.
Okay, so you want Pedro Porro? Do you want, and then over here you want who do you want over here?
You can keep Udogie over there.
Keep Udogie. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So I forgot. So you've got Bissouma, you've got with this options, with this particular 11, you've got Bissouma, you've got Sarr, you've got Berghvall, and you've got Gray.
Yeah.
You've got 4 centre midfield options to play. You basically got 6 midfield options available.
Yeah.
It does give you options, right? It gives you options off the bench. It gives you options to tweak things in tactics. You could go to a 4-3-3 if you wanted to.
And the thing is, Sean, when we were talking the other day, we said that when we've actually scored first, we've had more success. So if we play quite defensive and nick a goal early, then at least we can change it round if we want to. But I think the thing is, we can't concede the first goal. We cannot concede.
Yeah, 100% agree with that.
So who knows? But I wouldn't have Kinsky either. I would have Austin. I agree with Drew. I think Kinsky, I wouldn't touch him. And Austin, he must think to himself, what the hell have I got to do to get a game for this team? Because we've got Vicario who's average and we've got Kinsky who's shite. And he still can't get in the team. So that's how I'd line up with me in charge, which of course it is not.
Do you not think that Austin's broken the code? Do you not think is that guy in the company who's got a bit of code that means that he just stays, which in his case is he's academy trained, that means that he just has to stay there constantly and he doesn't have to do anything. He just keeps on getting paid. Just you can't sack me, you can't get rid of me because I've got this bit of code. I've got the key. So I'm just gonna. Do you not think Austin surely is that guy? He doesn't care whether he plays or not.
That's another conspiracy theory there. How do you know?
I mean, he can't. He can't do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed a contract. I
can't imagine a professional footballer sits there and says, "I don't give a shit if I play or not." And if they do, they shouldn't be anywhere near a football club. So.
Brandon Austin has spent a fuck of a long time at Tottenham. And I think he's had 3 first-team appearances, right? And he keeps
signing contracts.
Yeah, that's fine. But I definitely think that in the performances that he's played, I don't think he's let us down.
No. And who knows? He might start and be amazing and go on a run and us be like, hang on a minute, this guy could be our number 2 next season. Like, move him up a place and get a number 1 in. Until we give him a chance, we're not going to know.
Yeah, I think Kinsky's definitely going to leave at the end of the season. Hayden, what are you saying? Because I'm going to say, I haven't even mentioned, even at the back line there, you've got Micky van de Ven that's not in the team, and you also don't have Dragusin that's in the team. We are essentially, if that team can be available, Hayden, then there's a chance that if not the Sunderland game, the game after, which is Brighton, you might have Kinsky back, you might have Vicario back, And then the only 3 players that are missing, unless I'm mistaken, would be Bentancur, Maddison, and Kulusevski. Is that right?
I think you're right. Yeah. I'm just trying to think as well, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the lineup, yeah, I think. I mean, I'm going to Sunderland, so that's going to be fun. But I'd probably go with Austin as well, just because I don't know. I just think at this point you've just got to try something new, and I don't think he's ever really been that bad when he has had to play. Albeit it's probably been like very limited minutes. I'd probably I don't know. I'd probably keep Porro right back purely for the fact that if he goes forward and does get some good balls across, Richie might be able to header one in. So that's sort of a bit of a duo that you could try in certain periods of a game, but we've seen that, Porro's so hot and cold, it's tricky. To be honest with you, I don't want Romero or Van der Ven playing, but we haven't really got much choice. Part of me thinks, and this is going to sound really negative, but part of me genuinely does believe that they might have it in the back of their minds that if we get relegated, they know they're 100% getting their moves. Whereas if we stay up, we might keep one of them and then it's sort of out of their hands. So ideal world, I wouldn't play either of them, but I'd probably pick Romero over Van der Ven. Danso and Udogie, I agree with. I don't think you can drop Gray with the form and the fight he's showing. I just don't think it's fair on him. And also I just think he's one of the only players.
Who gets dropped?
Gallagher.
Gallagher gets dropped. Okay.
Yeah. For me anyway, I think Paulinho, we've seen that when we need a player that can just like destroy play and just basically like break things up, he can do it. Although that is pretty much the only thing that he can do well. Like if a team is on the break, that he's probably the best person to have in that 6. It's probably going to be able to break up play. Gray, I think you've got to play based on form. And then that front 4, I agree with. But part of me, it's tricky because Simmons is the only like creative player we've got now that's fit, that sort of like can play down the middle. But part of me thinks he is just like a bit of a luxury player. He's sort of a player that you have in your team when you've got loads of other good functioning players around him that are on form, and he can do his little like his dribbles and his passes and like his through balls. So I don't know. Part of me would set up like this to attack. When we attack, let Gray push a little bit more forward and like move like Paulinho further into the middle. And part of me would be like, I know he's not been great there, but Berghvall as like an 8 hybrid 10. So when we do go forward, Berghvall can potentially like run with the ball and then maybe play a pass. And then when we're defending, he can then drop back and we can like almost like revert into like a 4-3-3 and have like 3 like solid midfielders in there. I also think Berghvall will show fight because he's young.
He makes mistakes, Hayden.
Yeah, he does make mistakes, but I think when we're defending, we need like 3 in the midfield, like players that can play in that centre that can drop.
Surely, then you're picking Gallagher over Berghvall.
Yeah, but then I'm not picking Paulinho, Gray, and Gallagher because that's way too defensive to start with. You want someone that can be sort of an 8, sort of a 10, and I think that's where Berghvall can fit. I think like when you're attacking, you almost you play it like that when you're attacking. But then when you defend, like Berghvall just drops in. I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? Because it all depends on the opponent. But I think the point you were alluding to earlier with the front 3 of like Tel and Kudus on either side, if they can both be an outlet. I think you were saying it earlier on stream, like their number 6 and their number 8 isn't going to know what side to go.
Exactly.
So I think that will help. But at the end of the day,
that to me is such a big deal, right? If you can get Archie Gray like sliding the balls into these channels, then he can take his man on one-on-one. Or if the opposition want to bring the 6 across or the 8 across or the left-sided centre back across, then you spin it back across here, and that's where I think you need him in there because he'll have additional space. He can also thread it. But if the problem is that both of these guys, the problem for me is as much as I like the idea of both of these guys having the trust to be able to take players on, both of them are incredibly selfish.
That's the thing.
And at times, I just want them to like open their eyes, look up, and see I'm double man marked. But don't just play it back to Udogie and let us recycle, let the players all drop back into position. Spin it across, take a little bit of risk, find it to him in space. Oh, how did that happen? And then he might be able to have some joy. You know, I genuinely think that this team, that team, and don't like just think about the players you got on the bench. You got Micky van der Ven on the bench. You got Dragicin on the bench. You got Berghvall on the bench. You got Gallagher on the bench. You have Solanke on the bench.
Yeah. When's Odegaard back? Because actually, the biggest problem with this squad,
Odegaard's not back for like December of next year.
Exactly. So I think there's discussions to be had about midfield, and it may well be. It's great that we've got those discussions because it means that players can go harder and then come off at 60 minutes, right? Archie Gray can go hard, go hard. And then I would trust Gallagher to come on for 30, 35 minutes and play a position, whether that's 6, 8 or 10. I don't really mind. But the problem is if Kudus or Tel start to blow, and I think Tel burns himself out.
And I don't want to piss on your peanuts, but also if we think Kudus is doing any more than 10 minutes on the first game and 15, 20, 30 minutes the second game, like he's not coming back and playing 90 minutes. So as much as I love the idea of having width and being able to have somebody on the left and the right.
I forgot about Kolo Muani as well, though, Drew. We've got a full fucking bench.
Randall Bozo Muani.
We got
Randall Casual Muani. He can fucking do one, mate.
But he can't. Hang on a second. But he's another option. So you play him.
He is another.
You play him, and then you bring Kudus on in the 65th or 70th, right? And yes, he'll blow chunks out of his ass for the first game.
You can only hope that somebody puts a rocket up him and says, "Look, you got 7 games to try and somehow worm your way into the France squad, you little snake."
He is now with the France squad.
Yeah, hopefully
at the France squad now. So
great,
he has been called up, and he has been called up because of his great performances.
Oh, good for him. I hope he does really fucking well.
No, but that's good though. I think he's done all right in the last few games. I think he's added a bit of value. So you've actually
to be fair, he's actually looked more interested than a couple of the other ones. You got
Solanke, you got Kudus, you have Berghvall, Bissouma, Gallagher, Gray, and you got Jed Spence, and you got Micky van der Ven, and you've got Dragicin. That's 9 first team players that might be back for Sunderland. We can't even we're gonna one of those players is going to be left out. A couple of weeks ago, we only had 7 people on the squad, 2 of them goalkeepers, 2 of them first teamers, and 3 kids. Now we might not be able to put the fucking first team squad all on the bench. Like, come on, it's not.
No, we're absolutely spoiled for choice, Sean. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's
everything's
great.
good again.
No problems. It's absolutely fantastic. And I would just like to say, I am sorry, my head has not been in it for the last few weeks, but I will promise you the next 7 games, guys, I will give you everything I have, everything so that I can prepare myself for the World Cup, and then I will leave because actually I'm a fucking rat. I'm a little snake. Yeah.
I think the issue though is that I just don't think that the players care enough. And that sounds super negative, but on paper you can put a team out and it looks good, but I mean, if you get
professional pride at this point, isn't it, Hayden? Do you know?
Well, I mean? You'd like to think that they wouldn't want it, on their CV that they were they're in the team that got Spurs relegated for the first time ever in the Premier League, but I don't know. Is that even that important when the players?
I think everyone's got receipts, Hayden. I think they've all got receipts that it wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people like you tell everyone it was bad luck or it was good luck that when we were doing good and we're just basically that shit and blame Daniel Levy, though he's not been at the football club for that best part of a year. You know? I see your fucking story there, Rain. I see you. I see what you're doing, bro. See what you're doing. You're part of the problem, Rain. You're the problem. It's fans like you.
That's right. That's fair. I think with Moani, I think we're seeing Moani playing at. We're perceiving him to play better because I think Tel is doing all his running. I think Moani is just doing all of his little stuff that he wants to do in the penalty area, and Tel is the one who's running up and down, who's running corner to corner. I watched against Forest. Tel run from corner to corner, taking both corners.
That's why he was shattered. 80 meter jog, 80 meter half pace jog every 30 seconds. It was crazy, wasn't it?
The first one he did a little run. The second one it was a little bit slower. The third one there was hands on the knees. I thought, come on, guys, what the heck?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I have to leave. Enjoy the rest of the party. And come on, your Spurs. Stay positive.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Stay positive.
Love you, Alex. Take care, mate. Thanks for coming on, buddy. Big up to Alex. Axatos. Axatos, indeed.
Great guy.
So nine subs potentially available, though. Right, after that, Kate, am I wrong? Is that down to isn't that the players? There's options now available, right?
Yeah, but it depends if luck goes our way, Sean, as to what happens from here on in. I actually feel like now we've actually got 9 subs, maybe we'll actually make Europe. Forget relegation. No. Look, it's a nice... I kind of agree with what Hayden said. I don't think it really matters. I just feel like so many of the players have checked out already. The ones that know that they haven't got to suffer the championship, that they can just bugger off. And it'll be the fans that have to go to Lincoln away, ole. But I also think I don't believe there's professional pride anymore. I don't even believe it. I just think they know that they get their move, and at the end of the day, if you've got on your CV that you went down with Spurs, you're one of a squad. So no one's putting the blame on you. I don't see it makes any difference. That's what worries me. Unless we get a really strong manager, I think, who comes in for the last 7 games, who takes absolutely no prisoners, but also I think he's got to have the respect to the players. So who that is, I have no idea. I literally have resigned myself to playing in the Championship next season. You can't get much more negative than that, but that's where I'm at.
Do you see?
Sorry.
Go on, mate.
I think going back to Kinsky, the biggest problem is not whether Kinsky himself will perform. The biggest problem is the anxiety that he's going to induce in the players in front of him, the defence. Because, I was saying it the other day that our biggest problem is that we just keep making mistakes. We're just that's what happened against Forest. We had a bit of a moment, and they're just all waiting for that something to happen that's going to end up us conceding. Oh, it's happened again. And the stadium deflates as well at home, and it's happened again. And if you got Kinsky behind you after what happened against Atletico Madrid, surely that kind of anticipation of something bad happening is double, right? It's triple. It's because the memories of bad things are exacerbated in comparison to memories of good things.
AKA Daniel Levy. You just made your own argument there, Ray.
Oh, God.
I'm not biting. I'm not biting.
I tell you what, with a little bit of luck, we can make it through the match. With a little bit of luck, we can make it through the match.
All I know is the older I get, the more that I know that luck plays a massive part in life.
Oh my God.
Oh God, here we go. Yeah. Does bad luck play a massive part as well, though? Are we allocating bad luck? We're not doing this again. You've been pretzel.
I didn't start it.
We'll leave it there. What am I going to ask you guys?
So for that reason, I play Austin anyway. just
Austin,
because. Yeah, I just play Austin. You can't play. You can't. The Kinsky is going to be just a massive negative. And
How long do you think Vicario is going to be out for?
Till the summer. I don't reckon it's going to be bad.
And do you guys think that he decided to have the surgery now because he wants to be available to sit on the bench in America? And if so, what sort of priority? I'd understand it. I still wouldn't understand it. Like when you've got Arsenal players that are pulling themselves out of their international duty because they've all decided it's club before country because they know the side of the bread which is buttered for them. But you've got Tottenham players which have shown a never-ending stream of like, oh, I'm not available for Tottenham, but I'm available for my country. I kind of understand it to some degree if Vicario thought he was going to start. But like Vicario isn't going to start. Donnarumma's going to start all day long. He might not even be second choice. He might be third choice in the Italian team. Yet he'd rather go and sit on the bench in fucking Florida and New York than actually be available for our running. Like what are we doing here, Hayden? What are we doing here, mate?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I've had a hernia in the past and it definitely didn't. I know obviously he's getting like specialist treatment from probably the best in London, but yeah, it definitely took me more than like 4 or 5 weeks to go over it. And obviously he's playing like professional football. So yeah, I don't know. Is he definitely not a second choice? Who would be second choice? I'm trying to think.
Hang about. I'll tell you.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Karneski, isn't it? Marco Karneski.
That's it. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Hey, my name is Marco.
Yeah, who have Italy got in the next in the final game? They won the other night, didn't they?
They got
Bosnia.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, they're at the World Cup then. So, yeah, it's just I mean, I just think at this point you just got to go with Austin. I just don't think Kinsky's worth the risk. Like, I just don't. To be honest, I don't think he will, and I don't think he should play for us again. To be honest, like I don't. That's almost like a Karius moment, isn't it? What he had the other night, as bad as it sounds, and he's young. I just don't think that you can really come back from that, especially like in a run-in as well. Like we've got a relegation battle. You need somebody with like a cool head at the back. Obviously, I'm not saying that Austin's got that experience, but at least he's not had a 15-minute nightmare. So I just think you just have to play him, to be honest. And they obviously
do you think that the decision around the goalkeeper will be based on who the manager is? Like if Igor Tudor's still here for the Sunderland game, is Igor Tudor really going to throw Kinsky back into it, or is he going to go with Austin? And does that change if Harry Redknapp? Absolutely fantastic. If Harry Redknapp's in charge, I mean, what do we do? If I'm in charge, absolutely love it. But don't know yet. What are we saying, Hayden?
I don't think it will matter, and I also think it shouldn't matter. Like, I don't think anyone would come in and go, "Oh yeah, let me give Kinsky another go," or yeah, I just think it has to be Austin. I don't think it should matter like who's in charge. I think they just need to give him a go because at the end of the day, like he might be one of those ones that I know like goalkeepers don't technically have to like show fight on the pitch in a sense because they're like in goal, but you'd like to think that he's one of the guys that's been there for like a very long time and he probably cares about the club a little bit more. So maybe, he's going to be a bit more focused. I'm clutching there, aren't I? But
yeah, I think it's a bit of a clutch. I just think,
but yeah,
if you put Kinsky in again, if Igor Tudor puts Kinsky in again, here's the kind of the rub for me. If he starts Kinsky because Vicario's not fit,
yeah,
and Kinsky has another meltdown inside of 10 minutes, and we're 2-0 down,
yes,
it's too big of a risk, right? You can't.
It's also game over for that game as well, pretty much.
Game over for the game, game over for Kinsky, and then game over for Igor Tudor. Now, if Igor Tudor, I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. If Igor Tudor picks Brandon Austin and Brandon Austin makes a faux pas, won't you also have people then saying, "Fucking stupid donut Croatian Burke. Like what we doing here? You should have picked Kinsky."
Yeah,
He's
the last
caught
time
between a rock and a hard place, isn't he?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and yeah, there is a. I think
Rock's a tombstone, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Austin is probably the right answer just for now. But yeah, if it happens to him as well, then I think that just like, yeah, that obviously just puts us in like such a bad position. I'm just hoping that like last time I went to the Northeast to watch a game of football, we conceded 4 goals in 20 minutes. So I don't really want to repeat of that with Kinsky and go. I've got to go back to the Northeast.
How are you getting up there, by the way? Because I've been offered a ticket.
I'm going up on the train, but I'm going on the Friday. Basically, my family live there, so I'm like incorporating like a family weekend away with it.
There we go. I don't know, Hayden. It sounds like they got room for one more. Room
One
for a
room for one
butler.
more.
Room for a butler.
Mrs. Hayden, it's crack-a-lacking.
It's my uncle and auntie, but yeah. So so I'm actually going on the like Friday afternoon, and then I'm coming back on the Monday. So I'm like making a weekend of it, but yeah, I'm coming back on Monday at 4 if you do decide to go.
I'm thinking about it. I've just got a feeling that it might be the turning point because us positive folks that don't rely on luck, we allow to. Rain is so angry. He's so angry with the way this show's gone.
You never
been to Sunderland before though.
I wouldn't come on if I wasn't expecting it. To be honest,
Rain,
he's a good lad. He's a good lad.
He's a good boy. He's a good lad. Good lad.
Don't worry. It'll all swing my way eventually. Don't you worry.
Brilliant.
Of course, if you wait long enough, mate, negative opinions are always proven to be right in football.
If you wait long enough, there's enough evidence to prove you right. Yeah, it's absolutely right.
Yeah, like I'm only going to the game because I'm sort of like already up there. But yeah, if you haven't been to Sunderland away before, Sunderland is a noisy place, and it's a atmosphere and a half. So to think we're going to get anything out of that game, again, I'm sounding super negative, but I don't think we can hope for a draw. But Granny Xhaka's back, isn't he? So he'll want to sink us even further.
Could you get a flight up to Sunderland, or is it too much of a piss take?
You can get a flight to Newcastle. I've done it before. It literally like you feel like the plane just goes.
Yeah, my kind of flight.
Yeah, it literally takes like 45 minutes. You can do that.
I might look into that.
Old Butler's licking his lips, loving it.
I'm currently.
I'm not tone body the man. I'm currently tone body man.
I'm currently looking at flights to Thailand. I think I'm going to go and take myself away for a couple of weeks. Gonna go meet up with the Thai fraternity. Hello, ladies. How many lads? How are you? What's cracking? Leggings, Shawnee's here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Absolutely fantastic. Cool. That cock you got there is absolutely fantastic. A proper surprise, if I'm honest. Absolutely. Yeah, what a player that is. What an absolute monster.
The only time I've seen an Adam's apple bigger than that was on Joe Jordan. What are we doing here? Absolutely fantastic.
Oh God!
All right, guys. Listen, we'll round off. Last question for everyone: who is going to be the manager for Tottenham's next game against Sunderland? Is it going to be Igor Tudor? Is it going to be someone else? If you're a betting person, then take some punts. Kate, I'll start with you. Who's going to be the manager?
Me. No. On a serious note, knowing the club and how slowly they work, I'm going to go with Tudor.
Igor Tudor, yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Rainsky?
So after the Liverpool game, you did a sack, not sack
did I?
poll. Do you remember? Yeah, you did a sack, zeros and ones. And you called me out as being the person who said we should still sack him. Right?
Did I?
Because you did, absolutely. Yeah, you like calling me out. And
just be consistent, and I won't then.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with Kate. I think the incompetence of the board will see out, and he will still be manager.
Okay. Drewski, what are we saying?
Yeah, I'm inclined to probably agree, unless he decides that, I don't know, it would just be Tottenham that we say that he's leaving, and then it gets 2 weeks into the international break and he goes, do you know what, I've decided I actually can't deal with it, I'm going to go, and then we're left with nobody. So I don't know, I genuinely, it could be him, it could be fucking Ryan Mason. It's a literal toss-up at this point. Fantastic.
Didn't Johnny say Ryan Mason's definitely not coming back?
Yeah.
No, not Johnny didn't say that. The fella Roy said it.
Oh, Roy. Okay, I knew someone had said it.
Yeah, Roy said he knows his family, and that's definitely not happening. Which for me is a thank God, because I think Ryan Mason's like, he's just like the little brother. He's like your little bro. He's always like your parents going, let him go out with you. Come on, he doesn't get out. No, Mum. No, Dad. I'm fucking 17 now. He's 14. Okay, we can't take him bowling. The boys are gonna laugh at me. You know, Ryan Mason is that little bro thing. He's just fuck off. give him an old Johnny elbow at the coach when the players coach, when Johnny elbows the 12-year-olds out of the way so we can get an autograph.
I will say one thing: if Vinay does end up going through with it and we hire fucking Adolf Hutter, then he really is an agent of the other side, and this is absolute sabotage.
Yeah, 100%. Hayden, what's your pick, mate? Who's the manager for the Sunderland game?
Mr. Blobby.
No, Jim can't do it.
Johnny's busy.
Big up Gimbo.
I think after Forest they have to act like, you can't. You know, I just don't see how they can just stick with him. But you know, we're already a week down, and you know, there's obviously like rumors and murmurs of who we're going to get. I've got I don't want this to happen, but I've got a feeling it'll be Redknapp and Defoe's his assistant.
Do you reckon that'll be a good one?
No.
Why not?
I just don't. Well, Redknapp's 80.
78.
Redknapp. Yeah, I don't know.
Guys, I don't mind if you don't want me, but stop adding years that don't exist. You know, I'm 78. You know, the 80 things start going downhill first, but at 78, I still got my wits about me. You know, I can still pick a loser at the Cheltenham Gold Cup. You know, told everyone to get on the jam roly-polies and it didn't come in. So apologies for that one, but absolutely fantastic. Don't say I'm 80. I'm 78, Hayden. I mean, what are we doing?
79.
79, is it? Okay. Still not the same, you know. You don't call a 49-year-old a 50-year-old. He adds another. It's just not okay, you know. It's not funny. Not funny.
Yeah.
Go on, Hayden. What you just
Part of the reason I think they might do something like that, and I don't really agree with it, like in terms of getting like one of our own or like, you know, like two of our own back to manage us, is that if we go down, I think the fans, the board will think the fans will be happier that we were a sinking ship with Spurs boys, for use of a better term, rather than just some like random dude from Croatia that has been like an interim at a few clubs. That's the only reason I think they might do something like that, but I don't think it's necessarily the right thing to do. And at this point, again, negative. I don't think any manager's really got it in them to save us. I think it's just all down to the players now. So let's just hope they get their asses in gear.
Harry would bring good vibes. Let's be fair. He would definitely bring the good vibes, but I don't know if he'd bring the points.
I don't think he'd bring the points. Yeah, that's a problem. That's all we need.
For me, the players are the ones that are going to bring the points.
Same.
And honestly, like for the run-in, we can't look towards injuries. I feel like we've got enough players back. We've got enough options off the bench. I actually wrote them all down. We've got nine players. We can put out a relatively strong first 11. Everyone can argue about whether or not the players are capable enough as a first 11. That's fine. But the fact that you've got a first 11 that's probably good enough to be able to compared to West Ham, to Drew's point, well, we just got to outperform West Ham for the 7 games, or outperform Leeds, outperform whatever. We've got a good enough.
You have 9 substitutions. We will get 9 points. 9.
Would I be a good answer? I don't know. I'll try to find my Hitler. You know, I'm not going to do it.
No,
Actually,
no.
I will do it.
Nah, don't do it.
What are we doing? Oh, wait, I haven't got it on the screen yet. We got to round off with something. No, fuck it. I won't do it. I've got some horrible hate mail. People saying you got no time for the fucking Jewish supporters of Tottenham. I was like, what do you mean? I went, you pulled up Adolf Hitler. I was like, only because we got a guy called Adi Hutter coming in. There's nothing being insensitive, am I? I don't think so. But anyway, I think it's down to the players and the players alone, and we've got a lot of options. So I probably tend to lean towards most of you. So Rain said it's going to be Tudor. Kate said it's going to be Tudor. Sorry, Jimbo. You can hear Jimbo in the background doing the hoovering. Drew, you've said it's going to be Tudor as well.
Yeah, I think it probably will. Probably will.
I think we're all saying we don't want it to be Tudor. we're resigned.
We're not particularly impressed with the other options either, right? Yeah.
Shawnee, can I just ask something really quick? I know you're shutting the show up, but do you think if Levy was in charge, they'd have made the change by now from Tudor?
Yeah.
So how can any argument?
That was the start of the debate earlier on. People were saying there'd be no difference if Levy was still here. Yeah. I was like, sorry, think what you want about Daniel Levy, right? The debate is like in some people's minds settled around how good or bad he was, whatever. But like the debate around whether or not Daniel Levy would have made different decisions in the last 9 months than what decisions have taken place. Like that is not settled science. Like to me, Tottenham, I don't think would be anywhere near the situation we would be in because we would have made better decisions throughout the season. There's no Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy is criticised and was criticised by people that were Levy out for years and years and years, saying when times were good, he never put his hand in his pocket. When the top four thing was under threat, that's when he threw money at it. Right? Is that fair? It's a fair comment, right? That I heard for years from Stel, from Saba, from loads of people like who generally lean that direction, which is absolutely fine. By the way, I've got no criticism of the opinion, but the overall narrative was he backed the team, or he backed when top four was under threat, he would throw money in January windows or in the summer. Okay. There's absolutely no chance, if we're using past performance as an indicator of future performance, there is absolutely no chance he would have let that January window take place the way it did, in my opinion. Regardless of whether or not, Johan Lang would have been gone and Paratici would be here, that's up for debate. Whether or not he would have sacked Igor Tudor or hired him in the first place, that's up for debate. Who knows? Different timeline. But if we're looking at past and we're thinking about the future, then the past performance of Daniel Levy, given the accusation that was always thrown at him, was when he was under threat of losing revenue, he would then throw money at a problem. If you all agree with that, and you can't tell me you don't agree with it now, because the people that were Levy out in the cat always used to say that as a negative, which is fine. Again, fine. But on that basis, there is no chance that the most consequential window in Tottenham's history, which was the one that took place 60 days ago, would have finished with us selling Brennan Johnson and replacing him with a manager, with a midfielder of the same profile as we've already got. There's no chance that we would have let that window finish the way we did, in my opinion. And so on that basis, I don't believe that Tottenham would be in the same situation. And that removes all of the other variables.
I think the reality is we always spent money. It's always, we sold Gareth Bale. We spent all of that money. Yeah, it's not like some of that money went into a back pocket. That's not the way that it worked. I think the narrative that we didn't spend money has come up purely because of those 18 months where we had those 3 windows. That's what drove the whole of that narrative. I think the reality that we don't spend or didn't spend money well is a much better debate, to be honest. Because you look at our hit rate in terms of successful. Go back to we're gonna spark something else off. But if you go back to the Bale,
we can spark something. The only reason I wanted to go was because I was running out of talking points. If you want to start another pretzel situation, Rain, we can. I'm more than happy to.
But so if you go back to pretzel, I don't know what you're talking about. If you go back to the go back to us spending the Bale money, right?
Go on.
How many of those 7 players were his? 2.
How many of which 7 players were his?
The fabulous 7 that came in with the Gareth Bale money.
Isn't that just how
many of
lucky
those
or
were his?
unlucky we
2?
got with purchases?
No, it just shows
Doesn't that
that
just
we
come down
made
to
bad
luck?
decisions.
I thought I just no. Doesn't that no? I'm genuine question. Genuine question.
Hayden, you must have a weird take that they can take the Mickey out on for the next couple of hours.
Hayden.
Surely, can you not?
Hayden,
can you
he's
not-
tag
come
teaming
on.
you in, mate.
Come on.
He's tag teaming you in.
Tag teaming me now.
You must have a take that's worse than mine.
I'm keeping quiet. Keeping
Hayden,
quiet.
choose your words very carefully. You can pick a side on this one. He's tag teaming you in, but you can remove your hand and come and join our side if you want. What are we doing?
I've got to shoot anyway.
He knows what to do. But my point is, we've always spent money. We didn't spend it well. In Ndombele and Lo Celso is another really good example. They were decent players, but we bought them and they weren't hits. It's just
They were. Sorry, I'm not doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hayden had to drop. Big up to Hayden. Big up to Hayden. Smash the like for Hayden.
Big up Hayden. Big up. Smash like, subscribe.
Yeah, I think Rain knows that he's had a struggle today.
I've had my wooden spoon out today, stirring it all up. I love it. Sorry, Rain. It's your unlucky day.
Rain's pretty comfortable that the zeitgeist will swing.
The zeitgeist will swing.
The zeitgeist. Eventually, I'll become right.
Yeah. It might be noon. It might
just
be noon, but
needs-
pretty soon it's
all
going to
it
be
needs-
night time.
All it needs
is for you to go away and have a think. That's what it
go
is.
away. Never think about it.
Drew
Go
sounds
Go away, sit down in a dark room, and
I think
think
it's one
about
of those
what you've
situations
done.
where Rain needs someone. Rain needs a little bit of support on the panel, right? Rain needed someone like a Stel or like
A Lubo. Lubo would have
Lubo.
Yeah, Lubo would have come in and would have done the Hulk smash,
Sam.
and then waffled the same. With
None of these Sean lovers,
they're logic lovers, mate. They're lovers of logic.
The Sean
Yeah,
Easters.
They're just lovers of logic.
You're based on feelings, Rain. I feel like it was luck. I feel like it was unlucky. There's no logic to that, sir. I'm just saying.
You can't apply luck. You can't apply fortune into a debate and expect people.
No.
To
I think
come
if you look back, our hit rate is absolutely atrocious in terms of
That's bad luck, though, right?
Picking quality players, and I just think that I feel fortunate that we had Harry Kane playing at our club.
Or that was a fantastic development plan from the football club's youth academy. Here's what I would say. Forget that. You haven't got to answer that. Forget.
Nobody believes that is what happened. No one.
I don't care what you believe. If you're in a
Yeah,
debate,
I believe that once in a blue moon, you can get an absolutely phenomenal player to come out of a.
But then it's not. Then it's not planned, is it? It's luck.
What is luck?
Yeah.
Oh no, we're going back to fortune again.
What is
All I would say, right, just quickly. Sorry, let me ask you a question.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you.
For me, Kate.
Where is this, Eugene?
The ability for Tottenham to replace Harry Kane was impossible.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone's like, oh, we never had the Harry Kane replacement. Even if Tottenham had £150 million to spend that was allocated entirely from the Harry Kane sale money plus an extra 50 million, even if Tottenham had all the intentions to say, and the future planning and the kind of the conscious awareness of going shit the bed, the best striker, a world-class striker, arguably a top 3 striker in world football over the last 15 years, is leaving our club, and he was responsible for papering over the cracks, which I think is a fair argument, right? Like he definitely elevated us. I would never disagree with that. So he elevated us massively. If that guy had played for Burnley, or if that guy had played for Aston Villa, or if that guy had played for Newcastle, if that guy had played for every other club bar a Manchester City, a United, an Arsenal, a Liverpool, even if you had all of the money and the intentions and the wherewithal and the knowledge and the recognition that shit the bed, we're about to lose the guy that's been so responsible for us, we couldn't replace him. Even if you had the ability to spend 400 grand a week, even if you had the ability to spend 200 million quid, ain't no Erling Haaland coming to Tottenham. So you are always going to never be able to succeed in replacing Harry Kane unless you get lucky or unless you get someone who develops into something over time, which isn't going to happen when you bring them in. If you're looking to replace a £100 million player it was only a £100 million player because it was in his last year, arguably 150, 180, 200 million pound player really in reality. Even if Tottenham had all of the money, all of the ambition, all of the cognizance around what it is that you're about to lose, you aren't going to be able to replace him, are you, Kate?
No, absolutely not. You can't replace the irreplaceable. And players like Kane, I don't care when people say he's not world class, he hasn't won nothing at Spurs or whatever they want to say. He was an absolute generational talent, and someone's put you would if you paid the wages. Who? Yeah, who was about?
Who is out there in the last 24 months that Tottenham could have signed that would score 30 goals a season for Tottenham right now? Who that would come to Tottenham?
When you say replace, you're strictly just saying replacing the numbers, replacing the output that Harry Kane was responsible for.
I'm saying the entire thing, right? The guy was a perfect professional.
Right.
The guy was a perfect professional, right? He was a leader on the pitch. He wasn't captain, but he was a leader on the pitch. He was an unbelievable passing talent. By the way, we got so much more out of Sonny. And what happened to Sonny when he lost Harry Kane?
Right.
Sonny fell off the cliff. So how on God's green earth did Tottenham Hotspur, like people say, we never replaced Harry Kane? Very simple question.
I'm going to get pelters for this. We kind of did because, and you can't replace him with one person, but James Maddison and Brennan Johnson came in the season after and actually equaled the same numbers as him. But that's what you had to do. You had to go and buy two players that were overpriced. Even £40 million James Maddison at the time.
Brennan Johnson didn't replace Harry Kane.
No, but I'm saying both of those, their numbers equated to Harry Kane's output the year before. So you had to go out and get two players and you had to overpay for them to come anywhere close to replacing his numbers, but you're never going to replace the aura and the person that is Harry Kane, which then becomes the problem. That's why he's irreplaceable. If you're working hard enough behind the scenes and you've got a good enough staff that are able to go out and get players that can fill in and recreate numbers, then you're going to get somewhere close. But we don't have that. So, I mean, we like you just said, I mean, Sonny's decline after Kane left was unbelievable. So, yeah, he was pulling the strings. But, if you're a well-run club and you know what you're doing, the club is always bigger than the player, right?
No, but 100%. But this is where it comes down to expectations versus reality again. And I've been saying this since the second that I joined the football, since I joined the YouTube space 4 or 5 years ago. But I joined as soon as Conte joined. I started getting involved in content.
Breaking news: Tudor's gone.
What?
No.
Just come through on the Tottenham Hotspur thing. We can confirm it's been mutually agreed for Igor Tudor to leave the club with immediate effect. Any update or new head coach?
Breaking
of news.
Breaking of news.
Isn't it lucky we didn't end the stream?
We are not go anywhere. I stay right here.
End the stream. It just goes to show.
Life, football, he's dead. Back to football. No football. I wanted to come back. No football. My father.
I'm going to get more coffee then. I'm going to get more coffee. Who's the bookie's favourites? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
I've got to change the fucking thumbnail, people.
Play a jingle, Sean. Sean. I'm not don't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say, play a jingle, Sean. Play something.
Oh, let me get something going on. There's some breaking news. We got a jingle. There we go. What am I going to pick here?
News.
Come on, yeah. Sources. Everyone has a source. They're never right, but we'll share them.
Wowzers! Let me get Spurs official going on. What is crack-a-lacking, people?
Cracking. Let's we go. Content has got to content, everybody.
We've just gone round and all agreed that Tudor would be the manager.
They're all in the mud. Oh, that's the jingle. That's the
mud.
Where is it? Where's the mud jingle? I didn't say it. I never got a chance to give my answer. You lot. In the
mud.
Mud for you. You're always in the mud. You didn't think it could be true, and now you're in the mud.
Wow. Mud for all. Hugo. Oh, bloody hell. Hi, everybody. Oh, bloody Hugo. And his absolute son. What a legend of a son, Jasper. Absolute shenanigans. Bloody hell, Hugo. How are you? Breaking news, Hugo. Breaking bloody news.
Has he actually officially gone then?
Yeah.
Let me show you.
The Croatian Clavara's gone.
I screamed at him
mutually agreed. All right. It doesn't say anything about
No, he's gone with immediate effect.
Yeah, it doesn't say if there's an actual plan to replace him, though, does it?
A plan? What's the plan?
Due course. Due course, Hugo. The old due course.
Yeah, due course. By the time we're in the championship, we'll give you a new manager.
You told me I ran all the way over there to tell you that.
Let me just check it out. How are you, Hugo? You okay, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Just Palm Sunday, so we went and just checked in, covered the bases.
I don't even know what that means. What is Palm Sunday?
Well, you
You don't understand.
not your sort of Palm Sunday, mate, but
Sunday, go to laugh at the beach.
Not my Palm Sunday at all. Let's just compare. That's what it says here. We can confirm it has been mutually agreed for head coach Igor Tudor to leave the club with immediate effect. Tomislav Rogic and Ricardo Ragnacci have also left their respective roles for goalkeeping coach and physical coach. We thank Igor, Tomislav, and Ricardo. What about the geezer who's still waiting for his fucking work?
What about this
know
guy?
what? That is
He
the
hasn't
best
even
gig.
gotten. He hasn't even touched English soil, and
that was the
he's
best
been paid
gig
for a
that
month.
guy, the best gig that guy ever had.
That is the best gig ever.
Absolutely
Got paid
unreal.
a shed ton of money to just sit at home on gardening leave, and he's back on gardening leave.
And I bet you've still got a contract. I bet you're still going to get paid.
This
What
is
a gig that
massive.
was. And the
Absolutely
best thing
massive.
is, technically, I suppose you wouldn't have to put it on the resume because no one will ever really know what the guy's name was.
Right.
And B, no one ever saw him.
ChatGPT will know.
Yeah,
ChatGPT
probably.
will know. What are we saying here? I've got to change my thumbnail. Fucking hell. I'll change everything.
Who's does anyone
Sam
got
Allardyce.
bookies' favourites? Anyone got bookies' favourites as to who's
Yeah,
going to come in?
I'm
or
going to
what?
get it up now. Let me get Igor Tudor's face up.
It's not going to be your mate Zerbi, is it?
God no.
Sean Dyche is the joint favourite by the looks with De Zerbi. That's what I'm getting.
Two
And
bunks
then
of four, by
Marco's-
the way. 2 bunks of 4, by the way.
And then Marco's over the next.
Why can't we just have someone in that actually has some semblance of idea about Tottenham Hotspur?
Because we need to shore up the defence, by the way.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that your mate Dicey's the one.
Oh, there's breaking news. There's another one.
Long ball.
We've got a
long
new
ball,
favourite.
4-4-2.
It's a Sean Butler. He's just got favourite. I don't know who that is. But he's an unknown.
He's a total donut, that guy. Inconsistent logic merchant. He's just a guy who plays 4-4 logic too. It doesn't really work. Do
you know what though? We ought to run a social experiment, right? And try and get as much juice behind that as possible, because the absolute donuts at the club that spend their time going over social media to get the feeling of what the fans want and how we can acquiesce potentially. If you were to get enough people to suggest that you had the qualifications and the ability, Sean, this time in a week you could be at the helm, mate.
Well, listen, I don't fancy it, but I know a man who does. I do
Mate,
know a man who does.
Yeah, say
shall be
Harry
interesting.
wants it, but he's got to do it from home. And
Listen,
then
It's going to Zoom call it.
he's got a Zoom
I
call it.
wouldn't worry
Harry.
about that too much. Listen, don't worry about that. Listen, I've been waiting for the call for a long time. You know, it's been absolutely heartbreaking, absolutely disastrous ever since the Cheltenham Gold Cup. I feel like probably with retrospect, I shot myself in the foot a little bit by saying on TalkSport that morning that, you know, that Daniel Levy phoned me and he said, listen, Harry, you know, he said, if I was still in charge, I would have had you in for the end of the season a long time ago. And I respect that. But ultimately, I don't know with the jam roll. Is there any amount of jam roly-polies, guys? Let me ask, is there any amount of jam roly-polies that will make Vinay and it will make Joe and Charlie and Vivian? Will they listen to me? I'll come in, I'll simplify things. You know, I don't want a hell of a lot of, I mean, I do want a hell of a lot of money, but I'll be able to get Jamie in. Jamie can motivate the girls' team. You know, what a man he is around the bird. Absolutely fantastic. He is absolutely sensational around the tart, that girl. And that guy, listen, as far as me, you bring in Jermaine. We'll bring in Benny Asu-Akotu. I mean, we'll play him at left back. Don't worry about Jed Spence. You know, I think I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the call, Drew. I mean, is the call going to come, Drew? That's the question.
I just want to know, Harry. You think there's any chance you might be able to get, I know, like a Aurelio Gomez or a Carlo Cudicini, given the fact that we've got so many, you know, a real goalkeeper issue at the moment? Do you reckon there's any chance we might be able to get those guys?
I'd have to get in touch, you know. I'd be hanging out the back of, well, not just the girls in the team. I mean, I'd be out the back of the Range Rover, putting the arm out, saying, listen, we got to get a deal done. It's difficult. We have to check the free transfer market. I'm sure there's a couple of guys on the free transfer market, but I think this team's got a lot of quality, you know, and I personally think, Drew, if I'm entirely honest, mate, it'd be absolutely fantastic to come back. I mean, we've already got Dawson around the club. We've already got Ledley around the club. I mean, don't get me started on Ledley. I mean, he's absolutely, I mean, he's a dream to work with. Just bring in a couple of others, get Crouchy back involved, and I think we'll get the points to stay up. You know, it'd be a shame for West Ham because I spent a long time there. But
what about Nico? Got to bring in.
Oh, Nico. I haven't heard from Nico for a while. He's also Croatian, though, isn't he? So yeah. I don't know with him and that Igor Tudor bozo. I don't know about him. God forbid I say something inappropriate with Igor's, you know, father passing sadly. But you know, that Croatian vibe is probably not what we're looking for at this time of year. You know, we got to bring it back to Tottenham, Hugo. We got to bring it back to Tottenham. Who do you think the club are going to go for then?
It ain't going to be anyone that it should be.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Mate, it's probably going to be, you know, it's going to be like Adolf Ding Dong, whatever his name is.
Oh, Adolf, we can do
Hitler.
that.
No, I mean, do it. Honestly, like the one person it shouldn't be is probably the nail-on choice.
Come on. Oh,
God. Where are my phone calls? Where are my phone calls? I just need 9.9 and we will stay up. Das ist gut. Das ist sehr gut. Smash the like, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell. Share hype and forever be with the team.
Play my football, or there will be consequences.
The cancellation button will be played. Where is that jingle? Where is that jingle?
Oh no, it happened again. What did he just say? I guess it's time to say goodbye. We're getting canceled today.
Fucking brilliant.
That's the last time I'm going to be doing that one. That's the last time.
Wow.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
The relegation will not be televised. The relegation will not be televised.
There will be lederhosen and there will be sauerkraut.
Wowzers.
What are we saying? Let's have a look at the
Wow.
price, the odds market. Next Tottenham manager. What are we doing here? It is breaking news. He has left the club.
Igor got
What are the odds on Poch? What are the odds on Poch?
They wouldn't have made this decision if they didn't have someone else to come in.
Of course they would.
Right.
You hope.
10-1, Pop.
No, you're not.
The price is the price. Here we go. What's the price saying? Sean Dyche and De Zerbi currently are 6-4. Marco Silva coming in today. Although over here, wow, on Betfair. Oh, I tell you what, guys, it might be Marco Silva. Betfair's price is far more. Betfair is organized by the fans, right? By the people. Like you can create your own market on Betfair. The price on Betfair is 343-50, which is the weirdest odd I've ever seen. But essentially, that is an odds-on price. That's an odds-on. Is it? No, wait, it's not. Is it? Sorry, 343-50. That's 6-1.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad. That's terrible. But the price on Marco Silva is crashing in. Adi Hutler 49-5, just under 10-1. Pochettino 7-2 though on Betfair.
Wow.
The US men's national team fell apart yesterday. Got popped 5-2 by Belgium, I believe it was.
Bring Poch back.
I mean, he's not. He's been a little hit and miss. I mean, forgive me, I'm not too much up on my US men's national team, but obviously I've been over here long enough and you hear whispers and stuff, and he's a little bit Marmite at the moment. Some people love him. Some people think he just needs more time. Other people think he's, he should be gone now. He's definitely gone after the World Cup, probably anyway. I mean, I don't know how much he'd want to alienate himself, whether it's really that big of a deal, whether he'd do. I mean, he seems to be a bit of a gentleman. I just genuinely can't see it from that point of view, him leaving the US team in the lurch like that.
They're the host, they're like the co-host nation as well.
Right, exactly. But I mean, if there was a mutual thing, if he went there and they said to him, look, we don't think it's working, we need to change now, and I don't know, get Alexi Lalison or something before it starts. I don't know. If Tottenham really, really, really wanted to, I'm sure they could probably dangle enough money to be able to make it happen. I don't know.
I tell you what, they've got the stats here on Sky Sports about Tudor's reign. Didn't Ange last 39 days at Forest? Wasn't that the length of Ange's reign at Forest was 39? Tudor's
the most lucrative 39 days of my life.
Oh yeah, primo, mate. Yeah, Did he at least get a couple of draws, Ange, or not? You remember?
I think it 7 losses and a draw, maybe?
7 losses, 1 draw. Yeah, and then one draw in the Europa League as well, I think it was. Yeah.
So near as damn it, Tudor basically, excluding the European side of things, near as damn it has a very similar record to Ange's little.
What are the?
He goes down in history.
Is Ange in the list of Spurs managers? Just out of curiosity, is Ange in the list? Is he got any odds for being the Spurs manager or coming back?
He's on there. He's on the list.
He
is.
He is.
How does that happen?
Season 3, mate. Season 3, mate.
No, he's not on the list. He's not on the list. He's not on the list.
No.
Harry Redknapp. You can have 20-1 on Harry Redknapp right now.
I might put that on myself, Sean. Absolutely.
Hell yeah, it's the sort of thing we do. I'm waiting for the phone call, and the next phone call I make is to everyone that I know and says, put us 20 quid, and I'll split the price with you. Once I get the agreement in place, everyone's going to manipulate the odds.
If you see Ray Lewington and Joe Jordan going into bookies, don't pay any attention to it. Never you mind.
This is insane.
I mean, look at
the my eyes can't stop looking at Gareth Southgate and thinking that's who we're going to end up with.
No.
Let's have a look at what the Independent are saying on the conversation, shall we? Here we go. Here's the Independent.
Going into a US World Cup without a US manager. I'm very surprised that they've got a non-USA sort of manager leading them into that World Cup. I'll be brutally honest.
Tudor, left field appointment when he replaced Thomas Frank in February, departs after just 44 days, having failed to improve the mood around the club. He is also in mourning. The dismal while Spurs have performed better in Europe this season domestically, their dire run of form. The Croatian man's management was seriously questioned after he replaced first team goalkeeper Vicario with deputy Anthony Kinsky in Madrid despite the check. Yeah. I don't care about this shit. Where's the fucking next bit?
Yeah.
Tudor said he was 100% confident that Tottenham would avoid relegation, but a 4-1 home defeat to Arsenal. Sean Dyche has been mentioned as a possible successor as Spurs look to avert relegation after the experienced Premier League manager was dismissed by Nottingham Forest in February. A return for Pochettino is complicated by the upcoming World Cup, where he is manager of co-host the United States, while other former Tottenham bosses such as Harry Redknapp and Tim Sherwood have been mooted as potential. Oh, they haven't given any. There's nothing. It's too early. He's just pulled out.
Somebody in the chat mentioned Terry Venom. You should have to dig him up, wouldn't you? Bless him. I don't think he's coming back.
Tel.
Get Ange in now, says John George.
Wow.
Well, I tell you what, if we've got an average of shipping under Tudor, we were shipping 2.8 a game. Under Ange, oh my lord.
Oof. Wow.
What are we thinking then, guys? What are we saying?
Well,
no idea, Sean. I mean, we literally, like Kate said, we're all kind of in the mud a little bit.
But we all said you guys all said that he was staying. He's now gone, which means, in my opinion, there's no chance that they would mutually terminate that unless they had an idea of who their next guy is. So there's been they've clearly been having conversations, and then there's obviously clearly been a movement in the conversations with at least someone.
So who made the decision?
Who made the decision?
Yep.
That's another question. Are we back to thinking that Vinay and Johan Lang have got influence, or are we still sticking with the same tune that they were sidelined?
It's old what's his face, isn't it? It's old.
It's old Joe.
No, what's his bollocks?
Belcher.
Belcher. That's the one.
The son-in-law. That
Belcher.
The one who's got absolutely nothing to do with the club.
No, come on, mate. Look, he's got a degree in sports marketing. Come on,
I'm telling you, I might go and put a couple of quid on Southgate.
Southgate?
I don't see that.
33s you can get on Southgate.
Yeah.
Harry, I'm putting a poll in. Harry, De Zerbi,
Adolf,
Dyche.
Also, to get Silver,
Adolf's got to be in there.
How much
Silver?
compensation?
Who are the four we putting in? De Zerbi, Dyche, Poch. Is there any chance Poch is going to do it?
Who's the top four in that? Who's the top four in that pot in that?
In the
top four.
The odds.
Dyche, Zerbi,
Who's
Silver,
the
and
top
Hood.
four in the odds? Those are your top. Those are your four, isn't it? Surely.
How much would be the comp for Silver to get him out of Fulham, though?
It can't be Silver, surely.
It's not going to be Silver.
Aren't they knocking on the door of Europe? Aren't they almost at Europe spots?
This ownership shelling out that much money, they'd have to, the amount of comp they'd have to pay, they're already having to pay Tudor and whatever else, and they're still having to pay out Frank and all that lot. Can you imagine them going after Silver? They'd have to pay out, I would think, quite a bit of compensation to Fulham. Plus, then he's going to want to have some staff come with him. I can't see this ownership doing it.
I'm putting on the line here, and I'm going. Pochettino is going to do a dual role until the end of the World Cup, and then he's going to come to Spurs, and that's what I'm going with. You heard it.
Do you know what though? That what would absolutely destroy his legacy is if he relegated Spurs.
I don't think it would, though. I don't think it would, because I think most people are sort of resigned to going down anyway. What will build his legacy is if we go down, he brings us back up.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, if we were going to do a rebuild, right? I would have to think that if we could have Pochettino, he would be the man to lead the rebuild in the Championship. Like once we'd got rid of all the prima donnas and whatever else, I would trust Poch as long as we had like Mitchell with him, or Mitchell agreed to come back with him. I would actually then be in a situation where I could trust Poch and that DOF to build the side back right. that I could almost buy into. If we were to go into the Championship, I could get behind that, because I would know that to some degree there would be at least like a semblance of footballing IQ in the building.
Yeah.
Not having it. I'm not having any of this fucking talk of this Championship bollocks. I'm sorry, Hugo. I'm not having it. No,
mate, I don't want to have it. I don't want to be having it. But we have to be like realistic, and
realistically, we have 7 games before we have to really have that conversation.
I
don't think they're planning. I don't think they're planning for it. I don't think they're planning for it.
Everybody.
I want to know if Romero's on that list. If Romero's on the betting list.
He's not.
Fucking Romero.
Can you imagine if they made him player coach?
Romero, I mean, he's
barely player captain.
How many interviews, all jokes aside, since he became captain, how many interviews has he done? 2?
2, yeah, I reckon 2, yeah. Oh, 3 if you include the sit-down thing that he did before Forest.
No, that's bollocks. I'm talking about like
they're
actually
2.
being wheeled out in front of people to like have a debrief on the game. It's what you want from your captain. It's what you want from the captain. Like tell you what, gonna front up and just wheel everyone else out apart from the captain. I mean, honestly, who is making?
You've got to admit though that the press conferences would be dynamite though, because he wouldn't give 2 hoots.
No, but like, who's making these decisions, man? About like who? Recruitment aside, is like who's making these decisions about who gets the like captain's armband, like who gets wheeled out in front of the media? Like every single decision made by this club, it's like take the right decision. And just take the complete opposite choice and do that.
Marco Silva's contract expires at the end of this year. Is that the guy? Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, you're still going to have to pay him. Like, there's still going to have to be compensation. Isn't there?
Yeah, fuck all compensations. 3 months away.
They're safe for them, aren't they?
£1 million or something.
They're in 9th at the moment. I mean, depending on the way the chips
he was going to leave anyway.
Europe and stuff. I mean, he might. There's an outside swing that they. Or is there now, everyone?
Hold the fort, guys. Back on a second. Hold the fort.
Yeah, maybe a chance for a conference.
I don't know, man.
Do we really want? He always. They've got 44 points, and Everton and Brentford are above them with 46. Chelsea above them in 6th with 48. So I mean, I feel like it's kind of all to play for with those guys.
Yeah, they sound like they're right among it.
Right, I don't see it.
But I mean, I don't know. Is that kind of what we've become? That I guess it is, because we just don't want to admit it to ourselves. That is what we're going to have to go for, is like a mid-table manager. That is,
mate. I have no illusion that we should be thinking that we're anything better than that. I mean, I made the point earlier. I mean, I don't think anyone can point to a club that's finished, and touch wood, I say this again, 17th, because I really don't want us to finish any lower, but name a team that's finished 17th twice and then bounce back to do anything top of the table. Like, we are going to be, and I mean, unless somebody comes in and absolutely waves a magic wand and these guys all of a sudden go from being 6 or 7 out of 10s every week, and that's generous, to 8 or 9s out of 10s. I mean, I just don't see it. I mean, unless the pieces that we're missing are so instrumental in getting a team to tick. Like, if you did have, let's just say for argument's sake, there was the chance that you had everybody fit and you did actually just drop in are really, really, and this is with all due respect to Tel, because he is actually running out of his skin at the moment. But if you really could put in some sort of dynamite left or right winger, a really, really good striker and somebody that could pull the strings in midfield, if you've got everything else there and all of a sudden you catch lightning in a bottle, then yeah, there's an outside chance. But I'm under no illusion that finishing 17th, again, hopefully twice, that we're nothing more than a mid-table team at the moment.
Well, we need like
a couple of 3 years to get back to anything like where we were.
We need some Ranieri magic, right? As in, like, just by chance we have, like, you know, a couple of really good, you know, like class players that go under the radar, and then someone that just makes them all, you know, play together, and they manage to, you know, just the stars align where we just get lucky one season.
We're not allowed
if we had a recruitment team that were, if we had a recruitment team that were worth any sort of shit, but our recruitment team,
you're not, Rain.
Just
you. The rest of us are fine. We can mention it. You may not.
Surely on Betfair, Poch has gone down to 21-10.
What's happened?
On Betfair, Poch is now 21-10.
Poch is now 21-10.
So
On
just
Betfair,
just over 2-1 then.
Mm-hmm.
Can you send me the link to that one, Kate?
Yeah.
If you're lucky, Sean. If you're lucky.
That one that you was looking at, Odds Checker, if you go across to Betfair.
Oh, is that what you're looking at? Are you looking at that, are you? Okay.
Yeah, Poch has gone down to 21-10.
It was 7-2. It's now. Oh, okay. So it's updating live. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but do you remember, like, the day before Tudor appeared? He wasn't even, like, on the list, was he?
No.
So I mean, let's be honest. It's random, isn't it? Especially
Zerbi's coming.
Dude,
as well.
he's gonna come walking back in. Poch is gonna get in front of that podium and he's gonna turn around and say, "It's time to put the furniture in the stadium."
Yeah.
And that's it. We are there. We are fucking over there.
Oh my God.
The fact that it might be in the championship will be fucking IKEA.
Big up, Lubo.
But you know, no biggie.
Afternoon all.
How are you, Lubo?
Who's your money on, Lubo?
All good. You put your head in your hands and just pray and just worry. God knows what these owners are gonna organise in the next couple of days for our next interim. It's just frightening, isn't it?
Do you think that's what they've been doing this last week, though? While they've been, you know, trying to be as, you know, like empathetic and supportive as they possibly can be. Publicly, do you think that they've been?
He was sacked immediately. I was told the next day he was gone.
Yeah.
So you think they've just waited to announce it?
Yeah, they had to, right? They have to have a bit of respect. But yeah,
would have been a PR disaster if they'd done that, right? So you've got to hope that this whole week that they've been getting ducks in a row, surely.
I don't see him bringing in an interim. I don't see it. I think whoever
we're
comes
know
in
by
now
the end of the day. This is all
I
reckon
it's going to be Monday morning, isn't it?
Here's
For me, Kate.
The post from just quickly. Sorry, James. 1 second. So Ali Gold says, "There's that announcement we expected. Difficult time for Igor Tudor in the past week. Now Spurs need to appoint someone to keep them up." He's come back in a little minute ago saying Spurs expect to appoint a new head coach in the next couple of days to be in place when the players are back from international duty, giving them 10 days to work together. Bruno Salter has remained and will lead training for those handful of players at Hotspur Way at the moment.
It's probably going to be Bruno Salter, isn't it?
What are you saying, James?
For me personally, guys, an interim doesn't work, and purely because there are players in the squad with bigger egos than the club anyway. So Romero, for example, I'm just going to use Romero because everyone's using that as an example. Romero has an ego, so therefore, if an interim comes in for 7 games, Romero is going to say it don't matter anyway. You're gone in 7 games. So for me, an interim mentally doesn't work. I would, if Poch is the guy, I would go to Poch now and say, you have one last chance to sign. It's now, or we're moving on. It's never. You make that decision. I don't expect him to leave USA, but you have to give him the option. We're about to go down, and there's fans saying, "We'll wait till the summer." Do you support Poch or do you support Tottenham? You either want one or the other, right? An interim doesn't work. We've just tried that. People were saying about Allardyce, that is a massive that's a massive roll of the dice. You're rolling your Premier League survival on a gamble. For me, you go and get your manager, whether it's De Zerbi or Poch, whoever it is, and even De Zerbi saying, I want to wait. That's fine. This is my contract. It starts tomorrow. You sign it or I move on. Do what you've got to do.
But you might have to negotiate with the Donald. No.
You're not going to get anyone like that.
But that's down to him then, isn't it? But then as a club, best for business, you've done the best thing for your business and your club by offering him that contract. That's how I would do. And then if it comes out that we actually offer the contract and he says no, fans can finally let go and say, well, Poch didn't want to come back as badly as he said. He said no to us. You move forward.
That's unreasonable, James. I'm sorry, mate.
How is it? So okay, Lubo. So we get an interim in and get relegated, and he doesn't want to come to us anyway. Then what? What's unreasonable?
Sorry, you're asking him to completely lack integrity.
No, I'm giving him the option. He hasn't got to do anything. I'm not asking him to do it. I'm saying, if you want to sign for us and you talk about us like you want to sign for us, here is my contract. Sign it.
You don't put guns to people's heads. Sorry.
Who's putting a gun to anyone's head? It's a job offer.
You are. He will come in the summer. You get Harry Redknapp in now. You get
so you would wait, Lubo, yeah?
You get Poch in the summer. If you get
so what happens if we get Harry Redknapp and he relegates us?
Well, he relegates us.
Then Poch ain't coming anyway.
If he's the
so you should have moved on.
But the players are the same players, James. The players
right. So why sack Tudor? Why sack Frank? Why sack Ange? If the manager does nothing, it's all players. What's the point in the manager?
Lads, Poch, selective memory is that when Poch first came in, we were awful.
We weren't.
It's not like he's suddenly.
Sorry, Hugo, we weren't awful. We finished fifth that season.
When he first came in, Lubo, listen.
He almost got sacked before the Villa game.
When he first came in, the first 9 games, I think it was, under Poch, we were terrible.
Well, I wouldn't say.
I know. It's all
for my business. I act for my business, right? Yeah. There's no feelings when it comes to business. My business takes priority over everything. And if me hiring this guy is the best for my business, I offer him a contract. It's down to him to say yes or no. No one's got any guns to anyone's head. This is what I can offer. Do you want to sign? Yes. No. He says no. Thank you very much. I need to fill this role. I'm moving on for the best thing of business. We all love Tottenham, but people are saying wait till the end of the summer. That waiting could get us relegated. And then what?
For him to expect Poch to automatically just ditch the US.
No, but that's where I'm saying I don't expect him to, but I feel like you have to offer it, right? In this position, you have to at least make the effort to sign him or offer it. That's my opinion.
Would you accept Perez fucking getting the band back together? Perez, Micky, Tony, like his backroom staff coming in on the understanding that he would take it.
Gang, right?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, what about, is there a scenario whereby there's some sort of acceptance of a dual role where he stays in America and pulls strings back here and those guys come and see us through the last 7 or 8 games?
They take training during the week and he rocks up for the games.
Right. Potentially. I don't know. Listen, I think, it's all well and good. I mean, and Sean does an absolutely fantastic Harry, but I genuinely think, is it really not too much to be asking this guy to come back and stand on the sidelines? Like,
True. His last friendly last friendly before the World Cup is, I think, on Wednesday. That's the last friendly. So get him back for the weekends for 7 weeks, and then he goes back to the States. For me, I'd do a loan deal.
But you just said I had a gun to his head by asking him to sign a contract. Now you're finding solutions for him to sign.
What you're saying, James, is if you don't take it, we're going to move on. Well, they might want him for next season. So you're gonna quit your pitch for 7 games.
No, but like we said, you've just given him a solution now. I'm sure he could come up with that solution himself. He's an adult, mate. Like, he does.
There's the solution to leave the States. You're not
be careful using the word solution. Come on, boys.
No,
That
you
is
said
your
was leave-
solution. We only
leave
have
the-
one. It's the final solution.
Extermination.
I think you're
before
going
we move on, before we move on.
That's in really bad taste. That's really bad taste. I lost half my family. Please cut it out.
Ah, Lubo,
Please
come on.
stop it. Stop it. It's not a joke. That ain't a joke. That ain't a joke.
Relax, Lubo. It's what we do here.
That
Man.
ain't a joke.
It's what we do here, bro. It's fun.
That's
Relax.
what I'm
It's a
saying.
joke. It's a joke. Kate, if you want to drop off, do you, Kate?
Yes, I'm going to go and order myself a nice Chinese.
Love you, Kate. Thanks so much for coming on. Please get on to Kate and Jimbo on the YouTube channel. We appreciate you so much for coming on.
For all the breaking news, broke it before Sky Sports. I'm just going to
ITK is what it is.
Kate, love you, mate.
Take care, guys. See you soon.
Bye, Kate.
Okay.
Let's carry on. Lubo,
James,
it's all fun, mate.
James, you don't say to him, "You leave now and you join us full time," or we're going elsewhere.
I never said that though. You're presuming it that I was saying it in a negative way.
No.
I never said it like that, right?
No. But what you said was we don't need an interim, which means we need a permanent.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to come and leave the USA and become a permanent manager tomorrow.
But Lubo, we are the business. He is an employee. If we're going to employ him, we don't make him whatever he says goes. We're in charge of our business. If you were to hire someone, he said, "No, Lubo, shut up. This is what we're doing, and I'll come to you in 6 weeks' time, and then I'll do this," and you're going to go, "Yeah, okay, that's worth it." You wouldn't. It's your business. I wouldn't allow it. For me, I would go to Poch and say, "This is the contract. Can you make anything happen? Can you do this contract? Yes or no?" He says, "No, I cannot do anything. I can't send assistance code. I can't do that." Okay, thank you very much. Us as a business and as a football club, we need to move forward. We hire another interim and get relegated. That whole Poch love has died anyway.
How
it doesn't make sense to me.
How installed is he though? Because his family house is still in London. I'm assuming his missus.
Well, Spurs fan John just mentioned in the chat that he spends more time in London than he does in America.
His house is still in London. Like I think his
half out from the training ground. He used to walk to the training ground.
His son though, his son is on his staff, I think, isn't he? Or one of his sons.
Yeah. Sebastiano.
That's right. So, I mean, I just wonder how
So why would he not? So I keep getting told he won't sign. Why not?
Is he just flying back like a couple of weeks before each international game for the States at the moment? Like how based in the States is he?
But my question is, people keep saying, "No, he ain't going to do that. He ain't going to sign. He ain't going to do that." Based on what?
I guess the optics of how it would look from the US men's national team point of view, the fact that there's maybe the perception that they could be considered a little bit of a joke. The fact that their manager currently is quite happy to turn his attention somewhere else and do something else part-time when they've got a really important World Cup coming up where they are one of the host nations. So the optics of that, from that point of view, I don't think looks particularly good. So I can understand the hesitation with wanting to just come out. That being said, I mean, he's been flirting the last 6 months with the Premier League and wanting to come back to England. So you kind of never know with the guy, But optically, I don't know how good it looks from the US.
Yeah, I would offer it. We're losing nothing by offering it, right? Like
I'd offer it. I'm with you, man. I mean, I'd definitely offer it. I'm just giving you sort of, trying to look.
I agree. And also from a business point of view, if you take the love for Tottenham away, right? All right, he stays there and earns £3-4 million, whatever it is, for the next few months, or he comes to Tottenham and signs a massive contract, which he can basically demand whatever he wants. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of people that are like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? And put other managers ahead of Tottenham Hotspur. How about we start putting Tottenham Hotspur first? We're the fans that moan that Tottenham Hotspur ain't put first because we're signing kids for the future. We're signing this for the future, doing that for the future. Then when you've got the opportunity to act now for your club now, or your future is relegation, everyone doesn't want to do it. Go, oh, how can you expect him to do that? Let's go for another interim that didn't work last time and try something else. If he's the man, you bring him in. Ultimately, if Zerbi's the man, You bring him in now. If he says, no, I don't want to join you in case you get relegated, well, hold on a minute. Like, you either want to join us now or you don't want to join us. It's not, well, we'll fit to you or we'll work around you or what can we do to make us attracted to you? If these managers are out of our league, then we go elsewhere, right? Shop at your means. Shop, I don't go into Harrods and fill my trolleys up with stuff I can't afford. I shop where I can. So, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of sympathy for Potter. And how can you expect him to do that? Well, I don't expect him to do anything. The contract's there. Sign it, mate, or crack on with yourself. Stop doing interviews saying, I love Tottenham. I want to win. The winning the Champions League is bigger than winning the World Cup. Then don't join. Simple.
It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah. There's nothing to be lost in offering it to him now, right? Other than what they're prepared to pay out in compensation to the.
Do you not think we've been in talks with Poch? Do you honestly think there's been no contact between the club and Poch over the last few months?
I think you might give this board too much credit, Lubo. I honestly don't think they know their arse from their elbows. Truthfully,
at the moment, I agree.
I mean, you would think that if common sense prevailed, that you would have to hope that they'd already been, starting to get ducks in a row for Poch. But I think what we've seen in the last, certainly, exacerbated in the last couple of years, is that they don't seem to do anything in the way that it should be. Right?
It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
But surely at some point they are going to make a right decision.
Pochettino,
but that will be a fluke.
He's from Argentina, right? They may need to take a little look at what we did to Venezuela and recognize that we don't take no for an answer. It's not gonna happen. He's not coming to the USMNT. We've had unbelievable success. He's a good guy. But if he thinks he's going to leave and go to Tottenham, we're going to hit them with sanctions, the likes of which have never been seen. It's not going to happen. Pochettino, he needs to appreciate what he's got with the USMNT.
Donald, I don't think so, because the last time that the Argentine president was in the US, they were having you and he were having a love-in with the how you were going to deal with all the socialists and so on. So.
He's not going to leave us. Not now. Not ever. And if he thinks he's going to the Tottenham, we will. Listen, we're they're bad guys over at Tottenham. That Joe Lewis. Let's not forget about Patagonia. Let's not forget about all.
Donald, you just pardoned him. You let him off his charges.
I did do that, and that's why he owes me. That's why certain things aren't going to happen.
Donald, I think you might be grasping at straws.
Do we really actually think that Pochettino is a realistic option right now? Is that what we're honestly saying? Right now? As
realistic in the sense that you can offer it to him and he can say yes. Like that's as realistic as it gets at the moment. I'm with James. You offer him the opportunity, and then if he's in an hour and you say, look, no, we need an answer now. We got 2 or 3 weeks to try and get this, whatever this concoction of a team is, to try and get something out of them. You've either got to come yourself, or you got to get the boys back in, the coaching staff to take us for a few weeks, and there's got to be an understanding that you then take over. But if you're not interested or we can't make that work now, then I'm with James. You got to say, I'm sorry, then we've got to move on. And we've got to find somebody that does want to strap a pair of bollocks on and actually try and get us out of this mess. Because we've got, there are actually still 21 points to play for. And like I keep saying, we've just got to be better than fucking West Ham. So if we can't be better than West Ham, then we deserve to go fucking down. And I'll see you boys in the Championship.
Lads, until
that time, let's go.
When's Iriola's contract up?
I think
is that
in
the end
summer.
of the season as well?
I think so.
We don't want someone like that. Honestly, you don't want someone like that.
That's just a rinse and repeat again, I think. I'm afraid.
If we're apparently talking to or whatever with Marco Silva, you got to think that they're probably. Why wouldn't they be approaching Iriola? It's pretty much like.
Well, you got to figure out where you are as a club, right? You got to figure out, like we were saying earlier. Like I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I don't see any team going from 17th twice up to 3rd, 4th, 5th, So what sort of manager, other than Poch, who else is there really that's going to come in and do any more than kind of a step to mid-table for then to us to maybe go again? I mean, are we just suggesting that because we've got more resources than Bournemouth, that Iraola is going to come in and be able to make magic happen? Like, I don't know exactly what this fucking place needs to actually be able to turn itself around.
I think not from necessarily I don't know. I think these owners have to push all of the chips into the middle of the table for Poch, and it's above and beyond the fact that it will then, satiate the fans, just hunger and just generally being eternally pissed off. But I think apart from anything else, of all of the potential people that we could bring in, given that we know that come the end of the season, whether we survive or we don't, the vast majority of what are meant to be decent players have already declared that, near as damn it, that they're going to be heading out the door or going elsewhere, right? You're going to need someone at the helm, a manager who at least holds some sort of gravitas whereby you can actually sell a viable project in order to attract not the top players, but like the alsos. And I feel like Poch is at least that guy that he would have the attraction and the gravitas to be able to, make sure that we're not having to again recruit from the latest relegated teams.
Well, one of the great things about Poch as well, I think one of the reasons that we all do appreciate Poch is the development thing. I mean, do we think there's enough of a nucleus? Let's all be realistic. Let's not just get our hopes up and go, oh well, if Poch comes back and we do manage to stay in the Premier League, all we do need to do is get a couple of players and we'll be Champions League again. Like let's all just calm ourselves. Like, is there a nucleus of players either in development or currently out on loan where there's the potential to capture a little bit of lightning in a bottle again? Like, could, we bring Vuskovic back and he gets a starting berth and you allow Poch to nurture him in that position.
But you've got to hope
Archie Gray in the position that he's supposed to be in. You get Conor Gallagher actually playing the way he did under Poch that he's done before, because they know each other and they know what each other want on the field and on the sidelines. Can he work some magic with Tel if Tel hangs around? Like, can Donnelly come back and maybe do something under Poch? Can Mikey Moore come back and maybe do something under Poch? It's likely we're only going to have your league and a couple of cup runs next year. We've certainly got no Europe.
Yep.
So is there a chance for them to maybe spread their wings a little bit? And, can you maybe garner something like that? And maybe we need to start thinking, instead of next year, we need to start thinking 2, 3, 4 years and actually do the great reset in our head like it should have been done years ago.
I mean, my hope is that Poch, being, like a former defender himself, would be like, if there was the whole thing of Vuskovic, throwing his toys out the pram, whatever else, at least you could say, no, you're coming back and you're going to be coached by someone that was, like a, top defender in his time, right? So I think you'd have to do. And then, everyone sort of forgets that when we bought Eric Dyer in, I mean, Poch basically made him, he made him that kind of almost sort of sweeper guy, didn't he? Just used to sit him in front of the back four. And when Dyer was playing at his best, I always thought for us was when he was in that position, playing as that kind of deep six, right? So
just quickly,
maybe Gray would
the
do
next
that.
Tottenham manager odds have changed again. Sean Dyche has just moved into odds-on favourite. You at the moment you're not getting more than I think it's like, from what I can tell, it's like just under evens at the moment on Sean Dyche. So I don't know. Is that the way we're going to go? Is that what it's going to be? Sean Dyche? Listen, mate, we've gone. What was it? We've gone from a Danish pastry to a Cornish pasty. That fucking absolute gumption of the Tottenham management, Hugo.
Big up Rain says, I
isn't he
don't
from,
think
like-
we'll be that lucky. Fucking
Is he
this
Cornish
guy.
or
This
is
guy.
he from like Nottingham?
I don't know where he's from, but it works. It works for the bloody.
I thought that was
you know,
the thing with Nottingham. He's like a local, isn't he?
Oh, Dyche.
Yeah.
Dyche is from Nottingham.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, I don't think it's a Nottingham pasty. So we've gone from a Danish bloody pastry to a Croatian fucking risotto. Now we're going down a fucking Cornish pasty route. Hey, Hugh, what do you think?
I don't know. I don't know what the what's the local freaking
the local cuisine in Nottingham.
Yeah.
I don't know. They wear the kids wear golf gloves on their right hand when they're out causing mischief. I remember that from when I was up there at University Way. So like, I don't know. Nottingham's not famous for its particular cuisine.
Robin Hood, I guess. That's about
Robin
it.
Hood. They're chopping down bloody trees, Hugo. I mean, what are we doing here?
You get for the question in the chat. I would bring Redknapp in with Sherwood. That would be my choice now.
I bring in. You remember when Yaya Toure was in the in our academy, getting his badges and everything else? I think he's now like assistant coach at Saudi. I'd bring him in as like a joint role because before the World Cup, I'd bring in. At least he knows like the club, and he's a top quality player.
I don't buy any of this because I just think it's stupidity, to be honest. I don't understand it. It really doesn't make sense in any way, shape, or form. Bring a guy in that's not managed for God knows how long. Yaya Toure never had a managerial job, but yeah, let's slap him into the biggest moments of our history.
No, not as manager, as part of the
Absolutely.
staff. Jay.
Yeah, but it's just mental. Why?
Because
and then when we go
least
down, in fairness, I'll stick up for the club now. When we go down, you love a negativity anyway. You'd be the first one to say, well, why have we done that in a relegation position?
Davis?
Why have we hired someone that ain't got a clue? We're in a relegation battle. We need experience in this or that. It's
going to be player manager Davis.
Ben Davies' player manager role is what I'm seeing from Matthew from the
There you
Telegraph.
go.
Ben Davies is going to be potential. This is what the Telegraph are saying. Matt Law, Matt Moore, and the other fella.
Oh, lovely! You're going to play a nice bit of football, boy. Lovely.
Who is it? Sam Wallace. Sam Wallace, who actually has. I actually give credibility to Sam Wallace. Matt Law is obviously just a Tottenham hater. But this is coming out from them. It's saying Tottenham are studying the option of hiring Ben Davies as the interim manager until the end of the season. I mean, the book club continues, Lubo. The book club continues. What are we doing? Ben Davies, really?
That's what everyone wanted, isn't it? Somebody that knows the club, someone that knows inside the club.
Good point.
Well,
and Lubo,
are we going to cry now? Yeah, are we going to start moaning now because we've got someone that's been there for ages?
I don't know.
You got what you wanted.
20 years.
Ben Davies hasn't even got his coaching badges. How can he? Is he even? He wouldn't be allowed to, would he?
No, don't.
My go.
You can't.
Your go.
You couldn't. You got to have coaching badges.
Sure you've got
My sheep.
badges. My underqualified bookkeeper.
My sheep.
My sheep. Bad. It's a bad idea. What are we doing here? Come on, Lubo. What are we saying, man?
Well, I'm just looking in the comments. Harry hasn't managed for 18 years. Well, Tudor's been managing regularly, been managing plenty of clubs, and look what he did. So I'm not sure, when
if he gets relegated, then you'd be the first ones to say the club, the board, they've done this, they've done. You're not going to say, right, the club done exactly what I asked. It's the correct decision. It's unlucky we went down.
James, 7 games is like you're in last chance saloon now, aren't you? The damage, there's so much damage that's been done. You can't turn around to any guy coming in for 7 games and saying, "Oh, by the way, it's your fault." Of course, it's not. This is a problem that's been building and building and building for years and years. This isn't overnight.
I don't know how much
these things don't happen overnight.
I don't know how much of the show that you caught before you came on, but the team that you can put out, I'll throw out a team, right, for Sunderland or for the game against Brighton at home. But then I'll also, more importantly, rather than the specifics, it's the players that will be available potentially on the bench. Let's just say it's Kinsky in goal for the Sunderland game. Left back, as an example, Udogie. Right back, let's say Pedro Porro. Centre backs of Van der Ven and Romero, just for example. On the bench, you then have Jed Spence, and you have Danso, and you have Dragusin. In the middle, let's say you do a 4-2-3-1 for argument's sake. Let's say you go with Polinia and Gallagher, just whatever. Pick your matter. On the bench, you have Pape Sarr, Berghvall, you have Bissouma,
Gray,
and you have Sarr, and you have
Gray.
Yeah.
Sits off way.
There's 7.
I mean, I would just like to point out we had.
Go on.
Go on. Sorry, go on.
Well, just finish the thing quickly. Left wing, you have Mathys
Don't.
Tel.
Don't.
Just hold up. Right wing, you have Kudus. You also have Kolo Muani that can come into that spot. And then in the top end of the pitch, you have one of Solanke or Richalison, and the other one's on the bench as well. So for the first time in absolutely weeks, whatever team you particularly want to pick, you actually have 9 substitutes, excluding the goalkeepers. You're not even going to, a week and a half ago against Liverpool, we had to play 2 goalkeepers, 2 first-team players, and 3 subs on the bench.
7.
We only had 7, and 3 of them were kids, and two of them were goalkeepers.
I thought you said Xavi as well. Xavi could play.
Or Xavi Simmons, right? And Xavi Simmons as well, of course. Forgot about him.
That's 10. That's 10 players. So you're only missing.
There's going to be players that are fully fit for the next couple of games that are not going to be able to make the matchday squad.
Correct.
It's better. The next manager that comes in is inheriting a far healthier squad than what Tudor had. No?
So staying up.
I mean, fully fit's a bit generous.
Staying up.
Fully fit is a little bit generous.
You're only missing. The only players you're missing then who are out injured for that game.
Benson, Maddison, Kulu.
Benson, Maddison, Kulu, Davis, and Vicario. They're your 5. That's it from the squad.
And I just want to point out, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but we have had a variation of 15 to 18 or 19 of those players for the last 2 years. And we're in this shit. So I don't know why them all coming back all of a sudden makes us a force or a force to be reckoned with.
It gives you options. It gives you competition for places. We don't have 2 games a week. We have 7 games only. And if you can find whoever the manager is going to be, if you can find the right recipe, you can also tinker and fuck around with the squad and let people come in like 60 minutes in. Obviously, Kudus isn't going to be ready to play 90 minutes, right? But you can start with Muani, give him 30 minutes at the end of the game. I'm just saying, the next manager that people saying, why would any manager want to come in? Well, if they come in and they keep Tottenham up, there's a fucking statue. If they ever built any statue, that might be a person that's on the candidate list. And he is inheriting, or she isn't, probably he, let's be honest, is inheriting a squad that is in far better shape, potentially, than what Igor Tudor walked into 4 or 5 weeks ago. No?
Can I just say, Drew, when we ran out against Sunderland on Sunday the 4th, that was the start of the injuries. We lost 6 players in January. At that stage, we were 13 points clear of West Ham. And since then, it's gone horrendously wrong. We've had 5 draws and 7 defeats since then. Since Sunderland, it's all gone wrong, where we've had injury after injury after injury. The squad hasn't coped. The form has gone downhill. Listen, I'm not saying this is the sole reason. We've been poor for 3 years now since Conte left. The results, bar maybe 10 with Ange in his first season, then matches 20 to 30 in Ange's first season. He got 20 points as well. Apart from those periods, we've been shocking. We've been absolutely dreadful. And it does correlate. But the form, we had something like 25 points from 18 games, I think, or 26, 27 from 19 when the injuries started coming, and we got 3 or 4 from the last 12. So,
well, I think there is. I think you could both kind of be right at the same time, right? So I think for me personally, if the only thing I think, if our first team's fit, I think there's only a few places that I'm like, right, you have to sign players for X, Y, Z, right? So for me, striker and left wing are the 2 players that we have to get in. I would try and get Xavi left. And then have your striker and have Gallagher in the 10. That's what I would try to sort of push through. But what you were saying there, Sean, about the next manager that comes in has an easier ride, and it is say
Not easy. Not sorry. Not an
no,
easier.
no,
ride.
no. What easier ride than like 4 weeks ago, right? So it's
I'm saying slightly more options is all I'm saying.
yeah. And I agree with you. What I was going to say is, isn't that more of a reason?
Right, I'm honest, but yeah, go on.
Isn't that more of a reason for someone like Pochettino to come in? He's going to sit down with Perez and stuff and say, "I'm already an absolute legend. They're just getting their players back. If I go there and keep them up, we are gonna be on the levels of the best managers to ever grace that club. Took us to the highest point in their career, in the biggest competitions, and kept them up in their worst position. For me, if I was him, I would go. Look, this is a big. We could be We're already loved. We could be heroes if we go back and keep us up.
We could be heroes just for one day.
Yeah, I get the feeling.
Not just for him though. Sorry, one second. Sorry, Hugo. I'll let you come in. Sorry, mate. I'm rambling here. But like, not just him, but anyone that wants to take the permanent gig right now.
Agreed.
Anyone that's like a bigger fish than an interim. Like, I'm not interested in Sean Dyche, really. I'm not interested in Sam Allardyce. Not interested in Harry. I don't mind it if that's the way they go down. But like, it doesn't. I'm like, what are we doing here? It's the weakest Hail Mary we could throw. If you can find the right words in the right order to convince someone to come in, even if it comes with a relegation release clause, which I would hope it wouldn't, whether that's a Robbie Keane, whether that's a Zerbi, whether that's a Silva. I don't rate Silva. I think Silva's just Mark II of Frank, right? Same sort of thing, right? Like how are you used to the goldfish bowl? But for me, when I put in a poll yesterday, are we going down, or the day before yesterday, it was 84% yes, we're going down. Okay, so the Tottenham fan base's expectations, which I've always said to you guys, the expectations around this fan base have been cooked since the Champions League final, and it's like relative expectations versus reality. I've always said that's a big part of the problem. Like, no one's willing to give the fans, give the managers any patience because they still expect us to be doing what other managers used to do, and they were deemed not good enough, even by the club. Mourinho, Conte, Pochettino, Ange Postecoglou, whatever, finishing 5th, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, whatever else. It wasn't deemed good enough because they weren't, and the ownership was responsible. The ENIC out crew were saying finishing 3rd isn't good enough because you're not capable of taking us to the next level. Cooked expectations for me. But either way, it is what it is, and we are where we are. Right now, the expectations of the fan base are that we are going down. So, James, to your point, I agree with you. Anyone that comes in and keeps them up is going to be thought of as a fucking legend because expectations are at rock fucking bottom within the next 3 months. It will, if we do stay up, suddenly it will be back on the owners, and it will be we need £100 million players and everything, whatever. Yeah. But right now, the problem is, James, is I just don't believe that getting Pochettino is possible. Like, I don't think Pochettino, like leaving America 2 months before the World Cup.
No.
Come on.
He's never broken the contract, Sean. He's never broken the contract. He's not going to start now.
Even if you pay, even if Tottenham said we'll pay 15, 20 million, whatever the fee is, it's never going to happen. Right? Like, he would be. I was joking when I put Donald Trump's face on, but Donald Trump would be like, what do you think?
Do you know what he'd do, Sean? Sean, he'd lock him up in Guantanamo Bay till the World Cup.
Guantanamo. Are we okay to joke about Guantanamo, Lubo? Is that okay to joke about?
No, I'm just saying, he probably would. He probably would.
Just wasn't sure because apparently jokes are like, we can't be.
No, that's right. There's jokes and jokes, Sean. There's jokes
okay. As long as you're okay with the joke, fair enough. Right.
There's jokes and jokes.
For me personally, I actually don't want Pot.
The fact that we're even being like told that Ben Davis is like, and it's from what's deemed to be a reliable, like news outlet, right? The fact that Ben Davis is being, put as a potential solution.
Yeah, but he can't because it's physically impossible, right? It's all waffle, right?
It just suggests to me that either everyone they've approached has just told him to do one, right? Or that we're just, like, this is what it's going to be.
Yeah, but it can't. That's what we're saying. It can't. He hasn't got his coaching badges. How can he take charge? So it's just lies from the off, right? It's rubbish from the off. He doesn't have his coaching.
We know that for sure, right? Because a couple of people are saying that he does, so we know for sure that he doesn't.
I didn't think he did. I thought it was the same as that Will Still. He had to go to France to qualify for a certain level of badge to then come back. So I thought that I don't believe he has all of his badges, has he?
Okay. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm kind of.
I don't know for sure. A couple of people saying that he does, but I don't know for sure. I mean, either way, it's a fucking. Either way, it's a bit of a joke, isn't it?
Do we not think, guys, that they've been talking to various managers, potential interim managers, potential permanent managers for the past week, and nobody wants to join? That might be a situation.
The fact that they've announced Igor Tudor's departure, Lubo, they would. I mean, listen. Who knows with the incompetence of the current crop, right? Who knows? But you would logic would assume that they probably were thinking for a couple of days. Igor's got to go. Let him grieve. Make it appropriate. What's the appropriate amount of time before you have the conversation? Whatever. It's all difficult. I don't know the answers to that, but they also would probably be really fucking stupid if they said we're going to shake hands and say goodbye unless they had some clear direction from someone that someone's willing to come in. Now, whether that's Ben fucking Davies or whether that's Pochettino, that's like two ends of the spectrum. Yeah. But they would probably have some idea of what they're going to do.
You may have had Sean. You may have
said yes.
No, he said no. He said no. He's sitting tight till the summer. He obviously wants to see what jobs come up.
His price is still very short, Lubo. The market knows.
But maybe Tudor has actually said to Spurs, I've just lost my father. I need some time out.
Sure.
Well, I was told the night of.
They might say, sorry, James. I would quickly suggest that even if Tottenham had that conversation and Igor said, I'm happy to walk away. I would still imagine that Tottenham would have to go just before we agree to that publicly. Can we at least just see what the succession plan looks like? They must, unless they're completely fucking idiotic. They must have some idea of where the next option is. Sorry, James, come in next. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's possible. Like you said, but they're still a business, right? They're still a multi-billion-pound business. They still have some idea on how things work. I was told from the very first day that he was gone and he wouldn't be stepping back into the changing rooms like that. He was done that first day. So they've given it more than enough time to calm down for him and more than enough time for us to actually find a bit of, scouting to find somebody to come in. Whether it's the right person or not, who knows? For me, I don't know. I don't think the club have got no one lined up. I just think that's lazy journalism.
Yeah, I honestly think whoever comes in. For me, the only way we're going to get out of this is if the players pull their fingers out and actually just decide we're going to give it 100% for 7 matches.
But why? Why? I don't get that logic. I really don't get that logic.
They haven't this season, have they?
So what you're saying is, for me, all 11, 13, 14 players, however many, right? They haven't given a shit all season, but all of a sudden, on their own, they're going to go, I tell you what, now we'll give a shit and play for the last 7 games.
Well, listen, they turn up some games and they don't in others. We've seen
When was the last time they turned up?
I think Atletico Madrid, they turned up.
Okay, it's fair to say that was already done. And the game before that?
Before that, I think probably Liverpool, they turned up as well.
Yeah,
I thought it was okay, Liverpool. I don't think it was fantastic. Liverpool. I thought we did okay, Liverpool. I thought there were certain moments we did okay, but I think for a large majority of that game, I thought Liverpool were the better team. If I'm being honest,
I agree with you on that. Liverpool are a better team with better players, but the players were there. They were focused. They were engaged. Were they engaged against Palace? Were they engaged against?
Well, I think again, though, do you not think that the Palace game was complete? We were 1-0. I know we were on the back foot in the first 15, and they could have scored a goal that I still believe should have been onside. I think that whole offside thing was a conspiracy. But we get 1-0 up, and then again, I was having this argument all morning with Rain, right? The fact that people predicting if something doesn't happen, then the other timeline continues in the same vein. You don't know what would have happened had Micky van der Ven not fucked us.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, but
no, yeah, I just don't get the whole. all of a sudden, it doesn't matter who manager comes in, these players are going to turn it around on their own. But well, we've been waiting for a long time for that to happen, and every time, and it ain't been the last few. It's been this season, last season. All right, fair enough. They could get up for the Europa League, but they're cup games, one-offs. They're thinking we could win a trophy, we could do something. I don't get how these players are turning it around on their own. And for me, interim manager does not work. Romero's going to look at it when he sits down and goes, "Boys, you guys need to start pulling your weight." Romero's going to go, "Fuck off, mate. You're out of here in 7 games."
Who's going to, James? Who's going to join at this stage? Seriously,
manager-wise,
unless it's an interim.
he must have something. They must have something. By the way, just let me quickly show you this. I don't know if this geezer has any credibility. He's always shared like he does. But here's one for you, Rudolph. I'm told Vinay is almost certain to leave the club this summer, with the board having lost significant faith in his ability to run it. Internally, it's been described by many as night and day compared to how Levy operated. Well.
Fucking
Well.
There you go.
Sabotage.
There has also been quite quiet but concrete discussions. I hate people that misspell quite. Involving Nasser Al-Khalifi and QSI. Oh, what are we doing here? Around updated valuations for acquiring a minority stake in the club.
Here we go.
With that stake not being Levy's, who they would want to be involved with the business or club.
That's right. There is mates, aren't they? There is mates.
I don't even know anymore if I can take that one seriously. But I like the first bit about when they say it's night and day compared to Daniel Levy.
Of course, Sean Levy's shit and Vinay's double shit. So there you go.
Well, to be fair, Vinay was brought in to be the number 2 to Levy.
Yeah.
To be honest, my main concern is fucking Lange, not Vinay.
If Vinay goes, Lange is gone.
No, it's not. He's not.
So, who do we think made the decision around Igor Tudor?
And Mackenzie can jog as well.
Well, no, Igor Tudor, the board went to Paritici to set it up.
Yeah,
no.
Like, that was.
I'm saying, who do you think made the decision around sacking or terminating Igor Tudor?
The owner.
I probably reckon that was probably Butcher
or Joe
Lewis. Yeah,
I think it's Joe.
Or Charrington.
Yep. Nah,
Charrington,
just a money guy, isn't he?
Charrington's a bean counter, mate.
No, he's not, Hugo. Charrington is Joe Lewis's he is his personal financial advisor. And he would have told Joe Lewis the potential in terms of your asset being reduced in value could run into billions.
Yeah, it could halve the value of their.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
If I was QSI, I would just slap down a £4 billion bid now and say, "Look, boys, you're in a lot of shit here. Let me solve everything. Have some of this money."
Yeah, even
you wouldn't come in at full whack. You'd probably go like,
have more
do
money.
it.
Take it.
Do it.
Even the people that have got more money than sense, right? Like the PIF fund, who are Newcastle, they're not willing to finance the stadium rebuild. They'd rather just take the stadium that they currently have and rebuild one of the stands. They add an extra 10k.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is people that 100 million quid to do that. And by the way, like rebuilding, relaunching a stand,
you can't. Sean, you can't. I know this because I've got close friends up there. Because the houses around the ground.
What does that even mean?
No, listen.
I know someone from Newcastle, so they're experts on stadium financing.
They are well informed. The houses. If you notice that the height of the stands at Newcastle, there's one stand that's much lower than the others.
There's two that's huge and there's two that's lower. Yeah.
They cannot build them up because there are houses that have got what do you call it?
Block the sunlight. Yeah, I know the story. Yeah.
And all of that. So they've been looking at building a new grounds that is around 75,000-80,000.
They even get sunshine up there. I wouldn't make much difference.
The others just sort of not that far from St James's Park, but sort of further down towards going.
I know the story. I'm just saying though.
But what's that got to do with them not buying us?
Sorry. The point being is that like as far as all of the reports go, and again, I want to make this point quickly and then pivot back into the points about Tottenham with regards the ownership and regards the kind of PR that's going on at the moment. But with regards to Newcastle, the argument has been presented by the sort of journalists or the media that even the people with all the money in the world, they're not willing to finance a 1.5 billion pound new stadium build at the moment. And the other option is just to extend one of the stands by 10,000 seats, even though they'll kind of forego all of the commercial endeavors that they can get by having a stadium that's got, you know, this, that, and the other, all the things that Tottenham do and don't have, all the things that Real Madrid, all the lessons they could have learned, all that stuff. So having all the money in the world doesn't mean that you're going to put in you're going to suddenly you're going to lose your mind on valuations regarding QSI. That was the point. But back to the PR spin, right? So Lubo, if you remember the situation with regards Tottenham and who was it that made the decision to sack Igor Tudor? You and I and everyone else that we know that knows a thing or two about a thing or two, that or we've been told a thing or two about a thing or two, various people. It wasn't Vinay and it wasn't Johan Lang, right? Correct. It was other people. Then maybe a month ago, 5 weeks ago, Matt Law comes out and The Athletic came out, right, with all these stories saying actually it was Vinay that sacked. It was. They went out of their way. I remember reading the paragraphs. It was so obviously planted stories.
Yeah, we know it was bollocks.
It was Johan Lang and it was Vinay that sacked these guys, and they're now going to have to face the difficult conversation around whether or not they need to sort of double down on their decision or whether they kind of walk back a second mistake and all that stuff. Well, now it's fallen the way it's fallen, do the club want Vinay and Johan Lang to be the people that are known for have made a second mistake in a year, right, with regards their hiring and firing? Or would they rather it land that actually would Johan Lang and Vinay rather it be known that actually they were undercut? They weren't listened to regarding sacking Thomas Frank, and that it was actually the people that are the non-footballing people that made that decision, and now they've now realised their mistake.
I guess it depends.
My answer to that is, how big a hole do the club dig for themselves? For, you know, it's a PR shambles. It's a complete joke. You know, there was no point them coming out with and briefing the Athletic and Matt Law and saying it was Vinay and Lange who picked Tudor.
Well, the interesting question then is the new PR lass. Who's she taking her marching orders from? Boucher or Vinay? Because supposedly it was Vinay that brought her in.
But it wasn't Vinay that brought her. Tudor was someone that Paratici recommended to the club in October.
No.
Tudor leave, did he still fuck Tottenham?
No, the comms girl, the new comms girl.
Was it Kate
Who
Miller?
was the one that was planting the stories with like Matt Law and the others? Like, who's she? If supposedly Vinay's wanting to cover his and Lange's back end. Sure. Then, surely you'd have to think that the comms girl wouldn't be pushing stories if she was told not to by Vinay, right? If he's the one that brought her in. Or the flip side of that coin is that, in fact, Vinay's already been cut loose and isn't, being empowered to do anything. And that, the new comms girl's being dictated and told what needs to be put where by the likes of Boucher.
Well,
I agree with all that, though, sort of like, who is it, this guy, that guy. I think the most important thing though is, right, we've got to get the right director of football in that's got an actual bit of intelligence, right? But for me, and I'm putting Paratici in here, Paratici and Lange have royally fucked this club. Royally. I know a lot of people give Paratici so much credit. That guy signed bad player after bad player, bad managers after bad managers. He may have done good for the youth. That's fantastic. But them two combined, and Lange has done, well, we can all see what Lange has done. Them two combined took us the quickest way down the table and to ruin our club as possible, right? For me, it's just as important, or if not more important, that you get the right director of football. Because if you go down, you still need a good director of football. That, for me, is an absolutely non-negotiable. You get someone that actually knows what they're doing, not a a so-called, but he did it at Juventus for 10 years, and he must know, like, you go out and get a steady Eddie that will sign us players to sort of keep us in the league, keep us mid-table, then we can grow and grow and grow. For me, the worst things that we've ever done is sign Paratici and Lange. That is, but all my hate for Levy and Enoch, those two decisions are what put us here in this current state. For me, we was never a bottom of the table club. Whether we thought that we was not happy with Levy, Enoch, whoever, we've never been in this position. Those guys have come in and made us who we are.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm terrified about this. I'll be honest. This is from Krish. I don't know where this guy's coming from. I've got no idea if this guy knows what he's talking about. People say he does. Ben Davies has been offered himself to Tottenham to take over as the interim manager, confirmed. Spurs are considering the possibility of Ben Davies becoming the manager until the end of the season. However, nothing has been decided yet. Roberto De Zerbi is still the main target for Tottenham. However, he is still not open to the possibility of joining Spurs with immediate effect only at the end of the season if Spurs survive. Adolf Hutter, Ryan Mason, Sean Dyche, Harry Redknapp and Robbie Keane are other options for Tottenham. No decision yet, but will be made in the next 24 to 48 hours. Bit of a nothing burger of a comment, but how will the fans react if that comes true, guys? If Ben Davies becomes the next manager, how will the fans react to prove
that they've made the announcement that they've sacked Tudor without actually having the person ready to go?
Well, but again, it doesn't mean it doesn't. What this is saying doesn't mean it's any truth to it, right? Because this guy's like fucking. He's like basically saying pick a card, any card, and basically every card in the deck is known, right? Like it's like there's not many other options that he hasn't brought in there. Sorry, James, you want to say something there? I can't hit. You're on mute, James. I think. Can't hear you, mate.
Sean, I'm reading De Zerbi's up. De Zerbi's in at 13-8 with Sky Bet. Potts has dropped to 5-2. Silver also taking money. And then there's a later one. De Zerbi's 2-1 again.
I just had a look on Betfair. The money that's getting laid on the bet market is not meaningful, so I wouldn't worry too much about the betting market. James, can you say something, James? Oh. Can't hear you, James, mate. Do you want to log back out and come back in again, bro?
He's frozen now.
I always love what James has got to say. Drew, you okay, mate? You're looking like you're.
Yeah. Do you know what my problem is, Sean? It's like I've said it since the beginning of the show, and I've been saying it. I've been saying it for weeks, mate. What?
That was fucking brilliant.
Which problem? Just getting straight in there. Getting straight in there. No hanging about, mate. No hanging about. Just getting straight in there, getting involved. The problem that I've got with this guy, the problem that I've got with this Zerbi guy, is that I think if we hire him, it's just because, and if he says yes now, having said that he's got to wait until the end of the season, if we do dangle enough money at him that he decides, all right, I'll come now, I just don't believe that the club will have actually learned its lesson. And I still think we're hiring the wrong fucking guy. It's going to be box office. Yes, it's going to be dicey. I just don't think long term it's a guy that's going to be the stability and the step that we need. I just think there's too much volatility. And I just think they're basically just throwing money at a problem that they themselves have created that they don't truly know how to solve. And I don't know. It's just going to be another Conte. The football will be prettier, but it's just going to be too much. It's going to end in tears in 18 months, and we'll be right back where we fucking are again.
Mate, we're already
we need something more long term. We need something more long term.
That's right. That's why you bring Poch in when you can. Whether if it's 1st of July, it's 1st of July. But for me, Redknapp would come in. The players need lifting off the ground. Confidence is at an all-time low. They haven't won for 3 months. 3 months yet.
Lubo, on it. Do you genuinely believe that Harry Redknapp, with all due respect, Sean, do you believe Harry Redknapp walks into that dressing room and any of these players really know who on earth he is? And really, did he honestly garner the respect you know, whether it's due or not, because I love the guy. I think he's fantastic. I always love the Harry Redknapp era. Does he garner the respect of these players that you honestly think you're giving him right now?
Drew, he built a team and managed players that these guys could only dream of being as good.
And I understand that, Lubo, and I absolutely get that point. But my point is that these players are kind of like goldfish nowadays. Like, there's really not much going. I feel like you could ask them the same question 2 or 3 times in an afternoon, and they'd be, oh yeah, they're just not. They're not there. I'm sorry, with all due respect. I'm sorry if there's any professional players watching. I think you're all a bit.
I doubt it.
I think you're all idiots. I think you're all a bit silly up top.
Haven't we got like a couple of souvenir DVDs that we can get out the club shop and send back with the players?
I've got to ask you this. Let me ask this one, Hugo. Right. I know that
Lubo
is a big proponent of this concept, right? And I hear it all day long on TalkSport. I see the girl Abby Summers, whatever her name is.
Don't pretend like you don't know Butler.
No, I don't watch. I don't listen to her too much, but I don't certainly watch AFTV. I'm aware of her. I'm aware of everyone. But there's people I pick and choose, right? But I don't particularly rate her opinion. But she was saying, and no disrespect to her, but just it is what it is. But a lot of people are saying, we have to have someone that knows Tottenham. Like it's almost become like a prerequisite condition for whoever the acceptable target candidate is, that we're looking for people that fit a certain criteria, and that's how the likes of Tim Sherwood have got involved in the zeitgeist. That's how the likes of Harry Redknapp and Jermaine Defoe and Robbie Keane. That's how these people are suddenly part of the game. Tell me which players in the current Tottenham team, other than Ben Davies, have any fucking clue who any of these ex-Tottenham managers are.
Well,
if you're suggesting that they're going to, if you're suggesting that they're going to, sorry,
let Hugo. I asked Hugo first, and then go on, Hugo.
Yeah, I mean they don't have a clue, so that's when I was saying like tongue in cheek about giving them like one of the souvenir DVDs from the club shop. That would be about the only way I can think that they'd, have a bit more of a clue as to like who the heck half of these guys are, to be honest with you. I don't think, that we're talking.
I don't think they have a fucking clue. If that's a prerequisite, it's like saying to me, we need a new chef for our restaurant, but the guy has to live within a mile of the fucking restaurant because, he knows how to find a parking spot.
I mean, if they'd have won something, and there was
it's a terrible analogy. But
if they'd have won something, and there was like photographs of them and the team up on the walls or whatever else, that might be something, right? Where they could, the players would be like, oh yeah, I recognise.
Is Lucas Berghvall or Archie Gray going to, at 19 years old, is Mathys Tel going to sit there and say, can't wait to hear what Harry Redknapp's got to say?
Well, I mean,
I remember him so fondly from when I was 7 years old.
I was the manager when Crouchy got top bins at Man City, and we went on to,
some of the English boys might remember, whatever, but not the likes of Tell or freaking Berghvall or whatever.
Guys, here's your choices, because this is where we're at. You're never going to get Xavi Hernandez. You're never going to get Xabi Alonso. They're free at the moment.
Of course.
Okay. You're not going to get an up-and-coming manager who's doing well, who's going to wait till the summer because he's not going to risk having a relegation line on his CV. So you've got a choice of you go for an old Spurs professional, like an old Spurs legend who's been in management. No, Robbie Keane, I doubt Robbie Keane wouldn't come for 7 games. He'll come for 18 months. But he won't come for 7 games. And the chances are that Keane wouldn't leave before the end of the season anyway. So
not without a permanent deal.
Right.
I doubt it, Sean. You've got Allardyce. You've got Allardyce and Dyche, who are your firefighters. Then you've got your legends who used to manage, people like Redknapp and Sherwood. I'm just trying. Who else? Who else is there? And
Allardyce is the same. Like, who's of these players? Who's going to have a clue who Allardyce is?
But Hugo, who is a regular manager who's been managing for the last few years, that's currently out of work, that's going to come and take this job for the next.
I mean,
7
I
months.
guess.
What's the condition? I don't think the condition has to be Tottenham through and through. I do think Premier League experience is a condition.
Yeah,
personally.
for sure.
Like Igor Tudor was a roll the dice and it didn't fucking work, right? And I look at things like his performance in the Sunderland game where he sits there and sets us up to whip balls in galore against arguably the best two centre-backs area in the Premier League. In Forest game, right? What did I say? Sorry. In the Forest game. And I think that showed his ignorance around the specifics of the Premier League. So I don't want to take that risk again. I don't know Adolf Hutter. I don't know anything about him. I'll go in with the same level of like yes or no as I did with Igor Tudor. I've got no idea.
But I'd say the same about fucking Ralph about Nagelsmann or something right now. Well, like I don't think he's probably not the guy that you want, even if you can get him. Probably not the right guy right now. But I think that right now I don't care about whether you've got Tottenham DNA. I couldn't give a fuck about that. I don't know what that means. But I do know that Premier League experience in this regard. If you're going to offer me Sam Allardyce or Adi Hutter, I'm choosing Sam Allardyce because he knows the fucking relegation.
But what's happened to the likes of Maresca? What's happened to the likes of like Maresca's disappeared off the reservation?
He's waiting for He's waiting for Pep Guardiola. He's never going to come to Tottenham. He's waiting for.
All right. Well, I mean, like Ten Hag won silverware at Man United with a bang average United side. Like, what's going on with him? He knows the.
Would you take a Ten Hag? That's an interesting one. That's a great suggestion. I'm not sure.
He knows the Premier League. He won silverware with a bang average
the Premier League
side.
He definitely knows the Premier League. Is that
probably got the same issue, right? Probably got the same issue.
Lubo, you asked the fucking question. Is Ten Hag employed?
Hugo has come with the answer.
Ten Hag's not employed right now, is he?
I don't think he is.
No. Someone said Brendan Rodgers in the chat. He's in Saudi. What about Ruben Amorim? Well, yeah, I mean, there's players. There are coaches that are available.
Drew, he'd play three at the back, wouldn't he? If you want,
he's the technical director at FC 20.
Who is?
Ten Hag's the technical director at 20.
Okay.
Oh, all right. My bad.
Yeah. No, it's a good suggestion though, because Lubo asked for
Xabi Alonso. He's available.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Two hopes again.
He's going to be Drew. Alonso is going to be one of the most sought after managers in the summer. Do you think he's going to risk everything?
Do we think? I mean, I'm not sure who made the point earlier. I think a couple of people have made it, but to this point, who's going to come in and risk a relegation on their resume? At this point in time, like we can name some available coaches that are good coaches that if you threw enough money at them, you'd like to think that they would come. But we are in the spot that we are, and I just don't know that anyone wants to put their name to that. Potentially, they want to see us out of trouble first.
To be offered maybe
you're on mute, John.
But Drew, to be offered £1 million for 6 weeks' work, right, with the risk of losing jobs worth many millions more, do you think people are going to look at that and think it's a good? That's a good deal.
I actually think that this narrative of like who the fuck would come to Tottenham, I actually don't think it's as settled a science as Tottenham fans would look at it. I think other people could look at it and go, it's a free hit for me. I'm going to get paid a fuck ton of money if I do the job. To your point, Drew, I don't think it just extends to Pochettino, by the way. I think it extends to a lot of managers that if they do keep them up, then they could be they're forever, like just the way Ange Postecoglou will forever be remembered as a hero by such a massively disproportionate percentage of our population.
But to that point, Sean, I mean, the two coaches that we potentially just mentioned there that wouldn't come to us, that whether we want them or not, we're just talking about available coaches, right? So
Southgate,
we
viable.
could have, but we could have. I think De Zerbi was available when Tudor became available, right? It happened the same weekend. He left Marseille on mutual consent.
I would be more.
Technically, he was available.
But I'd be more inclined to put Tudor in the same. Yes, I don't think Xabi Alonso is realistic, not because of where Tottenham are at. I just think he's got massively bigger options available.
No, absolutely.
I'd also put De Zerbi in the same bucket. So for him, it's not a conversation of I can be a hero if I keep them up. I can get out if we go down. I'll get a relegation fee. I think for him, it's just a case of in the summer, like if I come into Tottenham and I keep Tottenham up, do I still want to be a Tottenham manager, even in a world where Tottenham are a Premier League team next season, relative to the other opportunities that I will have in the summer? I think there'll be no end of options for De Zerbi in the summer. Same with Xabi Alonso. Same with those sorts of people. Whereas the other, like, so I don't think it's just a case of like with De Zerbi. I don't think it's a case of hero if you keep them up, get out of jail if you go down, because I think he'll be stuck with Tottenham if we stay up anyway, and there'll be a better team that he can manage in the summer.
So there's an argument. So there's potentially an argument that even regardless of being in the situation we're in now, if we were to go back a couple of months to when we were hiring Tudor and we didn't hire Tudor, we're saying none of those coaches were still ever going to come to us anyway. So we need to lower our expectation as to what sort of coach is going to come in and fix them.
In specific circumstances. If you're suggesting that the solution is Xabi Alonso, lower your expectations. If your scenario is De Zerbi, I could be wrong, but I think De Zerbi for me, as I just said, I think personally for him, he's looking and going, even if Tottenham stay up, there might be a better team in the summer that I can manage, right? But with other managers that are out of work, or with other managers, I think that there's a better like free hit balance in their mindset than what Tottenham fans perceive to be. I do want to get everyone's take on this, but guys, there's like 8 super chats that I've completely neglected. Big up to you, Perchy. How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Yeah, I'm all good.
I'll let you come in a second as well. I know I can see Lubo wanted to say something. Sorry, guys. I just want to get these super chats. Otherwise, I'm being disrespectful to the chat. Adam Gill, big up to you. By the way, guys, there's 1,600 people here. Has been for a long time. It's been going for a long time. We've got lots to talk about. Massive numbers. Please do smash like, subscribe, share,
smash
notification, and hype the video.
Sean, I want to talk about my club. Tottenham Hotspur. Listen, we've been in the pits, the absolute bottoms, but I'll let you get on with the super chat. Smash like, subscribe. Thank you.
Terry Fluer's in the chat. Big up to you, Terry. It's great to see you. Big up to Adam Gill. He says left field, but someone guaranteed to get us back up and an affiliation to the club. Why not Scott Parker? 2-year contract, get us back up, then gone. Let me keep that one, Adam. Let me keep that one, mate, and we'll throw that into the mix in a minute. Appreciate you, man. Very cool of you. Sniffer Dogs put in a super sticker. Big up to you, Sniff Dog. Choo to you, my man. Appreciate you, buddy. Always big up to you, Sniff Dog. Big up to you, my man. Love you, mate. Hope you're okay. Hope you're getting better as well. Hope your recovery's on its ways. Ledley's knees. Big up to you, Ledley's knees. I watched the USA get pumped versus Belgium. And if they play like that in the World Cup, fans might not want Poch. So maybe it's in his interest to come now. Look, he hasn't done great for America, has he, Lubo? What are we saying?
He doesn't have a huge amount of talent either there, though.
What are people expecting to do against these top countries? Seriously, I mean, you know, he's in charge of the USA.
He also lost us or drew with some fucking bank. Didn't he drew with Puerto Rico or fucking like El Salvador or some bollocks?
He wasn't playing a bunch of the top European lads. He was playing a bunch of the domestics.
Is that right? Is it? Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I would just say like the reputation that he's forged with America. I don't know. Any American fans that are watching, I'm guessing 10-12% of you lot that are watching. There must be 150 people here that are American fans, if judging by the usual analytics. Let me know. Go on, Luba.
Sure. Hugo's well placed to give the opinion on Poch's progress as USA manager.
Yeah.
I don't really follow the MLS, mate.
You'd think I'd be well placed, but I'm actually bloody not. So
actually, give roughly 0 fucks about MLS.
By the way, Sean, last 20 minutes, lots of money piling on to Daesh with the bookies.
Is there? Are you keeping an eye on it? Are you keeping an eye on it?
It's going to be the ginger.
Listen,
it's going to be him, isn't it?
I don't know. We'll come back to it in a second. Big up to you. Thank you, Ledley. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Blaine's
2 banks of 4, by the way. 2 banks of 4, by the way.
Oh, listen, you know. I'll do the AI in a minute. Big up to Blaine. He says, Matt Law has just posted that Spurs are exploring Ben Davies as interim to the end of the season. Yeah, we spoke about that, mate. What are we doing? Listen, if they go down the Ben Davies path, I can't wait to see the Tottenham fan reaction on that one. It's going to be
Fabrizio Romano bomber, apparently.
It's going to be what it is.
Here.
Is there a Romano bomber? Can someone look it up?
Know,
Big up
maybe
to you, Blaine.
somebody said it might just be spam. I don't know.
Big up to you, Blaine. Thank you so much, mate. Very generous today, Blaine, as always, mate. Appreciate you. Lee Townsend says these players turn up for the Champions League or glamorous matches like City or Liverpool. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the biggest concern for me is if you look at the teams in the relegation scrap, who has the most luxurious players that are not used to it? And what does that usually pan out to be as an outcome? Big up to you, Lee. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much, mate. Very, very generous of you, buddy. Roy Viking, big up to you, Roy. He says, Sean, would you take Solskjaer right now? You know what? Can I leave that one? I'm going to let the chat have that one in it, but I've just done the rest of the shit. Roy, 1 second, mate. I'll keep that one up, mate, and I'll let Perchy and the rest of the boys have a go on that one in a minute. AV222, is that CC? I think that might be CC by looking by the... I think it might be Aston, but yeah, that might be CC. She says Ryan Mason +1 incoming. ENIC wants Silva next season. Listen, I don't want Marco Silva. Again, I'm gonna leave that one up and I'll bring it into you. Big up to you, AV. Thank you very much. If that is CC, big up to you, miss. Hope you're okay. If it's not, then apologies for the misidentification. We don't want to do that on this channel, but we don't really care about offending people, but it is what it is. JP, member for 31 months. Big up to you, Ben Davies. He'll fucking know what the fuck is going on. He fucking will. So he will. Absolutely fucking crazy. It's madness. It's fucking insanity. Big up to you, JP. Big up to you for your loyalty. Perchy.
Yo.
Big up to you, my man. We are going round the houses here on manager options. Scott Parker's a name we haven't spoken about. And Adam Gill brought it up here, so I'll let you have the first crack on it. What's your take on Scott Parker? Is that a potential solution?
No, I think you've got to kind of put A and B together, right? You can't I think you've got to think of someone right now and then someone moving forward. Like, I think, isn't Scott Parker still somewhere? Am I right in saying, or is he out?
Burnley. Yeah. Burnley.
Well, of course. So, again, I look at that and go, if we got Scott Parker, is he really going to say no to leave Burnley right now for Tottenham? Maybe. I doubt he'll do it on an interim. Why would he? He's got a stable job at the moment. Look, for me at the moment, I think on a whole right now is get somebody in that can get it simple again. Go simple formation, less of these kind of wacky formations, wacky tactics that we've been seeing under Tudor. Go try and make it as simple as possible for some of these really, really average football players. Tell the likes of Romero to stop marauding into midfield all the time, and just get back to making us hard to beat. I'm not against someone like a Sean Dyche at this stage. I don't know what the heck's going on there. Look, what I will say, the fact they've now announced that Tudor's gone tells me that there's something going to happen maybe tomorrow. That's my theory. We are a mess as a football club. Are we that stupid to get rid of this guy and then have nobody in?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know.
I fucking hope not. I really hope not, Perchy.
You would hope that whether or not we agree or disagree on who the manager is, you would expect right now that they would have got this guy gone to bring in somebody else in. Just simplistic at the stage. Like, look, you kind of got. I'll be honest. I don't really care at this stage, but just not someone that plays all this crazy, putting Porro in at centre half, Gallagher at right wing. Nah, just put players in positions. Try and get as many players into natural positions as possible, and give us a bit of a fighting chance in that way. I don't really give a shit what the formation. Just keep it relatively simple. Get Paulinho back in midfield, but look, I think it's probably going to end up being Sean Dyche, is my thinking. I think it'll end up being him. The Ben Davies conversations, I think that's just plucking out there. Look, let's be fair. Even if Ben Davies took it in charge, can it get any worse? Can it get any worse? I mean,
Yeah,
we're not even.
we get relegated, Perchy.
Yeah.
You can get.
Hang on. We were on course to get relegated anyway under this guy.
17th, it can get worse.
No. Hang on. Can it get any worse than Igor Tudor? No, the only
Well,
way
you can get 0 points and not 1.
Right, but look, at least you've had
some of the results against that Igor Tudor oversaw. There was a lot of context to the reasons why we lost the game, like the Crystal Palace game, the red card. I'm not saying we would have won it otherwise.
They were battering us regardless.
It was 20 minutes into the game, though. We don't know how the rest of the game would have panned
out. Honestly, how we went 1-0 up in that game was miraculous. I mean, we went
1-0 up, but we went 1-0 up.
Yeah, but regardless, we got battered in that game. Like,
but you're making the assumption that Perchy, like, how many times have we been outplayed in the first half and had better second halves? We were 1-0 up with 20 minutes played, and then we end up losing Micky van der Ven because of a moment of madness.
Sure, but you're using. Yeah, but you're using. Hang on, Danny. One game we're talking about here. There's games where we finished with 11.
There's lots of context.
No, there isn't.
I'm not making a defense.
The context is.
I'm not making a defense for him. I'm just saying that when you say like it couldn't get much worse than Igor Tudor.
Come on. We were rock bottom at this stage. We were at rock bottom of crap. Like, we were going to get relegated under this guy. At least whoever the next person is as long as they can make us hard to beat. I'll forget about winning at this stage. Just make us.
Was it 38? Was it? Sorry, Chris. Was it 38? Sorry, mate.
Make us. For me, just make us hard to beat. Make us hard to beat. Go to games where I don't think they're gonna ship 3 or 4 past us. Go to games where I go, do you know what? Keep us in the game. My point is we're barely in games with this guy. Well, apart from Liverpool, which I thought they let us off the hook there. I mean, how on earth they should have been all over us and finished us off. They didn't. We nabbed a point. Great result. But for me, apart from that game, under this guy, we've not been in one game of football. At least when you watch teams that lose, you go, they were in it. At least they were in it, but a bit of quality has beaten them. We haven't been in games barring Liverpool in the league. So can it get worse? Look, just get someone sensible. I don't care at this stage. If it's Scott, if you can manage to get Scott Parker, sure. I don't think Ryan Mason's the right suggestion. I think that for me would be a bit ridiculous. I mean, he put West Bromwich Albion in a relegation battle this season, so that would be crazy. I don't see where that works. Sean Dyche fits the mould. I'm not in for this whole Harry Redknapp thing. Maybe Sherwood again hasn't managed for a long time. I'm not sure, but just please,
12 years of the fucking game, and he's talked an absolute load of bollocks ever since. Danny, let me bring you in.
Yeah.
Sorry, Percy, we'll go around the round table.
Yeah.
Danny, let me bring you in. Welcome to the show, mate. Danny, you any chance to put your camera on for the benefit of people, or are you going to be a bit of a hidden?
I'm not at my desk, mate. I'm doing some work in the kitchen, so
okay.
I can't put my camera on.
All right. What's the take?
Sean.
Yes, Lubo. All right.
The favourites with the bookies is now De Zerbi again, and Romero has just come out and said Tottenham are really going hard for De Zerbi right now. Is their mission to appoint him before the summer and doing everything possible to convince him.
Okay. Yeah, he was also adamant that, about Eze and Morgan Gibbs-White, wasn't he?
Is Romano on the where's that comment from him then? I can't see that. Where's he said that?
Yeah, Romano has just posted that, by the way.
Can't see anything from him.
It's on the Spurs Watch quoting Romano.
Well, he must be saying it somewhere, but it's not a tweet from Romano. It's not a tweet from Romano.
YouTube, maybe?
Maybe on YouTube. Danny, before we get to that one, Roy Viking asked the question, would I take Solskjaer? I'm going to allow that one to throw around to the chat. Would anyone take Solskjaer right now?
Why not? Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, why not? I would.
Okay. What, ahead of others?
Yeah, as an interim basis, yeah, why not?
I don't hate it, to be honest. I don't hate it. I quite like Solskjaer.
You know what, guys? I don't think it even matters who, particularly, so long as they play players in their right positions. I don't think it matters. I think in terms of
it does matter, Lubo. It does matter.
At this stage,
you know what? These players don't.
At this stage, it don't.
It doesn't. These players don't do it with anybody, do they? So it's up to the players. If the players pull their finger out and graft, then they're good enough for 7 games to get enough points.
Or they're just not very good players.
It matters because the players need to do the basics, right? The problem we've had is that clearly they weren't working on the basics, like hardly at all. And I'm talking about passing a football, right? Because they clearly don't know how to pass a football. So you need someone to go in there and actually literally go back to the very basics of what you learn when you're 5 years old when you first kick a football, right? That's what they need to do. And you need someone who's going to go in there, right, and do that kind of stuff. And what they really need is someone to go in there and try and get them to focus on what made them a footballer, why they got into football in the first place, and forget about what's going on the outside. Do you know what I'd do if I was the manager? I'd get every single player and I'd say to them, you disable your social media accounts until the end of the season, because whatever they see on social media is also going to get into their heads, right? So they need to have no distractions whatsoever. It's just got to be like a little bubble. It's got to be like a little bubble's got to be created within that training ground, and shut off the outside noise, because they need to have less pressure on them, because these players cannot play under any sort of pressure. And when you do like bus parades and stuff like that, it's enticing the problem. It's adding more layers of unnecessary pressure than required. So for me, it does matter who the manager is, right? They need whoever it is. It's got to be someone who's gonna focus on the basics, right? Let the defenders focus on defending. Let the strikers focus on the finishing, and pass and move the football. That's what they need to focus on, right? For me, so I don't know who that manager is. Whether that's Sean Dyche, whether that's Harry Redknapp, whether that's Zerbi, whoever it is, they've got to do that. So it does matter to an extent, because the manager that does come in has got to do that. So I get what you're saying. It doesn't matter, because if the manager doesn't do those things, then it doesn't matter, right? But whoever comes in has to do those things. Otherwise, this team is going down.
Let me just do a couple more. There's a load of super chats coming in. I want to bring, want to get Lubo and Hugo's take on some other things as well. Give me 1 second, boys and girls. Ryan Mason +1 incoming. Sorry, done already. Sorry, still done already. CC, thank you very much. Laurie Boost, big up to you, Laurie. Thank you very much for the super chat. He or she says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but as an interim, there's one man for me. Arise, Sir Gareth.
Oh, Gareth Southgate.
Lubo,
not
Southgate,
or Bale. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're talking about Gareth Southgate. Yeah.
I prefer Southgate to Dyche.
Do you know what? I would at this point.
He'd get the job done. He'd keep us up.
I'm not against Southgate at this start.
I'm not against Southgate.
Southgate played some decent football with England, and he knows a lot of the English players. He knows and he probably relate to them as well.
And he builds a team spirit, most importantly.
Yeah.
And he plays boring but effective football.
Yeah, that's fair.
Big up to you, Laurie. You're not alone, mate. You're not alone. You've got some support in that one. He's not on the list, though. He's not on the top 15. Is he on the list there, Lubo? Is he on the list of managers in the betting market? What market? Are you looking at the same thing I'm looking at, like the odds checker, or are you looking at something else?
No, the Twitter group I'm in with Ferg, one of the guys is following the betting, literally minute by minute.
Can I just say, the betting stuff, they have no idea, by the way. They know as much as we do.
It's very thin markets as well.
It's markets that literally, they just literally read what they see on the internet like all of us do. They have no insider knowledge.
Betfair, on a Betfair, so for those of you who don't know, Betfair is a market that you can set your own prices on. Like anyone who has a certain account can offer your own options and then put your own prices on it, and then they become part of the market. But very, very little money gets displayed on it. And so whatever happens on there suddenly affects everything else. But the market is so thin for these sorts of bets, for these sorts of values. Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, listen, Betfair it's a fantastic. It's brilliant that you can bet and lay, back and lay. But it is thin markets for these sorts of things. Sean Hull, big up to you, Sean Hull. He says the coach at Colorado Rapids is doing a job. Isn't that's our own guy?
Matty Wells, isn't it?
Yeah. How's he getting on? Anyone know? Let me know. Big up to you, Sean. Appreciate you, mate. Simon F 1967 says we need an Ange L to save us. Great show, Mr. B. Appreciate the plaudits. Who's an Ange L? An Ange lost to save us? And I'm not sure
what about Alicia Lehman? I've seen her name come up on the comments.
That's for a different reason. That's for a different show.
Lubo. Players might get distracted, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna say our players can't focus anyway.
Yeah.
D Spurs or Day Spurs, sorry, DAE Spurs.
Disa Spurs.
Disa Spurs. He says Felipe Clement at Norwich.
Who?
No idea. Don't follow that club, that level. What's he doing,
Sean, he wasn't very impressive at Rangers, was he?
Yeah, I was gonna say he was a very poor Rangers.
Oh, that's the ex Rangers guy, is it? Oh yeah, okay. Fight that one off then. Big up to you, Day Spurs. Big up to you. Lee Townsend says De Zerbi is a risk. Brighton are a well-run club and hire managers to suit their philosophy. Look at what Potter has done since leaving. I agree with that. I agree with the sentiment around that. 100%, which is why I was never that sure about Thomas Frank being such an obvious guy, because Brentford and Brighton are not dissimilar, and there wasn't that many. Correct. Like there wasn't a huge sample size of Brentford managers to compare, but there was at Brighton, and I agree with you on that one. However, do I rate De Zerbi as a manager? Yes. Do I think De Zerbi could fit this squad? Not really. Not unless he changes his system, and I don't think that will happen.
You know, the absolute irony is that we've fallen so far this time. Like beginning of next season, Frank's going to probably appear like a pretty good shout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've got to ask. Does anyone on the panel regret sacking Thomas Frank?
Yes,
100%.
I was one of the only people that didn't want him sacked, and I was getting slated for it left, right, and centre.
Frank may not have been great, but Frank wouldn't have had us relegated.
Which was my point exactly, Perchy. But
hang on. Just hang on one second. Just
hindsight is wonderful, isn't it? Like at the time,
Hugo, big volume.
Go back and check from months ago. I was saying
Hugo,
it's a stupid decision to get rid of Frank.
It is now. It is now.
No. I was saying it back then, Hugo. I was the only person who wanted Frank to stay. Only person. There was no one who wanted Frank to stay.
Is there not
Dave the Irish Hotspur's calling you an absolute bozo there, Danny. He's saying he got 2 wins in 17.
I mean,
we're in this shit.
But hang on.
Thomas Frank's not the reason we're in this shit.
It's part of the reason. Part of the fucking reason.
He's not the reason.
Didn't help.
He's not the reason.
Can I just say something on this? That's big up Dave. He's right in what he says, but it's a little bit disingenuous because the one difference here, is where the difference with what Frank was doing. He was chipping away with draws that we were playing crap and we were getting shit draws there and there. The draws we've got would have kept us out of this sort of predicament.
Exactly.
By the way, I'm not suggesting that Frank was the saviour. I thought Frank got a lot of things wrong at Tottenham, but I don't think Frank would have had us in the level of the shit we're in. Nope. We would have still been in the shit, but not to this level.
The problem is that the reason why we're, looking back and thinking, sort of whatever jilted girlfriend is that we just didn't realize quite how absolutely incompetent the recruitment is at this club. That meant that as opposed to replacing Frank with someone who was vaguely competent, they just again blundered into making another shit appointment. That's the problem. If we'd have appointed someone that was competent at that time, we wouldn't be having these ridiculous conversations that we're having to have now.
I agree. By the way, this isn't a Frank Tudor, and it's not really that conversation. I think the point that was being made was what Sean said was the original point. I'm not seeing it suggesting that.
No, I asked the question: does anyone regret sacking Thomas Frank?
Yeah, no.
Most of you said yes.
100%.
Irish Hotspurs come in hot on this one.
Yeah, Perchy, 2 draws, 4 defeats from the last 6 games.
Yeah. And in the last 5 games, we've got 1 point. That's the difference, right?
Not just that, Perchy. Look at the last 5 games that we had under Thomas Frank. Statistically, in every aspect, Thomas Frank's stats were better in every aspect of the pitch, on the football pitch, right? Not only that, right? If you look at the last 3 Premier League games against Man United, before we had bozos that got sent off, like Romero getting sent off at United, we were in that game. It looked like a good game that was going to be, right? Don't know how that was going to end, but as soon as we got that red card, we capitulated. Man City, we came back from 2-0 down against Man City, right? So we were actually, there was still some kind of fight in there, right? Regardless of what the results were, right? But under Tudor, we have had nothing, absolutely nothing. And my issue with that is that at least under Thomas Frank, we were scoring corners, which was the only place we could actually score goals, right? Under Tudor, we couldn't score hardly any corners, right? Because they've stopped focusing on it. And this is the problem. For me, I always just before I finish this, Fran, for me, Thomas Frank could see exactly what was fucking going on at this disgraceful football club. He saw how shit these players were, and he was trying to maximize what he could out of how bad they were, which is why the only time we could score goals with the shit forward line that we had was from corners, and it was our defenders that were scoring the goals. So when those defenders weren't on the pitch because they were getting red cards or whatever it was, right, we couldn't score to save our life, right? And then Tudor comes in and does absolute madness, and look what happened.
Let me tell you the difference.
We conceded. How many goals did we concede in the Premier League game?
Just 1 second, Luke. Just one second.
I've got the stats here.
Yeah, no, just 1 second. I just want to touch on what Danny said. By the way, I'm not suggesting, like, if my point was, if the question, because I think this is where people in the chat are missing it. The question with Sean was, do you regret sacking him? Well, yeah, but if because Tudor was that bad. Tudor was that bad that, yeah, I think, but it doesn't mean that I wanted us to keep Thomas Frank. The answer was,
I did.
If it meant that
you can't. So you're flip flopping.
I'm not flip flopping.
What I regret.
No, hang on. I'm not flip flopping.
The question was, do you regret Thomas Frank leaving? And you're saying yes. So when you just said it doesn't mean I wanted to keep Thomas Frank. With hindsight,
because you're using hindsight for the conversation, Sean.
I haven't played this fucking video for ages.
No, the regret.
We have a flip flop. Everyone changes their mind, like they didn't say that last time. We have a flip flop, trying to erase the past. Well, buddy, you're having a laugh.
What the fuck is that?
The regret.
What
the regret I have.
is that?
That's you, Perchy.
The regret I have is that Frank wasn't fired in November, which is when he should have been fired.
I agree with that.
And Perchy,
I agree with Hugo there. I do agree with that. He sacked him at the wrong time.
Right, correct. Everyone's saying that we've been wide open since Tudor took over. Yes, we've drawn 1, lost 5. Frank drew 2, lost 4. Frank scored 8. Tudor scored 4. Both of them conceded 13 goals in their 6 league games. Both of them, and that's what's cost us. That's what's cost us the all these points. 3 points out of 36. Absolutely horrendous.
My issue was sacking Frank was I had no faith that this club was going to make the right decision in the management, and clearly that's true.
No, I agree, Danny.
I said it just before he got sacked. I was on We Are Tottenham TV, and I said to Ben and Sim, I was like, boys, I'm telling you now, it's one of those cliche moments where you're all wishing for this guy to go, but you've got no idea what's coming, right? You've got and for me, I would rather take the gamble on keeping Frank, even though he shouldn't have been at this football club in the very first place. In my heart, I knew that, or I felt that he would do enough to get us through and keep us up in the Premier League and stay. And then you sack him at the end of the season.
Yeah, but that wasn't the threat at the time. I don't think anyone was really.
Mate, even at the time, Sean, I still believed Frank will get us a couple more points than where we are right now.
Yeah, but I hear that. But like when Thomas Frank was, like towards the end of Thomas Frank's reign, were we really contemplating relegation like we are now? I don't remember if we were.
Yes.
No, we weren't.
Well, we might have been. We might have been. We might have been. We might.
Mate, it was one-way traffic at that stage.
Maybe we were. Maybe
Technically, we were not. So I don't know what people
Danny?
want. If people want to lie, the
I
facts.
don't know.
the
Like,
stats
I'm
were
not
we
even
weren't.
sure. Like Danny. I'm not even sure what technically right is, because if you go and actually have a look at the stats, barring the first 5 games, in every set, and this stat I think comes from Jim at Oso Spurs. Other than the first 5 games, and we can kind of pick and choose because everyone wanted to say, Angie's first 10 games and this, that, and the other. So barring the first 5 games of this season, every block of 5 games after that has put us in this position in the bottom 4. So to say we weren't hurtling down into this, so to say we weren't hurtling down towards this position anyway,
but it doesn't. You're being disingenuous now, Drew, because the whole question was, when Frank left, were we in a relegation battle? The answer is no, because statistically we were not. Right? We were not. We were 5 points clear off the bottom 3. Now we're on 1 point. Right.
So hang on. So 4 points is the difference between
in the last 5 games. In the last 5
battle,
games, if we'd got 2 more points, we'd still be in a relegation zone, right? But we would at that time we weren't in that mix right then. So technically, we were not. Yes, you can say all you want about we were going that way, but if you want the answer to the question, at that point we were not.
No, the question was, do we regret sacking Frank? That was.
And I don't want to have this Thomas Frank conversation. It's a bit pointless.
I'll tell you where we are, matey. I'll tell you where we are. I'll tell you where we were.
You don't get to decide what conversation we're having, Danny. You can't even put your fucking camera on, son. Right? We decide the conversation we're having.
Fair point.
Let me tell you where we were,
The conversation we've had like a million fucking times.
Danny, when Frank got sacked after the Newcastle game, after that set of results, we had 29 points from 26 games. We were 16th in the table. We were 2 clear of Forest and 5 clear of West Ham.
Yeah. So we
were
were
16th. We were 16th. We had won 2 games in 17. We were heading into relegation, and anybody who saw that Newcastle match at home,
and do you know what the funniest thing is? The fact
there was a complete lack of effort. I walked out of that ground and I said, if Frank carries on, we are going down.
Well, we weren't, in my opinion, but we can agree to disagree.
Look, whether we were or not isn't the conversation. The point, look, I thought we were shit under Frank, but the point here that I think that's being made is that people. No, hang on, no, because people in the chat just chat bollocks half the time. Like, sorry, but like what? No,
Perchy,
no.
I'm
not here because I hate this. Because I hate this bullshit narrative. I'm defending Frank. No, Frank had to go. The point was,
they're winding you up.
We statistically got worse.
Got to go.
But we've got worse and worse under this guy. By the way, Hugo got it spot on. By the way, the problem wasn't about sacking Frank. It was when we did. We should have sacked him before January. And then it got in somebody else.
If they were going to do it, that's when they do
it. Get a couple of loan players in that can help us.
They should have done it
fix
at the
it.
fucking end of November.
But they didn't, right? And they sacked him at the wrong time. So the point was, would I have kept him? Yeah, probably, because I don't think we'd have had more points. I think it's an opinion. We can't. There's no data to prove that we would or wouldn't. We can't.
Guys,
but I think we would.
At any competently run football club, Thomas Frank would have been fucking sacked.
When?
What are we doing here?
At what point? At what point?
Huh?
At what point would he have been sacked?
Probably in November. But he sure as shit would have been sacked when
the funniest thing about all of this is that
he would have been sacked
we're
in
talking
November,
about.
But he sure as shit would have been sacked. Worst case scenario, like
he was doing. But he was. Where? Hang on a second, Lubo. You're the master of fucking pulling out the old paper document receipt trail. Where were we in the league in November?
I'll tell you. Hold on.
He's got to go through one of the folders, isn't he?
I think we're like,
hang on. Which match?
I don't fucking remember. Look, Hugo's making the point that any competently run football club would have had him gone by November. And I remember we started the league very well.
I'll tell you, actually.
End of October, we were 3rd with 17 points from 9 games.
Okay, you ain't going to sack it. If you're 3rd at the end of October and then you go on a bit of a bad run because of injuries, you're not sacking a geezer that's got you 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. You're not doing that. Again, we go back to this delusional.
Weren't we in 12th though?
We're fucking
No,
better than we are.
no, hang on. Let me tell you about November. Lost at home to Chelsea 1-0. Beat Copenhagen in the Champions League 4-0.
Yeah, but hang on a second. That loss to Chelsea 1-0 could have easily been 5-0.
No, right.
Yeah, but
We only lost.
lots
Hang
of
on.
babies. We lost 1-0.
We only lost
End
1-0.
of November, we were 12th. There you go.
Right.
Someone
We could have beaten Palace if we didn't get a red card. We can't use that. We can't keep saying this thing all the time.
Right. We lost to Chelsea, drew with United, lost to Arsenal, and lost to Fulham. So we finished up with where are we now?
We were 12th. End of November, we were 12th.
Well, I'll tell you. Hold on.
Filing cabinets?
No, I'll find you the.
Hang on. I've just pulled up the league table. Halfway into the season, right? Halfway into the season.
Share the link if you've got it there, Perchy. Share the link.
Right.
Look, I'll send it to you.
End of November. Hang on. End of November. I'll tell you the.
Lubo, you can put your paper away. I've got it here.
Share your screen, Perchy. Share your screen.
Okay, I'll do that one.
Or Lubo, his paper fucking documents don't suffice anymore.
Here, so this is the league table after 19 games, which is halfway. I've just shared it, Sean.
Perchy, that's Brentford on New Year's Day.
No, at the end of November.
Yes, I'm actually doing it later on. We were 12th in the league.
Where have you
Got all the
shared it?
points off 18th.
I've just clicked share screen. It said.
Have you
Okay.
shared anything with me?
Yeah.
Right.
Hang on. I don't know what happened there. I thought I did.
When we lost
There you
to
go.
Fulham, when we lost to Fulham at the end of that weekend, we were 9th. Okay.
No, at the end of November, I'm pretty sure we were. I'm pretty sure.
So what
we
was
were
Matt?
12th.
What day?
I've got it here. We played Newcastle on the 2nd of December. That's the league table.
On the 2nd of December. Okay.
Perchy,
You were
zoom in, Perchy, zoom in for me. The fucking control plus, the fucking.
I don't know how to zoom, mate.
Control plus, zoom in.
12th. What day?
Hands everywhere on this.
At the end of November, we had played 12 league games and we had 18 points.
Look at us, the dizzy heights, mate. Look at that.
That's the end of
Those are the
November.
good old days,
You've got 19 games on your screen, Lubo.
So I did it as if halfway into the season. So I think
Which is
it would have been around.
that was the Brentford match on New Year's Day.
After 15 games, we were still 11th. I don't know what match day it was, so you've got to tell me that.
Okay, That's after Brentford on January the 1st. After Fulham on the 28th of November, we were 9th. Now you're not going to sack Frank for being 9th with 18 points from 12 games, are you?
No, but we're 7. We're in 11th, and we're 7 points off relegation at that stage, right?
At that stage,
not 9 points, isn't it?
At that
I can't
stage,
see what the
at the end
number
of
says.
the year-
What's the number there?
right?
13.
Oh, 13. Okay, sorry, I couldn't read.
Okay, right. Hugo, we were 7 points off. Hugo, end of November, we were 7 points off relegation. We were also 5 points off second place.
Yep.
Okay. So let's say then by the end of December, we'd fallen to where?
Right,
Within
end of
1 month.
December. So do you want to include Brentford? Right. Do you want to include Brentford on New Year's Day? Because there's your answer.
No,
19.
I don't want to include because technically then the transfer window is then open. So I'd like to do it just
No, right. Hold on, hang on. That's
End of December.
19th. The table purchase got up is fine because you're not going to sign anybody on the 1st of Jan, are you?
Yeah, that's my point. So that was my point. So I did it up to halfway into the season, right?
And that's the 1st of Jan, and that's Brentford. So
yeah,
where are we?
Which had us 12th in the league.
I just want to say a quick congratulations to Lubo. I believe he is currently the only person in this live stream since it started in the chat that has not been called a dipstick, bozo, pillar, wanker, bastard, idiot.
Lubo gets incredible gravitas.
Yeah.
Lubo gets incredible leverage. The amount of rope that Lubo is thrown is unbelievable. The rest of us.
I just saw the last name. I've been playing the bingo. Yeah, I've been playing the bingo card over here, and it was finally somebody was like, "This Hugo doesn't have to all bollocks," and I was like, "There we go, Lubo wins."
Yeah,
but Pudgy, if you go back to like game week 10 or 11, we're third, right?
Yeah, I can do that.
So the fall
definitely
off,
shouldn't have sacked
the fall off.
Yeah, but hang on a second.
Was wild.
Yeah, game week 10. We were sixth with 17 points.
Yeah, and we're 2 points off of second.
And
right?
all the
obviously
big
it's the early start,
early
stage of the season. But generally speaking, by about game week 10, the cream starts to rise. And we're 2 points off. And look where Bournemouth were at this time as well. Bournemouth were right up there, Sunderland right up there. But then it falls off a cliff. So back to Hugo's point. Hugo is making the suggestion that by November, which is well after game week 10, but well before game week 19. November would have been game week 13 or something, right?
By that stage,
we'd started to fall.
No, 12. That was after Chelsea. We then had Man United, Arsenal, and Fulham. So yeah, 13 games.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you look at the performances,
whole thing.
You look at the performances that our side was putting in the like big games. Already by that stage.
Either way, we spent
awful.
15. I don't know. We're spending 15 minutes looking at data about a manager before the manager, like
and picking and choosing exactly which games we want to
exactly.
start judging.
When was it correct?
Like, what is the point?
Correct?
What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
The biggest problem, regardlandless of the managers, was that they didn't buy players in January. That's the biggest issue. When they
the biggest issue is your microphone, Daniel. The biggest issue is your microphone. I feel like I could order a Big Mac off you right now. Your microphone is atrocious. Some sort of weird headset you got going on, Mr. Kiriago.
Enjoy your meal.
What are you doing over there? What are you doing?
Would you like some 2 hamburgers with that, please?
Have a nice day.
Yeah, and I wanted that to be a big America. Big America.
Harry said he wants a Big Mac. Yeah,
Guys, you know what? Fuck it. Let me get some order back to the show. Let me do some super chats. Let's get back to it.
Order. Do the
wildly
order.
drifted then. We wildly
Gone
drifted.
off on a tangent.
Telesto DBK says promoting Wayne Burnett or burn it down. Wayne burn it down makes more sense than Davies. Not saying that's a good idea, but would make more sense. He's the youth team guy, is he?
Under 21, I think.
Under 21 manager, isn't he? I wouldn't be against that at this stage.
For fuck's sake, what are we
Why
doing?
not?
What are we doing? Are we talking about the
I'm
players needing
not
some respect?
I'm not having Ben Davies. If Ben Davies is the fucking solution, and you got Telesto, and I big up to you, Telesto, for bringing up the fucking super chat. Big up to you, I appreciate it.
Might as well.
If you're making the argument that instead of Ben Davies, let's go for Wayne Burnett from the under 21s, that is the equivalent of saying, rather than me going home with an AIDS-ridden prostitute on a Friday night, I'd rather I might as well jump in front of a bus. Like, I don't know what we're doing here. No, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm tipsy, but like, what the fuck are we doing? Let's not do comparables or relativism when it comes to this bollocks. It's ridiculous. That was a really bad.
I'm not sure there's anything
That was a bad analogy. Is generous. There was no analogy in sight there. What are we doing? What are we talking about?
It's not words. By the way, if anyone wants some proper content, I'm sure we are Tottenham TV or Chris Callan or someone streaming at the moment. Sava will be on soon. You guys can have sensibilities, but right here, over here, we do silly things. Adam Gills come back and he said, out of interest, did Zerbi get instant results at Brighton, or did it take time to adapt? We can't afford that if it takes time. Anyone got?
This is why it's on the players. This is why it's on the players, because
he does play lovely. He does play lovely stuff, doesn't he? Simple.
Our players can't pass a football when you expect them to play lovely stuff.
I don't.
I think Adam Gills was a really good point. I actually don't know what the actual stats are on it, but has De Zerbi ever kept a team out of, like, being in a relegation battle? Is he like? No. I don't know the answers, by the way, but like, it's not a bad point.
I'm not sure that it matters, though, does it? Because this guy that we just had for 6 games apparently was the master of keeping people up and was the firefighter.
Apparently, he lost his first 6
as well.
games.
So I just
Zerbi lost his first 6 games as Brighton manager.
Fucking
Okay,
brilliant.
that's not going to help.
Brilliant.
That's not going to help.
You know.
It's not going to help.
Well,
Big up
that's
to you,
pretty
Adam.
much that guarantees he's coming.
Anyway,
in,
this
right
is another, like, everyone wants, like, everyone's talking about Glasner and shit like that for, you know, half a dozen games ago. Oh, we should go for Glasner. He took 10 games or something to get a tune out of Palace. So, like, it's just one. It's just one of these
That's
things.
why
like,
Igor Tudor was selected.
Right, exactly.
Because Igor Tudor
This is
had an
why
immediate
now it's
impact.
about the players
Igor
strapping
Tudor
on
had
their
immediate
bollocks.
impact where everywhere else Igor Tudor went, he
In
failed
Italy.
he failed over a long enough period of time. But his immediate impact was important.
Right. Everywhere he went. In Italy.
And
France.
All right, big up to Stephen J. Cam with the £1 super chat. Big up to you, mate. Thank you very much indeed. He's come back in with another one saying, I don't care if it's the Zerbi or Dyche, but only as another interim. Neither will be good for the club long term. You're not going to get the Zerbi on an interim. Dyche might be someone that you could get on an interim, but yeah, this is the predicament that we're facing ourselves with. Big up to you, Stephen. Chirpsy's in the house. Big up to you, Chirpsy. He says, why is Danny not camera on the Oh, okay.
Oh, come on,
I got to call it out
Come
because
on
it's a super
now.
chat. Danny, put your super. You're getting called. You're getting called out, Danny, for no camera.
Yeah, you're well
Big
called
up
out.
to
It's
Chelsea.
because you don't. It's because nobody wants to see him naked in an apron. All right.
He hasn't made his bed today, has he? That's the problem.
That's the thing. And
my bed's not
Chirpsy's
in the camera anymore. I live in
Chirpsy's coming in with the second one saying, "Where's Danny? Where is Danny? Where is Danny?" Big up to you,
Keep the
Chirpsy.
super chats coming in, guys, and maybe the camera will come on.
And be nice in the chat as well. I said so. I saw somebody referencing to keeping it respectful. So yeah, let's all, you know, it's all
is
just
the
about
chat- is the
opinion.
chat outrageous?
Attack the opinion, not the person. All right, let's keep it respectful.
Man,
Otherwise,
that
I'll
shit's so
start-
long
I'll
time
start
Drew, by the way.
absolutely-
Jeez, like.
Was that?
Big up to Love's Music says other prostitutes are available.
One's
Big up to
without
you, mate.
AIDS.
Big up to you.
Big up.
All right, listen. Let me. Lubo sent me something in the chat. Let me go. Let's do that. See what that is. Where did we get to? Where did we get to in the conversation, guys? Where did we get to in the conversation?
I think
So,
we're basically like not really. We're identifying the fact that when we are trying to sack like Frank, what time it was, whatever else, and then the decision to bring in like Tudor. But ultimately, I think
We need performances.
Nothing changes until you put people that know what the heck they're doing in charge, right? That's the reality.
Yeah.
Like you might as well chuck darts at a board and be blindfolded. Like these people have no clue, mate. It's like we can.
That's
sit
the worry,
here,
right?
We can discuss it.
That's
We
the
can
worry.
discuss it
I
till
got
we're blue in the face.
to call this out. I've got to give Lubo a little bit of a recipe here. Lubo, I know you're not used to the heat and the hate.
No,
But like Lubo put the message saying Glug Pickwell has to be banned.
People want to talk about and say and start calling me names. That's ridiculous. If you've got something to say,
Lubo, if you saw the shit I just got a moment ago, there'll be no one in
no,
the chat.
Lubo, that
Exactly.
is not that's not bannable fucking behaviour, mate. If that's bannable behaviour, Lubo, then everyone gets banned.
Sean, that is a brain dead comment because there's no comeback. What am I saying that he thinks he's bollocks?
Lubo, you need to fix your skin, mate.
Have you not seen the shit was said about me about half an hour ago?
Get out, Lubo.
It's nonsense. Sean.
Dry your eyes, mate.
I'm not banning that.
No, let's have an articulate answer. Let's have an articulate answer. You don't think what I'm saying is correct? Well, I've been quoting facts for the last 20 minutes, so there we go.
Lubo.
My programs are wrong.
Do you know what Sava gets, what I get, what Stel gets?
But it's
Johnny
wrong,
gets?
Sean. It
This
doesn't
is
make it
nothing
right.
compared to that. Come on, mate. Come on
Sean,
now,
it
Lubo.
doesn't make it right. It's all wrong. It's wrong. You guys put on shows for people to watch. People should be respectful.
Lubo, I'm not banning you.
End all. He's
Lubo,
going to
you've got a
Lubo
thick in your
files.
fucking skin, bro. This is insane. If
Fucking
that's the worst you've ever had, mate, then you are
No,
a
just
lucky boy.
Just saying, fucking it's bollocks, isn't it? It's just
I would think somebody that has been battling Daniel Levy for 25 years would just have slightly thicker skin. Come on,
No,
Lou.
but you know what?
Amazing.
But you know what, Drew?
Just tell him he's a wanker. Just
Drew,
tell him
you
he's a
argue-
wanker. You've got a bigger voice, Lubo. You're
That's
the one
right.
with the
Listen,
microphone.
Come on, Lubo.
He obviously hasn't got a brain because he can't actually state what he thinks I'm saying that's wrong. So he has to be abusive.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
have
dear.
some proper chats. You think I'm talking bollocks? Tell me why you think I'm talking.
I agree,
He's
Lubo.
not
You
even-
tell
he's
him.
not even
why,
here
and
anymore.
Tell me why. Tell
You tell
me
him,
why
Lubo.
you think I'm wrong and where you think what you think I should have said.
Lubo, do you think he
Because
should
he's
actually
a
be
wanker,
banned?
he's
Do you think he should be
talking
banned from my channel
Come
because
on,
he calls you a
fucking
wanker?
hell.
No.
You know,
Well, maybe just a timeout, Sean. Maybe just a timeout.
Well,
He's got a brain.
because of the
If I-
data, I
if
think
I-
you should
You've got a
ban
brain,
him.
Use it. Let's start using your brain.
Lubo, if I banned or timed out everybody that called anybody on this channel a wanker, there'd be nobody watching. This is part of the game. If that's the worst you've ever received, mate, for fuck's sake, it's part of the game, bro. It's take it as a fucking sign of respect.
Gonna say Sean embraces that. He loves
What
a
are we
wank.
doing here?
Oh, he does. He loves it. He loves it. Anything for Rouse, Sean. He's bang. He's there. He's there.
I can't believe that's rattled you like that. Someone calling you a wanker. Fuck
I want to see.
hell.
I want to see someone come back and actually challenge me.
I just want to know. I just want to know exactly what.
You didn't want him to come back. You wanted him banned.
I
Lubo.
want
You
a
wanted him banned.
manifesto
Sean,
identified
Sean,
of why I am a
Sean, I mean, I have checked the data. I did some analysis, and I do think that Lubo has a point. So,
There you go. I've got to
All
say,
right, Rain. Rain.
that is a poor impression. I've got to tell you. That is poor. If you're going to do it, come on, mate. You got to do better than that.
What's
it's the microphone, mate. This microphone's rubbish.
Danny, are you doing Lubo or Rain?
Rain.
I can't actually believe it. I generally can't believe. I'm actually gonna have to change my camera to just listen.
Who is
listen,
that?
right?
Who the fuck
Who's
is
that?
that?
Oh, smart.
Oh, is it his Lubo?
Lubo, yeah.
Daniel Levy. What are we doing here, Lubo? What are we doing here, Lubo? I can't believe you're so offended by someone calling you a donut. Come on now, Lubo. Let's get back.
I
into
want to be challenged. Come on. Don't want to be called a wanker. Challenge me. Come back with something articulate and tell me
You
what.
asked me to ban him. How can he come back with something
That's
articulate
stupid.
if they're
But it's
banned?
stupid. It's stupid. You start.
All right,
No.
come on. Let's move on. Where we going?
Order!
Order!
Okay. Listen, we've been going for 4.5 hours, so it's probably a good time to round
Really?
off pretty soon. Where does
Yeah,
everyone
let's make
see
it
the
5,
final?
innit?
The final. I'm about to say final solution. Can't say that anymore. Apparently, that's offensive as well. What is the final scenario in which Tottenham find themselves in the next couple of days? Who is it going to be, and why? I'm not saying what you think the club would do. I'm asking you all to give us what you think the club should do. Lubo, if you were in charge right now, who will be the manager for the Sunderland game?
Well, I think Gary Officer made a bloody good comment an hour or so ago when I first came on. He just said Lubo for manager, Sean Tel and Savva as coaches. That wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? I think we'd do better to do that. Joking aside, what would I do? What would I do now? I'd bring Redknapp in. I'd bring Ledley King to work with the defence. I'd bring Sherwood to work with the midfield, and I'd bring in Defoe to work with the strikers. Proper Spurs player, proper players, different class to anyone we've got, and that's what I'd be doing. Forget Dyche, forget Allardyce, forget Zerbi. I mean, can you imagine Zerbi? He'll come in, he'll tell all the players what he thinks of them, and there'll probably be a punch up in the dressing room. I mean, there's no point. There is no point. We're in serious shit. You either go for a Dyche or an Allardyce, or you go for somebody who knows the club. It's one or the other, because nobody else is going to take the job. If you want a top manager, you're just not going to get it. You're just not going to get it.
All right. So Harry Redknapp is the number one choice on that one, is it?
For me, Redknapp, definitely.
For you, Redknapp. Hugo, If you were in charge, not what you think the club are going to do, what you would do. In fact, give me two answers. And Luba, I'll come back to you at the end to give your second answer, which is what the club will do. Hugo, what will you do? And then what will the club do?
The club are going to like make a, you know, they're just guaranteed to make the wrong decision. That is, you know, like death taxes and Tottenham making another bad choice. Who the hell would I bring in? I mean, is this assuming that it's like, you know, that Spurs is a desirable job and it's not a shit show, or like, as in like, who's realistic to bring in? Is that what we're discussing? Or who in like, you know, a utopian world would I like to bring in?
Who would you bring in?
Who would you, if you were in charge right now?
Like, who's
realistically? Yeah,
right. Realistically, realistically, I would bring in Gareth Southgate.
Okay.
Realistically,
I don't hate that. His name's not even on the list, is he, Lubo? His name's not even on the list, is he, Southgate?
No. Realistically, though, like, you know, he knows a bunch of the players on international duty. If he hasn't been in charge of them, he's played against probably quite a few of them. And yeah, I think he's, you know, been around long enough and so on that he'd have a, you know, like good handle on what's what. And then, but who are the club going to bring in? They're going to bring in some interim muppet, aren't they? That's just it's either going to be Ben Davis, or it's going to be someone that has absolutely no business getting the job, that has minimal experience of the Premier League, isn't it? So probably like probably left in the hands of this club, it's going to be the Austrian lad, isn't it? It's going to be Adolf.
Ari Hutter.
It's guaranteed. Ari
Hutter.
Whatever you can assume is going to be the most wrong, stupid decision is the one that they're going to fully embrace.
Okay.
I'm not sure the analysis of Southgate is quite right. I don't know that he's old enough to, or young enough. There's nobody left in our team that he would have managed for England, and everyone's too young for him to have played against. So I don't necessarily
not him played against. Like when he was England manager, that, you know, his side would have played against.
I don't know. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think that's reaching a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. I just think I'm looking at the options that, you know, like vaguely viable. I'm just trying to just think of someone that's, you know, going to have an idea of how to bring a dressing room together. Yeah. I'm just trying to think.
I get it. I just want, like, you know, if it seems like half this dressing room needs some there, and half this dressing room need a rocket up them. So I just don't, you know, I don't know if there's one right answer, or if there's one shape fits this hole that we're trying to fucking fill. Because on the one hand, you could say that with everybody fit, or with everybody at least coming back, you've potentially got something resembling a decent 3-4-3, 3-5-2, 3-5-1. You know, something, because we've said all along that Porro's not really a defender, Udogie's not really a defender. If you could get a tune out of them playing three at the back, then you bring somebody in that would do that, which means top of the list something.
Yeah, you've still got to score goals though, and that is something that we are not good at doing.
We're not good at doing anything, bro.
Well, no, but particularly, like, you know, it's one thing to be conceding goals, but when you're not scoring them either. Like, we don't have, realistically, it's been a while since we've, you know, had someone that scares defenders, right, on the opposition. Like, it's very easy for teams to plan against us. Because, you know, first half of the season, everything was going basically down the right flank to Kudus. And now it's just, bar the odd fluke or, you know, like set piece, how many goals are we scoring from open play? The answer is, with our front line, not too bloody many.
All right, fair enough. Drew, we're going to go around the circle here. Drew, if you who would you bring in, and who do you think the club will bring in over the next 24, 48?
I've got a feeling that the club are going to Hail Mary and get Sean Dyche in on a short term. I personally would try and figure out a way to do Poch in a dual role and have his backroom staff come back, or him, and I know, like I say, I don't think the metric looks good for the USA, and I don't think it would happen, but that would be my choice. I would at least try and go for that. And then if that didn't work, failing that, at that point, I genuinely, I wouldn't know where to go, to be honest. I guess maybe a Ryan Mason who knows a few of them. I genuinely don't know.
Jesus Christ!
But like I've said all along, I think these guys have just got to, strap on a pair of nuts and actually just start playing for themselves for a little bit and a bit of pride. But they've not done that in the last 35, 40 games. So I don't know. I don't know where we go from here.
I tend to agree, man. I think it's down to the players, regardless of the manager.
I think you might as well at this stage. You might as well employ one of the world's best psychologists as the manager, frankly, because that's what they need.
Yeah.
Forget tactics.
Bring in Tony Robbins, right? Or fucking Gary Vaynerchuk or something to fucking inspire.
You need a guy. You need a guy from Bodo Glint, the one who's the ex-Air Force pilot. Who's the one who's been working for their last couple of years with the mental side of the game. He's been brilliant.
There's just so many of them pulling in different directions, which is why we're in this kind of predicament. I think that it's it's hard to. It's got to be a pretty special somebody that comes in and pulls them all back in together a bit again, because like I say, you've got one sort of half of the dressing room, I think, or a certain set of those players that whoever you bring in, unless it is somebody that's kind of been there, and for arguments, I mean, it would never happen, and I don't think I'd want it to, because I don't think he's all that anyway. But like a Zidane or something comes in, and then all of a sudden you're World Cup winners in Romero. Like, oh god, no, I know. I'm just using that as trying to get somebody that the arrogant players in our dressing room that need a kick up their ass would kind of look up to. But what
I find disturbing, right, is
somebody come in to put their arm around a few of them and just be like,
Tottenham fan,
such a balance.
No Tottenham fan can agree on who the obvious candidate is, and yet we all give ourselves more credit than we give the ownership for being able to make sensible, logical decisions. If none of us can figure out what the solution is, then I don't know what fucking hope we have in thinking that the other 2 or 3 people that are going to be doing that. Perchy.
We're not being paid, the sums of money.
No, I hear that. No, but we're more than willing to sit there.
People.
We're more than willing, Hugo, to sit there and play Monday morning quarterback and say, I would have done it differently. But yet none of us have got the obvious solution right now. So if we think that we have the answers and we criticize the ownership for not, I know we're not paid and they are, whatever. I get that, but if we always sit there and reverse engineer things after the fact, and yet we still don't know before the fact what the right solution is, then what hope do we have? Perchy, what do you expect the board to do, and what would you do?
I think the board are probably going to do what I think is going to happen. My concern is that it's going to be someone like Ryan Mason. That's the kind of concern, that it'll be someone of a Ryan Mason type, because they can't. But my theory is kind of what I came when I joined, is what I said was that I think that they've got Tudor gone because they've got the solution. They've got their manager to announce, and I think it will be Sean Dyche, which I genuinely think is the right manager for now. I don't think Zerbi, Pochettino. I've written a few names down here. Maresca, I saw people shouting about in the chat. I just don't think any of those are realistic now. This whole Pochettino thing, it's pie in the sky for me. That it's a non-story. But I think by the way, I'm not against the Southgate shout. I think that's not a bad shout. I think it will be Sean Dyche until the end of the season, in my opinion. I think that's the one. That's what I think.
Okay. Have they put a post up on LinkedIn?
Oh, fucking probably. Danny, same question to you, mate. Who do you think, and what do you think the club will go with?
I think the club will probably do like the safe bet, someone like Sean Dyche. I think I'd be shocked if they go for Ryan Mason because the guy is an absolute fraud and joke. Yeah, I think Sean Dyche is probably your safest bet. Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't really care which manager comes in. The only thing I want to see is I just want to see basics coached again. I just want to see, I want to see them be able to pass a football more than 5 yards without getting scared that they're passing a football and getting it wrong. And I think a manager that goes and coaches the fundamentals like that, I think you'll see a slight difference in the players' confidence levels. In terms of who I want, I would love. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I actually agree with Hugo. I think Gareth Southgate is a great shout as a manager right now, as an interim basis. I can't see anyone else taking the job. If they manage to get the Zerbi, if I'm being brutally honest, I think the Zerbi is definitely going to send us down because I think he'll get into this football club. He'll look at it.
Mate. It's not him.
No, I know, but if he was to come, Sean, I think it'd be like all the other managers that have gone before us, and they'll look at it within the first couple of days, and they'll be like, "Fuck, I am fucked." Like that's what they're gonna do, right?
Especially with his style of football, he's either going to have to know
saying.
how to play a different style or he's not.
It's just not going to work.
Just real quick, does anyone think? Because a couple of people mentioned in the chat, Emma and a couple of other people, I want to give some props to. Big up. Like, has anyone given any credence to Klinsmann? He's a club hero. He was in a relegation battle. He's somewhat of a gravitas star because I'm sure some of them, if not at least half of them, would know who Klinsmann is. I mean, he's a German hero.
He was a poor manager.
Is that not?
I don't feel like he knows the Tottenham way, mate. He was here for a season. He fucked off. He came back for a second stint.
He also hasn't he managed us as well? Hasn't he managed us before for a short time? No, he hasn't.
But I think I hear this all the time with the whole like Klinsmann, for example. But I hear this like he was at Spurs. He knows it. I don't think any of that crap matters, if I'm honest. I hear this all the time. What resonance does someone like Xavi Simons have any relevance to Jurgen Klinsmann? I hear this all the time. It's more of a sentiment from a Tottenham fan is where I think a lot of this comes from. If Jurgen Klinsmann never managed or played for Tottenham, I don't think anyone would even put his name in the list, right? I hear this. I heard, by the way, it's not just 1 second, Daniel. Not just Klinsmann. I heard about Robbie Keane earlier on in the year. We wouldn't put Robbie Keane in this conversation if he didn't play for Tottenham. And I just don't think these players don't. For me, at the moment, it's forget about any sort of personal sentiment on managers we knew before and stuff. Just don't get somebody in that will go, do you know what? I'm going to make my first job, make Tottenham hard to beat. That's got to be the immediate remit, surely.
But not just that, Perchy. Like I think that for me, if I could have anyone right now, I'd get a team of like Redknapp. I'd get a couple of them in Sherwood, a couple of others, just because for me personally, not to think that I think they're going to change anything, just for the vibes purpose of it. I'd rather see Harry Redknapp interviews.
But isn't that for you? That's for your purpose, not about the players. Aren't going to be looking in. If you brought in a Redknapp,
these players couldn't give a fuck who the manager is. Let's be honest.
Sure. So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, then, does it? So I'm doing it from my perspective because
but Danny, But my point is, at least get somebody in that comes in and you go, okay, you're going to make us hard to beat. Isn't that has to be the first thing that the manager comes in and goes,
who's going to make this team hard to beat, Perchy?
Sean Dyche will come in and his first job will be...
Do you honestly believe that?
Yeah, because he'll come in and he'll say, you lot don't run around like headless chickens. You two sit in front of them. We all, as fans, as a collective, go, God, this football's shit.
Mate, do you know what's going to happen?
He will make it hard to beat.
I actually think the problem with Sean Dyche is he's going to just do long ball football. And I actually think that with the majority of our full strength team back, we're better off playing possession based.
Yes,
we're better off with it. We're better off giving the ball to Mathys Tel on the left. We're better off giving the ball to Kudos on the right.
I don't disagree. Into feet.
and we're better off with 2 people in the midfield that can sit in front of the back 4. If you're playing Sean Dyche style football right now, it'd be the same as if you brought Sam Allardyce in. It will just be get the ball back and lump it up the top, and I don't think we've got the players for that. So whilst I agree,
there is a guy called Thomas Frank, who is kind of
shut up about what we're doing.
Frank, so
no, for me personally,
I think Sean will relegate us anyway. Sean Dyche will relegate us.
For me personally, I would rather see someone that can play I understand that the Harry Redknapp vibes thing. I don't think is going to work. It will work for the fans, but I don't think it will work for the players.
I agree with that. 100%.
I think players will have a clue who he is, but someone that can play just a simple 4-2-3-1 and can get the ball into the width and then whip the ball in early doors and just play some sort of level of balanced football. I genuinely think, if I'm entirely honest, I think this is the point I wanted to end on. I personally believe that the next manager is going to have, if all pending well with regards to the recovery of certain players, they're going to have a better opportunity to do better than what Igor Tudor walked into. Tudor walked into a ravaged injury team, and whoever the next guy is going to walk into a team where 85, 90% of the team are back. And so it does become a little bit more about, yes, you need an immediate impact. Yes, you don't have that much time to play tactics, but you go back to the sort of playing style that we played previously, and you just allow them to play a little bit flowing football, but you encourage dual approaches
and focus on corners.
And I don't think Sam Allardyce or Sean Dyche is that sort of guy. But I do think there's other managers out there that are.
Equally, look, Sean, I don't disagree with you in that aspect, but just for me, just put whoever comes in, just put players in positions. Let's not reinvent the wheel.
But what you do with the ball in those positions is also important. And Sean Dyche is the ball forward.
If you're getting a manager in, they start putting Pedro Porro in at centre half in a back 3. Just make it whatever the formation is.
That's fine. That's fine. That's obvious. That's obvious. And Igor Tudor fucked in that regard. That's obvious. But then within the idea of playing a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-4-2, you're going to have 9 substitutes available for the Sunderland game, being well, or at least by the Brighton game. So within the capabilities of the squad that you have, the way that you play football is going to be important. And for me, long ball football is not the way to go. I think that you can
doesn't have to be long ball football, just hard to beat.
It will be if you pick Sean Dyche. It will be if you pick.
Not necessarily, though. I get your position. It will be boring, but for me, I'll stand. I'll die on this hill. Just stop us conceding loads of goals, and we'll, if we have to get the ball out wide and play a bit counter-attacking, we can't keep conceding 3s and 4s every game. That for me, the first job the manager comes in. That's got to be the first job to go. Look, we're going to make it harder for him to score goals, and then we'll try and nick goals on the counter if we have to. Playing you like Tels out wide, Kolo Muani out on the other wing, and then if Kudos is back fit, get Richalison running some channels or something like that. I hear you, but
I'd rather a manager that would look at the squad and go, wait, I've got options, not great options, but I've got options coming back. I'd rather a manager that can utilize the options than look at the team and go, the only way out of this mess is to lump the ball up and hope for the best, which is what you'd get from certain managers and not others. I'm not sitting here saying that I disagree with anyone's perspective, because every option is open to me. Every option is equally riddled with opportunity as it is with risk. I'm sitting there thinking, for me personally, if I had to pick a manager right now, I think the club will go with something that I disagree with, but I personally would like a manager that can play a little bit of football, even if that's someone like a fucking.
So you think Sean Dyche is going to come in? Basically,
I think Sean Dyche will come in, and I don't think I'm the right guy for it.
I think I'm going to go on there.
We're going to round up now anyway. But big up to Hugo. Thank you so much for coming on, mate.
Just for you, I think Dyche is done, and I think him going on Talk Sport yesterday.
I agree with that.
I think he was told not to say anything, understandably, until they've announced Tudor's departure. I have a funny feeling that he was in London.
If we go in that direction, Perchy, and I would imagine that he's probably the most likely candidate. I don't think he's the right candidate. I'm okay with it. But because that's the whatever. But I still think that he's going to play a style of football that probably doesn't suit the rebuilding of our squad, which is about to happen.
But I get that. I don't think this is. I agree with you on that. I completely agree with you. I just don't think it's.
We need.
I want to say relevant.
Right
I don't think it's relevant now. For now, it's about. Do you think Sean Dyche will go and get 6 or 7 points before the end of the season?
Not sure.
Possibly.
I don't think so. Maybe.
I think he might get 1 or 2 wins out of him. It will be horrible to watch. But I think you've got almost
Look at this bollocks. Look at this bollocks. Look at this bollocks. Scott, Scott, I've grown to appreciate you, mate, but you still have the propensity to talk absolute bollocks on a fucking champion level, my man. It's insane.
I'd love
Mathys Tel has been our only fucking outlet for weeks, and you're sitting there making out like he's the worst player. You are the problem. You are what cultivates unbelievable bad outcomes. Guys, listen, I've got to do a couple more super chats, and then we're going to round off. It's been a 5-hour show. It's been absolutely insane. I only wanted to go for an hour.
Used to call me the Burnley Pep, by the way. And I don't play tiki taka, but I do eat Tic Tacs. So I don't.
We want 6.
I only wanted to go for an hour. I thought, fuck it, there's nothing to talk about. Let's just go for an hour. 5 hours later, they're still going. The strength of the men. The strength of the men.
Did you start the stream? Did you start the stream, Sean, before the news was announced?
Yeah, we broke it live on stream because content got content. That's what we do here on the Spurs Talk Show.
I was literally about to round off, and then Kate. We were going around the houses to say goodbye, and then Kate went breaking news. About Tudor's gone. I went, we're still going. We're under the fucking lap hit us. Terminator says De Zerbi relies on very good passing centre backs and a goalkeeper. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's why I think De Zerbi for me, I would like to see a scenario where De Zerbi was a Tottenham manager in the future, but I don't think it would be the right. Not now at least. For sure.
How would you feel then, Sean, if they get De Zerbi right now? If they do it?
I'll be torn because just like when Perchie said you would like it, Danny, but is it right for Tottenham? I would say for me personally, I'd say it's fantastic because it'd be great for content. De Zerbi will be great for content. But do I think it's the best interest of Tottenham staying up? Absolutely not. And for me, I'd sacrifice my content for someone that was boring as fuck. Gareth Southgate, right? Boring as fuck, but might keep us up. That's what I would do. Big up to you, Christopher Moller. Christopher Moller. Ja, stimmt. Wie geht's, Christopher? Wie geht's? Nicht so schlecht. Big up to you. Thank you very much for the super chat, my mate. Super sticker. Choo-choo to you. He's come back in with another one saying, thanks for the content, guys. Be nice. Only football. Yeah, it's all banter. I feel bad. I feel like I've got to go and apologise.
Absolutely.
I feel like I've got to go and apologise to Rain because Rain was on the receiving end of some banter. But it's banter, isn't it? It's only banter. Big up to you.
Sean, it's luck. You know, sometimes you're on the end of it, sometimes you're not. So
sometimes the cookie crumbles your way, and at times it doesn't, Rain.
You know what I mean?
Well, listen, I've been looking at the data of the crumble, and I think that the crumble pretty much leans my way, in all honesty. Big up to you, Chirpsy, saying, "Where's Danny?" He's still here. He's not visible. He's got a fucking pug in his
apron.
Big up to
Got flour all over himself.
Simon's back in saying safety over style equals Dyche. Yeah, possibly. For me personally, I just think that there's an argument to sit there and say there's other managers that you would have looked at 2 weeks ago and gone, nah, the injury crisis is the injury crisis. But hopefully that stuff's behind us in a week or two, hopefully. And then you've got options. So do you really want to play a certain way when you don't really have the need to? Phil Coys has put in a super single. Big up to you, Phil. Appreciate you, mate. Choo to you. Guys, we're going to round off. Lubo, you all right, mate?
I'm good, yeah, of course.
Yes, I think he's calmed down now.
Yes.
I'm always fine.
I've always wondered what is the most egregious in Lubo's mind. What is the most egregious comment that he's ever received? And I think we saw it today.
Yep.
Lubo's a wanker. Mate, Lubo, I get called that before. My fucking Bugsy Malone calls me that before I even get out of bed in the morning. Like
even Bugsy's been called that, Sean.
Bugsy's had worse than you've had, Lubo.
I know.
Bugsy's had death threats. Until you get a death threat, don't worry about it. You know. Big up to you, Lubo. Big up to you, Drewski. Thank you so much, mate. Thanks for coming on, bro. Love you to pieces.
Absolutely. You too, mate. Big up, chat.
Sean, there was a question. Sean, there was a question in the chat. How would I have answered the second question, which was what do I think the club will do? I think they'll bring Dyche in.
Yeah.
I think that's what they'll do.
Who would you want then? Sherwood and Redknapp, right?
I want Redknapp, with Sherwood. Bring his team in who are top pros who will coach the players. Players do need coaching. These guys need someone like Ledley King would organise that defence. Defence has been appalling all season, pretty much. From November onwards, it's been poor.
Do you know what my issue is, Lubo, with any of these managers? My issue is the players not listening. Because at the end of the day, we've all said it. It's up to the players. Regardless of the manager, they have to listen. I mean, even Tudor, you saw it. You saw it in clips of Ange, Tudor, Conte, whoever. The players just choose not to listen to the managers. So what can we do?
Well, listen, these guys are professional footballers. Most of them are internationals. They know how to pass the ball. They know how to run off and support players once they've given the pass. They know how to mark up. They know how to close players down. They know how to show wingers down the outside rather than inside. These boys know what to do. They've just got to get their brains into gear and do it because it's been poor. And these guys can play better than what they've been playing.
Yeah. Listen, guys, we've been going for over 5 hours. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that's been on the stream. There's been lots of you, the guys that have come in and come out. Everyone that's watched, thank you so much. Don't forget to smash like, subscribe. Get over to the Spurs 5 for Lubo. Get over to Kate and Jim. The link was put in when she was in. Get over to THFC Till I Die for Rain and for Dermatron. Get over to everybody. Who are other people that were on that were part of the show? I'm not sure. If they were, make sure I'll put the links in the description afterwards. By the way, anyone that was offended by me putting by me doing a joke or putting Adolf Hitler's face on or whatever, it's just banter. If you guys are offended by my channel, be offended and don't watch again. I'm not going to change who I am. I do it my way. Like, it is what it is. I don't mean any offense. It is what it is. Okay, I'm going to do
my channel.
No, I'm going to do all sorts of. I'm going to have sunny face on. I'm going to have Mathys Tel face on. I'm going to do faces. I'm going to do accents. I'm going to do shit. It's not offended. It's not. I'm not trying to offend. Know it. Take it in the heart. It's meant to. In the spirit, it's meant to be. If you don't like it, watch someone else. I don't care. Like, at this point in time, I don't give a flying fuck about offending people, because it's just because you're offended doesn't mean I was offensive. But I love you all. That wasn't my intention. I love you anyway. Like, subscribe, and comment. And I will see you on the next one. And Sabbath's back at 8 p.m. So get over there. I might be on that later on. But if not, then get over there anyway. Love you all. Bye.
Love you, bud. Bye.